Mm-mm-mm. Okay, wonderful. Welcome back, everybody. No time wasted. Apologies for missing yesterday. No excuses. Eyes hurt. That's my excuse. But no excuses, right? Because I definitely did not promise to be on tomorrow. But we're here now, hey? Plan for the day. Hopefully try to make a little bit of a dent. I don't think today's going to be super long. Because I have to wake up semi-early tomorrow. So I'd like to, get in, get out relatively quick. But I do still want to make a dent so that the next time we stream we can polish this off. I don't know how much there is left, but that scene felt really long when we were doing it. Or the scene, the puzzle thing felt long, not in a bad way, but it just felt like it was long. I did save, right? Yeah. So we will be continuing episode 8, which this chapter that we are on is Chapter 8, Banquet of Witches and Humans. I don't really think there's a whole lot else to theorize about. As I said, I made my prediction early in the last chapter. I'm still sticking by it. I think it relatively holds. Don't really think we learned anything that would massively change it. And the only thing that I'm still wondering, I guess, which we'll have to, see, is that I don't know. Because I think most of my questions have been answered at this point. There's like a tiny question about, I want to know a little bit about the letters that were sent out to the next of kin. I want to know about that. That's not really important, but, it's something that happened. I would still like a reasoning behind it. It definitely was, like I know who it was. It's not, lost on me. More so, rather, I just want to know the thought process behind it. The only other thing that I really want to hear about, which I don't know if they're going to come back to it because the episode 6 did seem a little bit like a closure, is Hachijo. I still, the problem is it doesn't really make sense. I don't know. I'm wondering what's going on with Hachijo. That's my only thing. Why I say that is that earlier on, and you can check episode 6, I think I said it multiple times, but I posited the idea that I thought that Hachijo might have been somebody that survived the island, but it kind of seems like that's not possible now. If we view the cat box as having infinite possibilities, well, I don't even want to say infinite, but it can have a huge range of possibilities, but it seems like the only possibility we've manifested is Ava returning, right? And because of that, if it's just Ava and then 6-year-old Angie goes under Ava's care, I guess I just don't really know how to make the puzzle pieces fit in a way that we could say that Hachijo would be somebody else. Somebody would have to have faked their death. There is one or two other things that are little fledgling questions in my mind where I'm thinking, I want to know if there's a possibility that the explosion on the island was not actually triggered but was accidental, in the sense that maybe it's something in the explosives, maybe one of them auto ignition, one of them went off and then one goes off, they all go off. The only thing that kind of busts that theory a little bit is the idea that it happened directly at midnight, which heavily points towards the contraption. Again, the only thing is, though, it could be that there was no contraption that ever existed to begin with, right? The one thing that we've been told about, or that's been kind of a big motif of this episode, is that a lot of the info that we've been presented with is actually stuff that was from the outside, It was stuff that didn't necessarily happen. Maybe it did, maybe it didn't. But at the very least, we've been looking through some very tinted goggles. We've had everything framed towards us in a very particular way. And because of that, it's hard to say if necessarily that the switch was even a real thing. I had posited initially that it was a volcanic explosion. I don't know if that would be possible. I don't know if there's a mountain or, or anything. Again, like it's hard to know. The other thing would be that in the case of an explosion, how could it be that anybody other than Ava survived? Because they would have to be with Ava. Why would Ava keep a secret? So then the only other possibility is somebody would have had to have escaped that Ava wasn't aware of. How would that have been possible? It's weird. It's very interesting. Maybe I'll theorize on it as we go. I don't necessarily think there's a whole lot to add, though, here that I'm gonna, like, come across, but I want to know what's up with Hachijo. I think Angie is probably going to close the cat box and walk away from it and accept that there's some unknowable truths and that, unfortunately, her family is gone, but that she needs to live for herself and live for her future and not be obsessed with the tragedy of the past. Yeah. I think that's about it. The other thing that I thought was kind of funny, I was talking to Alan about this, that one of the things that was mentioned by Lambda Delta early on was that Beatrice had a problem with confusing her means for her ends, and she would end up getting it backwards, so that she became so addicted to doing things in a particular way, and not so much about, like, what the end goal of it all was. Like, she wasn't really interested in winning the game, because there were probably ways she could have gone about it. You know, Lambda Delta, at least as far as the universe describes her, is the Witch of Certainty. That if she wanted to win the game, Beatrice this is, she probably could have constructed a game that was a lot more definitive, that was, you know, not so meandering and dancing around the point. Of course, we know a lot of other things that, you know, the game wasn't, again, like, we don't need to get into the whole lore of the game, we can save that for the epilogue stream, but the idea being that she had some obsession with doing things in her particular way to the point where it might even sacrifice her end goal. And it seems kind of funny that that's the same thing that's happening with Angie, and it's even funnier because Angie is the next Beatrice. She's the final Beatrice. Well, I wouldn't necessarily say final. I think they call her the final Beatrice, but I mean, realistically, it's a heredity. It's a, like, I always say heretical. I don't think it's a real word, but it's passed down through lineage. If Angie had a kid, would the next kid not be Beatrice? Besides the point, we don't need to get into the logistics of the whatever the title meant. My point being, regardless, that Angie's whole end here, what her entire thing was to have closure. You know, she wanted closure for what happened on the island. She wanted closure of what happened to her family. And in this weird, like, multiverse thing, maybe some way to avoid this fate and have them come back. But that doesn't seem to be possible. So then, if it's not possible, then Angie at least wants to know what happened. But what Amakusa pointed out in the last episode is that, in the same way, Angie has used her, I don't say her means to do it, but she wanted closure, and it was fueled by her hatred of Ava. In reality, she wasn't just looking for closure because she wanted closure and she wanted to be able to move on. She also wanted to have something that she could pin against Ava. That was, like, a really big part of her thing, you know? And that being a stated goal makes it funny that she's become so obsessed with her own closure, which was her end goal, which in reality she was using, or to get to that point she was spiting Ava, and that at the end of it all this essentially boils out to is her hatred of Ava and her wanting to know what happened. Enough rambling. I've already rambled longer than I should have. Point being, Angie wants closure. She's probably not going to get it. It'll be interesting to see what her choice is now, once it fully clicks with her, that this last game is just to tell her that, hey, you just gotta close the cat box and walk away and accept that your family's gone and, you know, they loved you, etc. That's what the whole tournament was for. To show, you know, have, like, more fun, have this little bit of closure, if you want to call it that. But it's going to be bittersweet. But let's go. Chapter 8, Banquet of Witches and Humans. After putting Angie to sleep in the parlor, Genji and the others returned. Thanks. Was she sleeping well? Also, I'm sorry, my audio is crackling, and I don't really know why, because it shouldn't be. I noticed it a little bit. So I'm going to do one quick check here, because it could just be that track. I just want to play the music box real quick. Nope, it's doing on this too. Okay, yeah, why is that happening? At this point, if it's fucked, I'm just gonna power through it. Like, I don't really care that much at this point. But okay, I'm gonna have to switch my audio settings here very shortly, just for a little bit. We'll have to deal with it. Should be able to hear it now. And hopefully this doesn't fuck up the VOD, but I am recording, so it doesn't matter if it does fuck up the VOD. I'll worry about it then. Okay, sorry. Let's continue for real now. With no audio clipping. I know you guys never hear it anyways, but... just this way I don't go fucking crazy while recording this. There we go, that sounds much better. After putting Angie to sleep in the parlor, Genji and the others returned. Thanks. Was she sleeping well? Yes. She is sleeping peacefully. The noise from here won't reach the parlor, right? That's right. The door is closed, so I don't think it will reach. Angie, sweet dreams. Well then. That's enough solemn farewells. Let us begin the magnificent festivities we have planned for the after party. When Beato clapped her hands loudly above her head, a white flash filled the hall and its entire appearance changed in an instant. The hall had transformed into a golden party chamber with gold butterflies flitting about and gold leaf dancing everywhere. There was even a golden shower. Yes, the true party shall begin now. You said it. Okay, the anti-magic toxin is totally gone. Everyone, come on in. The party after the show is about to start. We can get all the demons and everything we saw. Where's my goat gap? Let me see those coils. With a burst of applause and cheering, a tornado of gold butterflies rose up in the center of the room. By the time it passed, the number of faces had grown significantly. Okay. Let the witch of the future find happiness, and let us of the past be rewarded for our efforts, right? Indeed. Let us enjoy ourselves as well. Come on, haven't we been enjoying ourselves the whole time? Boo, cuckoo. In this world, the one who enjoys the most is the true winner. Come, let's have the Seven Sisters over here too. The Seven Sisters of Purgatory right here. I can't believe the game is finally over. Ah. What do you think you're doing crying at the after party, you little crybaby? Lord Battler, Beatrice, thank you for the invitation. I want to see 6-year-old Angie's sleeping face and have it all to myself. I want to see the food and have it all to myself. Then I want to see a good man and have him all to myself. Why are you clinging to Battler when you say that? Stop, thief. Glad to see you, Seven Sisters of Purgatory. Enjoy yourselves. Ah yes, things do get much noisier the moment they enter a room. And what makes that so terrible? In fact, it still isn't nearly noisy enough. Hey, where's Gap at? Where's my goat at? Come on. Okay, I could have done without you, but... Another gold cyclone rose up. In its wake, 3 people with bunny ears came into view. Chester Sisters Imperial Guards right here. It's such an honor to be summoned to a gathering such as this. I haven't had nearly enough fun for it to end yet. Yeah. There, I agree with you. But fear not, for our game will continue much longer than this. For eternity inside the cat box. Glad to have you here, Chester Sisters. Lord Battler, allow me to express our deep gratitude for your invitation. In the future, we will endeavor to show even more... Come on. Don't be so stiff and formal. Tonight we're all equal. That's right, eh? Battler gets it, yeah. So stop it, 410. You're getting carried away, we'll get in trouble. Oh, my goat. Hey there, Richie. Long time no see. Wow, how long has it been since we've had so many of us here? Not since Natsui's trial, right? And you could hardly call that a party. If you're talking about a party, you'd better not try and leave us out of it. Dang, just how many of them are there? If they keep coming like this, there'll be more of them than us humans. You can come out now, Sakutaro. You. Lord Battler, it was an honor to receive your invitation. Where's Will at? Let it be known that it is an honor. Hey, glad you came. It's been a long time. How have you been? Very well, thank you. Fighting with you all is always the most fun. I've had enough of stamping documents. For the attention of Supervisor Delanner, know that your to-do box is piling up as we speak. For your attention, please make haste with the approval of our vacation papers. We are anxious to see this matter resolved. Sounds like life in the Great Court is as restrictive as ever. Lord Battler, I fear I must bring you some unfortunate news. What is it? Delano held out an envelope. It was one of the invitation cards that Battler had sent out for this night's party. The name on the card was Furudo Erika. Uh-oh. We did all we could. The invitation was filled with stamps bearing the unreadable words of various foreign countries. Even without reading them, it was easy to guess that it had been returned to sender destination unknown. I see. Thanks for trying so hard. The depths of oblivion are like an empty endless desert, or perhaps the bottom of the sea. Her location is unknowable to all but Lady Bern Castle herself. I did send invitations to those witches too. We'll have to hope they have the kindness to bring her along. Lady Bern Castle is just like a cat. She'll show up whenever she feels like it, and when she doesn't feel in the mood, she'll never come no matter how often you call her. Yeah, that kid's totally like a cat. She'll come get her food, but she won't let you pet her head. Lambda Delta, so you came. Believe it or not, I'm a busy person, okay? Still, I am Beato's guardian. Wasn't I your guardian too? So anyway, you know, I've got responsibilities and all that, and I happen to be in the neighborhood, so I stopped by. Hey you, Goda, I brought a bunch of stuff for everyone. Could you just put these wherever for me? For someone who just dropped by because she was in the neighborhood, she had brought an awful lot of colorfully wrapped bottles and food boxes. Bern Castle isn't here yet. You really think she'd come? She's not the kind of kid who just dropped by to say hi at a game she's lost. Probably. After all, she is very proud. I seem to remember her putting us through hell. But she's still one of the players in this game. Might as well have her over to celebrate the final night of the final game. You're right. Without that kid, this game might not have reached its conclusion. Enemies and allies are the bare minimum needed to establish a game. True. Without a foe, there can be no game. At least I can enjoy defeat as just another part of the game. That kid can't. Too bad, but she's been through a lot, so please don't blame her too harshly. Actually, I was planning to thank her. A lot of crazy stuff happened, but thanks to her, we were able to make it to where we are today. Thanks. I don't know when I'll see her next, but if I'm lucky, I'll get my chance in a few hundred years. I'll let her know what you said then. Ah, that's right. They don't have invitations, but I brought 2 guests with me. Guests? Who? I'm pretty sure I sent invitations to all the usual suspects. Come on over, you two. I'll introduce you. Okay, Will and Leon. Makes sense. When Lambda snapped her fingers, the empty air exploded and 2 figures appeared. Willard, if it isn't you! Hey, I see you're as short as ever. Now here are some unfamiliar guests. Who are they? Ow, ow, quit pinching my ass! Shouldn't we be introducing ourselves first? I'm fairly certain that Battler and the others in this world don't know about us. You have the mark of the one-winged eagle on your clothes. Are you an Ushirimiya? My name is Ushirimiya Leon. In my world, we're cousins. Interesting. Lord Battler is like, oh, that's kind of cute. Oh, I didn't read these. The Territory Lord and his wife Beatrice, after their wedding in the 6th game, they became a happily married couple. In the past, Battler emerged victorious at the end of his long-lasting game with Beato, and he reached all the truths behind everything. The 2 of them have now invited Battler's little sister, Angie, to a final game. Just what sort of tale will he weave with Beato by his side? While carrying out a job as an inquisitor at Bern's request, Willard met Leon. In the final stages of the tale, he rejected the tragedy presented by the Witch of Miracles. The 2 risked their lives wandering through the Sea of Fragments in search of a happy ending. They are now under Lady Lambda Delta's protection. Invited as a guest to the final game by the Territory Lord and his wife, at times in the past she interfered with the game board along with Bern Castle, but she now remains neutral, acting as an impartial observer. She is known for having many famous friends from various circles, but the fact that Bern Castle is among them is something that should be noted with awe. Interesting. I think these are all just the same, right? It's interesting that 556 doesn't show up in this, but I guess she never really showed up in this game, she was just mentioned. Let me introduce Leon. This is the successor to the Ushirimiya family headship who only appears in a world of extremely low probability. In that world, Jessica isn't an only child, she's Leon's little sister. Now there's a surprise. There's really a world like that? Wait, you couldn't be. Pleased to meet you, Beatrice. I know quite a lot about you. Seeing you smiling happily is the greatest joy I can imagine. I'm more glad than anyone that you've made it to this point. I see. So it is you. I'm glad you're here. Beato realized who and what Leon was. The 2 of them stared at each other's faces as though looking at their own face in a mirror. Willard's the name. I'm just a passing stranger who got caught up in a game you know nothing about. He is an inquisitor of the Great Court like myself, a truly great one, though he is now retired. I see. If you're Delano's friend, you can't be anyone bad. Please, make yourself at home. Where did these two come from? Bern brought them in and made them pieces. When she was done with them and about to crush them, I picked them up. Ala said she didn't want to be left with a bad aftertaste. Is that okay? If by chance Lady Berncastle does drop by here, on this game board they're my pieces, okay? And I'd love to see the look on the kid's face if she bumps into them in a place like this. Hehehe. I don't really get it, but you obviously brought them here for some shady reason. That's all for my gifts, and now I'll just kick back and enjoy the party. So you're the host. Over to you. Come, Lord Battler. If you don't announce it, we can't start. The start of tonight's party at the end of this long game. Yeah, no fucking kidding, huh? Ladies and gentlemen, your silence, please. Our territory lord, Lord Battler, has a message he wishes to convey to you all. I almost read that as massage, but enough of that. It's embarrassing. Come on, it's a wife's responsibility. I'm not letting anyone else take it. Beato sulked and handed Battler a glass of champagne. In fact, everyone had a glass in their hands now. Maria, you're a kid, so drink some juice instead. I want champagne too. Hey Maria, why don't we drink some juice together? Of course, George, going after the kid. Battler, our drinks are getting warm. Agreed. Begin, Battler. No objections, I see. This way, please, Lord Battler. Ronove motioned towards the center of the room. When Battler stepped forward, everyone silently awaited his words. Glad you could all make it. This marks the end of my long game with Beato. I've invited everyone who has been a part of this game as a piece, a player, or a game master. I hope you'll enjoy this unending night to the fullest. Cheers. Chills. Cheers! Everyone raised their glasses to the heavens as they cheered, and afterward the soft sound of glass clinking together rang out across the room. Okay. I can't imagine we're gonna do a victory lap, so... Only I was apart from all the fun noise. Maybe that was what did it. Before I realized it, my cheeks were wet with tears. I was lying on a sofa covered by a blanket. I can just barely remember getting sleepy and falling asleep in a chair. Someone probably carried me here. I can't actually hear them, but I get the feeling that everyone's still in the hall having a good time. I want to go there too. No. I will go. Over there. It's what I've wanted the whole time, but I've never tried to take the first step. I'll go to where everyone is. My head still feels hazy, so there aren't any complicated thoughts in my mind, but that's okay. It's okay if my head's empty. I'll be together with everyone. I'll go to where they are. That's all that matters. I got up from the sofa and put on my shoes, which had been placed neatly for me to go find. Fuck, I think I'm sorry. Let's go. To where everyone is. The parlor door was shut. I tried to open it, but maybe because of my clumsiness I couldn't get it open. It was a bit creepy, as though the bad dream I'd just had was continuing. It won't open. Why? It isn't even locked. This was beginning to irritate me. The knob that locks and unlocks the door is on this side. I should be able to lock or unlock the door by twisting it. Oh, we get confirmation they were like twist knobs. Not that that really matters at this point, but I turned it. Click. The door won't open. Did I accidentally lock it just now? I turned it. Click. The door won't open. It didn't open the last time, so it should have opened this time, but it didn't. Now I have no idea which way is unlocked. I kept on alternating between turning the lock and roughly twisting the doorknob. I started to become genuinely annoyed, wondering why they'd locked me away behind such an inconvenient door. Eventually I ran out of patience and pounded hard on the door, but that noise didn't bring anyone over. Why am I locked up in a place like this all alone? And everyone else is having a fun party right there in the hall. Let me out of here. At that moment, a cold wind blew past me. The wind rippled through my hair. Wind? Inside? I turned around to find the window curtain wavering about. There was a high-pitched squeal. At some point, the double window had opened outward toward the darkness. The icy wind that came through it told me that this window was the only exit from this room. Ooh, she's back. Huh? I suddenly realized that the darkness beyond the open window was glaring at me and my tiny heart leapt. I just realized too, I did not notice. This is a door, not a window. I just realized this about this art. This looks like a door here too. I am so slow. A cute jingling sound rang out. I finally understood that this sound was a cat's bell. The glaring emerald eyes in the darkness were those of a cat standing in the open window. Its pitch black, luxuriant fur blended in with the darkness easily, leaving only the eyes visible. Did the Ushir Mia family own a cat? It has a bell on it, so it can't be a stray. It's a cat that somebody owns, or someone owns. At any rate, the cat was standing by the window and staring straight at me. Who are you? Of course, the cat didn't answer my question. I didn't think it was a cute cat, but I thought it might be trying to tell me something, so I approached it slowly. Then the cat did an about face, turning its back to me. It then turned its head to look at me, almost as though it was telling me to follow it, and it leapt down into the darkness, leaving the jingle of its bell behind. When I peeked out the window, I saw the cat waiting for me under the pounding rain. I finally realized. This window was the only exit out of this locked room parlor. That cat had surely come to tell me that. The longer I keep standing around here, the longer the cat will have to wait in the rain. It's no good. He'll catch a cold. I climbed up onto the windowsill and went out the window. The wind was strong and the rain was cold, but I didn't get as wet as I thought I would. I might have been in the mansion's shadow. When the cat saw that I was outside, it walked along the wall of the mansion as if it was guiding me. It quickly disappeared into the blackness, but every now and then it would turn around and set the bell jingling to let me know it was there. Eventually a window with light seeping out came into view. It was the window to the hall. When I peeked inside, I saw everyone having a good time. I couldn't hear their voices, but they were all right there. Open up! Open up! I pounded on the window, but no one heard. Maybe the window was really thick, or maybe it was just too noisy inside. Or it might have been so dark outside that even I blended in with the darkness. In any event, no matter how much I hit the window, it didn't look as though anyone noticed. By this point, my loneliness was giving way to anger. Why don't you notice me? Why did you lock me up in that room all alone? I've had enough. I'll just get inside somehow and yell at everyone. When the cat realized that I had given up knocking on the window, it led me onwards with another jingle. But just where is this cat going? I know it's following the wall of the mansion, but that's not the way to the front door. The front door might be locked. I'm sure the cat knows a place that I can get into the mansion from, and is leading me there, away from the light seeping from the hall, and towards the blackness lit only dimly by the lights in the garden. The cat and I continued to walk. Then, I found it. An open window. The cat stood below it and looked between me and the window as though telling me to go inside. Thanks, kitty cat. I want to give you some milk to thank you. Won't you come with me? When I walked closer to pick the cat up, it slipped away from my hands and flew into the bushes in a nearby flower bed. Then, as though it really had melted away into the darkness inside the bush, all traces of it vanished. No matter how much I strained my ears, I couldn't hear the sound of that bell. Suddenly, the wind changed directions and the rain started to hit me fiercely. I can't stay in a place like this forever. I'll go inside. What room is this, I wonder? I climbed up onto the windowsill and entered the room. Then the window silently shut and locked itself. Good. That saves me the trouble of doing it myself. The room was completely dark. However, as my eyes got used to the darkness, I was able to make out a few things. It was a large room. There was a long table and many chairs. It was the dining hall. Perhaps because I realized this and was relieved, I was suddenly unable to see again. I searched blindly along the wall for the light switch. Then finally I felt a familiar shape. Wouldn't it be annoying if I pushed this and the light didn't come on? Click. In fact, it was nearly the opposite, and an annoyingly bright light filled the dining hall and made my eyes hurt. I slowly opened my tightly shut eyes. And then I saw the state the room was in. The dining hall was covered with blood, and there were people, many people, lying on the floor. Then, I realized that two of them were my own parents. I wonder if this is gonna be her, like, my view of this is maybe Bernkastel is showing her, like, the different, I don't want to say, like, permutations, but it's, like, the different possibilities of, like, ways that people could have died, so, like, she goes into the dining hall, and, like, we had the scene where, at the end of episode 4, like, they were all piled up dead in there. I think they had been killed in that spot many times, but or in previous episodes, but then, like, moved around, transferred to other areas, so, I don't know. Hey, are you having a great time, people? Any kids who aren't having a good time will get eaten. Yell and sing the praises of tonight's banquet. And have hiccups, apparently. The hall was alive with a mingling of humans and residents of magical fantasy. At first, everyone stayed with their own groups, too nervous to mingle. However, as time passed, people started to move around, and both halves began to chat happily together. Anyway, they never listen, do they? Leadership's important. you gotta lead by example if you want anyone to follow you. Also, it's kind of funny that, given the whole, like, identity of the cat box, I don't want to delay too long, especially because this is one of the louder background tracks, but it is kind of funny that this whole game, you know, I've had, like, the whole thing about, like, not believing in magic that's presented to us, but in reality, the whole meme is that, like, everything that's presented to us you can't really believe. Is the whole meme about, like, only being able to trust the end. The entire story of this game, the whole entire cat box is magic, in the way the game describes it, where you can obfuscate the way that you get to something, but you can't obfuscate the reality of, like, what happened at the end of it. And if you do that, it's bad magic and it's not allowed. But in the very same way, like, this entire game actually is magic. There's nothing, how do I word this? Because all of the events that happen in the cat box are just, like, different possibilities. Again, it's like a chessboard, you know? There's, like, so many different permutations that you can have. But because of that, I don't know if I'm conveying what I'm trying to say properly. Even the things that use magic and the things that don't, they're almost of equal validity, because without being able to look inside the cat box, you can't tell anything about its nature. We can only observe what happens after the cat box is resolved, and either nothing comes out of it, and everything remains locked inside of it, or, like, Ava returns out of the cat box. It seems like those are kind of the only two, like, macro-level possibilities that happen. And so reality, an explanation that we give to describe what happened inside the cat box is just as real as any other. Now, of course, you know, we live in the real world, so there are certain, like, bounded possibilities, so, you know, I would still reject the magic idea. I would say that, you know, some of these things are of a higher probability of being real or being, you know, regardless. Leadership's important. You gotta lead by example if you want anyone to follow you. Maybe some subordinates are like that, but I've never had any success with ordinary methods. All I know is if your subordinates don't take you seriously, you're done for. It's important to scold people loudly for some small mistake every once in a while in front of everyone else. I don't know about that. I don't know about making people scared, but you're just gonna breed resentment. You can't do that. It'll just make everyone scared. A leader has to be an example for everyone to follow. I'll tell you what makes a leader. Yada yada yada. The Vegeta Lion, or Vegeta Lion, I don't know. Vegeta Lion expanded his views on leadership to the attentive ears of those around him. Everyone was now pleasantly drunk and unusually animated in conversation. Kiri, why do you get stronger the more jealous you are? Don't make it sound so bad. If I want something, I won't let it slip away. I always put that theory into practice. Nothing more to it. Thanks for waiting, everyone. Even more food is on the way. Ugh. Butting in on the running of the family party like this? And yet, while I hate to admit it, every movement of his is flawless. Just what sort of hotel did he train at? It's no use trying to compete with Ronove. He's totally perfect. But I still love you more, Goda. This one's been cooked just right. The seven sisters had blended into the party perfectly and were making things interesting. And here's my fourth line of the episode. And yet there are a great many mysteries that are called masterpieces and which are also discredited by Van Dyne's 20 rules. It's not like I'm discrediting anything. The purpose of a mystery novel is your own amusement. If you have fun, that's all that matters. Again, the whole thing about the mystery novel is that you just don't want to cheat the reader at the end of it. I don't know if you necessarily need to abide by certain rules. The reason why the Van Dynes and why the Nox commandments work is because they're there to lay out common ways that people can make a mystery or a story unsatisfying. In this case, because these are both related to mystery things, specifically as it relates to mystery. When I mentioned this earlier in episode 5, that with a mystery thing, it's more so that you have like a rule set and like a satisfying conclusion, and that you stick to your own rule set and you do not like void the rules of your own thing. For instance, like in this world, let's say that magic that was, I don't want to do the whole spiel again because I did in episode 5, but let's just say that magic did actually exist as it was presented in the game. That's not even like the worst thing possible. You just have to remain constant with that belief. Now, of course, that doesn't really make sense in the confines of this game because so much of this was like magic versus non-magic, but I think you can abstract the point that I'm trying to make from this, that it's just more so about being consistent with the system that you put forward and not cheating the reader at the end of the day. Know that even the great wizard hunting rite has gone quite soft. Both literature and forms of amusement change their guidelines with the times. Surely mystery novels are no different. After Will explained his stance on mystery novels, everyone had a comment to make. The conversation showed no sign of running dry. Yes, that is a fitting attitude for a beginner. However, at that rate, you'll never become a key player in your organization. But know that rules exist to be followed. Just let the new beginners do that. Don't forget that rules are more like instructional guidelines for the new guys to learn from. You said it. You can't really call yourself qualified until you learn how to move outside the rules. You've still got a long way to go if you're letting the rules hold you back. I can't stand letting other people do the work. I'm Mammon the Covetous. I do all the jobs myself, or I'll do all the jobs myself. That's some spirit you've got there. How much are they paying you for being a sister of purgatory? Come and get a job in my husband's business. I'll recommend you personally. The humans and the residents of Fantasy were now completely on casual terms. I see. So this is how it's done in the world of witches. Yeah, you've got it, yeah. Where we come from, you pour the tea onto the saucer, press your palms on the table, and slurp it up like a dog, yeah? What the hell are you teaching her? Who does things like that? And Natsui, what do you think you're doing getting tricked like that? And at your age? Yo, chill on my goat. Satan. How can you be so rude to Natsuki? Huh? Why are you crying, Satan? Did I scold you too hard? Chester 410, make sure you never give my pure and trusting mother such a crazy idea again. Don't worry, I made sure it wouldn't leave a mark. 410 started yelling about animal abuse, jumping around in circles and holding her butt. I wonder if there's a prince out there for me. I want to have some hot, passionate love. If I fell in love, could I be a beautiful princess too? Of course. Love is a miracle, power, a mineral. It grants you invincible strength. The person who once claimed love equals lust seems to be saying something. Indeed. It would seem she's getting her fill every night. Okay. Shut up, you perverts. The circle surrounding Beato was always a lively one. I know how you feel. It's only when we're given orders that we find meaning in our lives. Okay, I don't know about that. I get nervous when I don't have any orders. Someone order me to do something or I'll die. You can't have that attitude. You gotta find your own meaning for your life. Cut your own path. That's right. Your resolve has to be certain and absolute, you know? Back when I was a human, I lived like a daredevil all the time. A bit shakily, Lambda Delta started talking about her theory of life. Apparently, she'd also had her fair share of champagne. What a bizarre scene. It is, isn't it? Delana, would you like some more to drink? Something non-alcoholic. I am a kid, after all. Shannon, you'll do. Do you have a second? Butler came back into the hall. He was searching for a servant, and the first one his eyes met was Shannon. Was Shannon? Of course, Butler. Do you need something? Sorry, but would you mind lending me a key to the parlor? The parlor? The master keys can open that, but why? Well, I was just wondering if Angie was asleep, so I went over there. The door was locked. Locked? After we carried Angie to the sofa, we shut the door, but we didn't lock it. Don't tell me Angie. She must have felt like she was being left out of the fun and locked the door from the inside in a huff. Silly kid. Hehehe. Shall we unlock it then? Yeah, sorry about the trouble, but that would be good. Battler and Shannon left the hall together. Okay, yeah, I was about to say, get over this happy shit, man. In the hall, Lambda Delta started suggesting that they all have another quiz tournament together. Apparently the Witch of Certainty would be handing out prizes. Everyone seemed enthusiastic about the idea. Smiling contently at the ensuing uproar, Battler headed towards the parlor. Okay. It really is locked. Shall I open it? I didn't knock on the door in case she was asleep, but if she locked it, that proves she was awake. Let's try knocking once. Battler knocked on the door and called Angie's name. However, there was no response from the other side. He pressed his ear against the door, listening carefully, but there was no hint of Angie unhappily throwing a cushion at it. She might have fallen asleep after having her little tantrum. Could you open it for me? As you wish. Shannon took out her master key and unlocked the door. Then she stepped back to let Battler go through. Angie, I'm coming in. Speaking a quiet voice, to avoid waking Angie if she was asleep, Battler opened the door. Then, just as the door was opened, a chilly breeze drifted by. The breeze, which felt like outside air, immediately caught the attention of the pair, and they looked at each other. It could be seen at a glance that Angie wasn't in the parlor. The curtains to the wide-open window fluttered about. Angie. Angie. A blanket lay crumpled up on the sofa. It sat there just as Angie had left it after waking up. The blanket was slightly warm. Clearly, she had been here until a short while ago. Angie? Are you there? She obviously wasn't playing hide-and-seek. Angie was nowhere to be seen in the parlor. Battler peered out the open window into the rainy blackness. So she slipped out the window in this rain and went... where? Do you think Angie might have gone out the window? That'd make her one hell of a sleepwalker. Since she didn't leave via the main entrance, she probably doesn't even have an umbrella. It was very hard to imagine any reason Angie could have for going outside in this weather. I have a bad feeling about this. This shouldn't be happening. I'm the game master of this game board. So why are we in a situation that the game master can't understand? A large bolt of lightning lit up my surroundings for an instant, but I was unable to see any trace of Angie. Okay, now it's my turn to think of a question. Okay, so you have a third of a whole cake, a quarter of a cake, and a fifth of a cake all on a plate. It takes 30 minutes to eat one whole cake, so how much is left on the plate when you finished eating? that moment, there was a roar of thunder and the lights flickered. The cheery voices vanished in an instant like candles being blown out. None. That's a riddle you were tricked with once, isn't it? Amidst the silence, one voice rang out and answered Lambda's riddle. That'd be Bern Castle, yeah. The crowd parted, and the form of a girl, a 1,000-year-old witch, came into view. She had been invited. She was an official guest, holding an invitation to this party. Sorry I'm late. I was just so caught up working out some festivities to liven up the party. As Bern Castle spoke, she looked around at everyone. Oh, and I thought you'd wasted away in the sea of fragments. They're my pieces now. Pretty cool, right? She stared at Leon and Will with an unnerving smile on her face, but she apparently lost interest, quickly. Where's Battler and Beato? I'm a guest, aren't I? Isn't there anyone to welcome me? I'm here. We did invite you, but I didn't expect you to actually come. I see. So this must be a miracle. Now that's an interesting thing to say. Why has everyone gotten so quiet? This is a party, right? Go ahead and be noisy just for the hell of it. Or is welcoming me with silence supposed to be some kind of joke? Now it's your turn. My turn for what? You asked where I was, so I told you. Now it's your turn. What are you talking about? Did something happen? Angie's gone. Even I, the game master, don't know where she went. That's insane! Isn't this your game? That doesn't make sense! Angie disappearing isn't a scenario created by Battler. That means there must be another game master. Is that even possible? Co-game masters? Oh yes. I was surprised myself. Just when I opened the game board to start a delightful game of my own, I found that Battler had started up this bizarre game at the same time. 2 game masters at once. It's a crazy world we live in, don't you think? In other words, you're admitting that you hid Angie away somewhere. It would seem so. After all, no one could create a scenario not invented by the game master. Sorry. Jesus. Except for another game master. Would this be those festivities to liven up the party that you mentioned? All of you looked like you were having a blast with that quiz tournament, so I decided I wanted to join in. And you decided to hold Angie hostage to do that. You've got it. Battler, Beato, I want to challenge you to a game. You cannot refuse. Now, if you treasure Angie as a little sister, that is. Or not if you treasure. What do you want? Lambda and I made a bet about the game between you and Beato. I must acknowledge that I've lost. At least that I've lost to Lambda. You try to act all dry, but you can really hold a grudge. It's like this, right? You're saying you lost to me, but not to Battler and Beato. Seemed as though Bern Castle might smile. However, she didn't. Those cold eyes spoke without words. Battler understood. He'd played so many games against Beato. Those games had been a wordless message from Beato, so he knew. He understood. She wants to fight us. Is that it? She will be a fearsome opponent. But we can't back out. I know that. We mustn't let Angie become Lady Bern Castle's plaything. Beato understood as well. She understood Bern Castle's desire for one final battle. I never thought I'd see you up front asking for a fair fight. Go on. Laugh. Why? Thanks. Lambda understood as well. In these final moments before the end of Battler and Beato's tale, before everything was locked away in the cat box, Bern Castle had finally moved from the audience to the stage. That witch who had hidden, I almost said written, had hidden in the wings, unwilling to come out into the light, had shown the courage to step out onto the stage. As a friend, Lambda Delta showed that she understood Bern Castle's human emotions, which had given her this courage. Is there anything I can do? Please act as an observer for my game. Sure. You can promise you'll release Angie if we take part in your game. Of course. Without such a promise, we're not obligated to go along with your farce. You might not be obligated, but that won't change the fact that Angie's not coming back. In that case, you can enjoy being branded as a loser for the next few centuries. Beato, don't provoke her. This isn't a fight we can back down from. Yes. From the moment a hostage was taken, their ability to negotiate had disappeared. However, Lambda Delta was making Bern Castle promise to release Angie in exchange for her agreeing to become an observer. Without that promise, Bern Castle would have nothing to lose. To make this final fight, Bern wanted a proper one. Lambda Delta made her agree to that promise. Of course, Lambda. I promise. When the game ends, I'll release Angie. Okay, when the game ends, though. She doesn't necessarily have to end the game, right? Could be the same thing with Battler and Beato, where the game doesn't end forever. Well, you know, it did end, but you know what I mean. Don't make a fool of me, okay? When I get shamed, I never let go of the one who did it until they regret it. Lambda spoke in a soft, threatening tone. However, Berncastle laughed lightly as though she found the look on Lambda Delta's face adorable. I swear it. I swear on our friendship. Whew. Lambda Delta whistled and grinned. Apparently this was the most reliable oath Berncastle could utter. Okay. Lambda Delta nodded, looked between Battler and Berncastle and spoke. By the name of Lambda Delta, Witch of Certainty, I accept the role of observer for your fight. Battler, Beato, you have no objections, right? After Battler and Beato nodded at each other, they nodded at Lambda Delta to show their determination. I'm so glad. We finally get to fight each other. I had a feeling I'd end up fighting you sooner or later. Since when? I'm not sure. It might have been before I even learned your name. Battler vaguely remembered her speaking to him, somewhere in an unconscious world, he couldn't remember. At the time, it had sounded like she was giving him advice for his fight with Beato. But thinking back to it, holy fuck, gotta slow down, I was doing good till this point, let's calm down. But thinking back on it, it was a little different. She might have been a cat fighting from the sidelines, too scared to go out into the bright sunlight. So, I had a vague premonition that, eventually, we would stand opposed to each other on the game board in some way. She was always one of us players. Now at the very end, as the game board is being put away, she's finally found the courage to step up onto the stage. I want to accept that brave challenge of yours. By the name of that courageous girl who was once your piece. Who once was your piece. I forced Erika to fight a duel. I wanted to win. And even more strongly, I didn't want to lose. The fear of possibly tasting defeat tormented me. And thinking back on it, I envied you two back then. Erika was a great piece of yours, and my rival. I won't forgive you for refusing to witness her last stand and laying her to rest in the depths of oblivion. Because what do you want me to do? Apologize to her? Rescue her from the depths of oblivion, and invite her to this party. Erika? Rescue Erika. I feel the same as Battler. She may have been a piece who stood in opposition towards us, but she was only faithfully fulfilling her role. There can be no game without an adversary. She remains our enemy, but she's also an important friend to us. Even though she made you suffer so much, we fought a fair fight. The outcome may have changed our fates, but now that we've dueled each other, we'll always be friends. You want to be their friend too, don't you, Bern? That's why you want a fair fight with them now, isn't it? Are you laughing at me? We aren't. On the contrary, we welcome it. Even though I've taken a hostage. You probably wouldn't have come up onto the stage otherwise. There had been no need to take a hostage. Battler and Beato would have gladly accepted a final duel if Berncastle had expressed a desire for one. It was hard to make out anything from Berncastle's silent expression. Okay. What's okay? I'll release Erika from the depths. That must have taken a lot of resolve. For someone as proud as Berncastle, forgiving the piece who had caused her defeat should have been nearly unbearable. Battler knew this, so he realized how much this bit of compassion had cost Berncastle. Berncastle snapped her fingers, and a black cat slipped out of her shadow. I tossed her all the way into the deepest parts of oblivion. She might be late in arriving. It matters not. There's no danger of the food and drink running out. Go, kitty. Guide that kid here. When she gave this order, the cat melted into the darkness, its bell jingling. I can hardly believe that you'd forgive Erika. I don't plan on forgiving her, so she's not my piece anymore. Anyone feel like picking her up? After all, you already picked up Leon and Leon. Berncastle. You have my thanks. Then, can we stop with all the sentimentality? I've already had as much as I can bear. Sure. Where will we have the game? I'm happy to have it here with all the noise, or in the usual quiet spot, or wherever you like. Lady Berncastle has shown the courage to stand before a great many people already. I see no point in making her suffer further. Good point. Then let's make it the usual place. Any objections, Bern? None. You're gonna go to the smoking room or whatever they called it? Sorry, partygoers. We'll be heading out for a bit, but please continue to enjoy yourselves. Zapar, Furfur, liven this place up. When Erika gets here, let's have everyone give her a warm welcome. Yes, Lady Lambda Delta, your wish is our command. Now then, let us take her to the usual room, a fitting place for our battle of wits. When Battler snapped his fingers, space shattered, not a space. Ow, I got shot in the head. They were now in the place where the witches had once exhaustively debated, schemed, and reasoned, the witches' smoking room. Berncastle had been invited there once again, and a final game would now begin. Do you have a game prepared? Of course. I worked hard on this game, and I'm pretty proud of it. So Bern will be the game master, and Battler and Beato will be the players. The usual game where Bern creates a murder tale, and the two players have to reconstruct it with human tricks. I'm interested to see what sort of scenario Lady Berncastle develops. We'll explain things with the blue truth, and you'll knock these down with the red truth. Are we alright with those rules? My game will be a simpler one. It's just a quiz of guessing the culprit. Oh! I don't feel like trading red and blue with you. Oh, what kind of game will that be? Would you mind letting me have a look at it first? Berncastle held her palm upwards, and a fragment glowing pale blue appeared there. Lambda Delta held a hand over it and shut her eyes. Theater going power? Maybe? That was kind of the same thing that happened when Will did all that stuff. See? It's a simple game, isn't it? You're right. It's much more straightforward than the mind games these two played in the past. This isn't even a game about witches and humans anymore. That's right. This is a human game. Surprising. To take on the fantasy that it is Beato, you've created a genuine mystery. Please explain. It's extremely simple. You'll watch the tale Bern has prepared for you. There are several rules to it, but if you follow them as you read it through, it'll lead you to a single truth. In other words, an answer. So it's an ordinary mystery novel. I see. In that case, there's no need for combat between red and blue truth. In Beato's games, the argument was about whether it was a mystery or not. However, Berncastle's game was a mystery. There was no need to argue that from the start. I've even cut out the motive and the tricks. There's only one question I'm asking you. Who done it? Yeah, look, I said before he did. Fuck you, bitch. What a simple yet fitting game to conclude our fight. Yeah, no cheap tricks. Just a stoically simple game. This is a genuine duel. As the observer, I'll say this. This game is made to be solvable. In other words, I guarantee that it's a suitable setting for your duel. Bern, I know I keep on saying this, but are you really sure? Battler and Beato's relationship started because they both loved mystery. I agree it's a pretty tricky scenario, but I'm not sure it'll be enough to stop these two. If my best tale can't stop them, then what comes will come. The important thing is that Lady Berncastle put everything she had into this game. You're right. Will that be enough to stump us? That's all this simple game is about. Thanks, Lambda. Thanks to you, we know that this duel will be a fair fight. You're welcome. I'm happy too. It's very rare for Bern to bring a fight herself, and I'm honored to be here to see it. I am also honored to have you as an opponent. Same here. I underestimated you, and I did it without even stepping into the battlefield. Just thinking about it makes me want to vomit. So let me fight. Show us what you've got. If I win, I'll be able to look down on you for real this time. And if I lose, I'll surely be reminded of that emotion I know I've forgotten. Indeed. Berncastle, whether you win or lose, I'll promise you one thing. What's that? When this duel is over, we'll be friends. Enough of that, please. The sentimentality is killing me. Lambda clapped her hands. A pleasant sound rang out. Will you be the reader, Bern? Or shall I take on the role? I don't need a reader. Huh? A reader Miko can use her own voice to embellish or distort the tale. Even if there was no cheap trickery in my game, by having a reader, any amount of trickery could be added. Yes, that is true. That's another of the Game Master's privileges. The other way to present the story. I want to have a straightforward duel with you, so I don't need a reader. You can read this tale with your own eyes and ears. Are you sure? That means you've lost almost all of your advantages. Got it. You don't need a reader. We'll read the tale ourselves. There is no reader. Doesn't that mean there will be absolutely no falsehoods in the narrated text? No, not necessarily. What? We're ready, Berncastle. A showdown over a genuine mystery without any cheap tricks. If you're going to play fair and square, we'll challenge you head on too. Thank you. And I don't plan on losing either. It's no good, Lady Bern. She's right. If you're a witch challenging us with a mystery, it's no good having an attitude like that. Yeah, it's no goddamn good at all. Berncastle, realizing what Battler and Beato were asking for, snorted. Lambda Delta nodded at her, telling her to enjoy this final duel to the fullest. Human and a witch discussing a mystery side by side? It's ridiculous. Ludicrous. Let's see if your cheery take on mysteries can handle mine. I challenge you to solve my mystery. This is more like it. We'll take your challenge, Lady Berncastle, Witch of Miracles. Alright, time to start. I, Game Master, Ushirimiya Battler, and Beatrice, the Endless Witch, will be your opponents. Don't start crying when we wipe the floor with you. Take this. Behold a mystery from Berncastle. Berncastle took the fragments holding the game and smashed it against the table, shattering it with a brilliant light as the game's scenario laid itself out. The curtain rose on the mystery Berncastle had created. that gonna be the end of the chapter? Oh, maybe not. Just want to check it didn't load into... Nope, same thing. No sound but that of falling rain filled the room. It covered the tragic scene in the bloody dining hall. Oh, is this going to be the tale? Did Angie get transported from one world to the next? Is that what this was to signify? That's kind of the vibe I'm getting. At some point, Angie had fainted and fallen to the floor. Now her consciousness was slowly returning, forcing her to remember what had happened in this room. So she reflexively averted her gaze even before the memory overtook her. 6 bodies lay in the blood-stained dining hall. Strangely enough, as her consciousness returned bit by bit, the terrifying scene before her seemed somehow less intense. So this time Angie was able to look at the 6 corpses well enough to make out who they were. I'm actually gonna open my notes. I haven't had my notes open this whole time because I'm sitting here like, well, I don't think I'm gonna need them. But let me open it up one more time. Where is it here? First Twilight, in brackets, in what I think is Bern Castle's final game. Okay, so we got Kiri, Rudolph. Sorry, my alt tab is fucked because it's not tabbing between the proper things. Let me close this. And this. Oh, we got 4 things open. It's wonderful. Okay. First, there were her own parents. They were a pitiful sight, colored bright red by bloody makeup. Next to them, that's Uncle Hideyoshi and Auntie Ava, okay? Hideyoshi, Ava. Sounded a lot like episode 2. Both Uncle Hideyoshi, the uncle who always said something funny and made me laugh, and Auntie Ava, the aunt who seemed to be so fond of me, are lying there dead. Natsu and Kraus. No, Genji, the servant, is lying over there. And the one lying right here is Auntie Rosa. Rosa, Genji. So that's weird. I thought this was going to be, at first it sounded like the second, then when it introduced Genji, I thought it was maybe the 4th. It's like a mix of the 2, almost. 6 people. A full 6 people had their lives taken from them and are lying in this room. Maybe I cried myself out before I fell unconscious. The scene before me was still terribly painful, but I was somehow able to look at it without losing my head. So, I'd already felt all the sadness I could at my parents' death. The next emotions that rose up inside me was the desire to check and see that everyone else was okay. In that instant, Angie heard a scraping sound. Thinking she must have imagined it, she was about to relax when she heard the sound once more. It was probably coming from the door. Someone was clawing at the door from the outside. Of course, she had no way of knowing who it was. However, for some reason, she was sure that it was that black cat scratching at the door. The black cat was telling her to leave this room. Angie understood and put her hand on the doorknob. I immediately noticed something odd. The door was locked. The same bad feeling I had felt after being locked in the parlor crawled up my spine. However, unlike the time in the parlor, this door unlocked itself easily when I turned the knob. I unlocked it and slowly opened the door. Beyond the door, I could see the dimly lit hallway and a cat dashing down it away from me. Then, it stopped, its emerald eyes glittering in the darkness, as though it was waiting for me to follow. The hallway was dark and dominated by an eerie silence. When the black cat saw that I was coming, it walked forward as if guiding me. I could hear nothing except the creaking of the floor, the jingling of the cat's bell, and the howling of the storm outside. The party is being held in the hall. I should be able to hear at least a little bit of the noise, or a little of the noise from this hallway. Maybe it's got really late, while I was passed out in the dining hall. It was a reasonable conclusion. Then we finally reached the main hall. The hall was frigid and no trace of that party atmosphere remained. Could all that fun have been just an illusion? The black cat's bell rang out. When I looked up, I saw it had its feet on the stairway to the 2nd floor, urging me to follow it. Are we going up to the 2nd floor? The black cat seemed to nod, then silently ascended the stairs. Guests were allowed to go wherever they wanted on the 1st floor, but the 2nd floor was Uncle Krause's family house, and I remembered getting in trouble for trying to go up there. However, at that moment, I couldn't think of any options, other than following that cat. And getting flashbanged, apparently. I walked along the dark hallway with the black cat. Eventually we reached one of the doors. The black cat scratched at the door, then turned to look at me. It must have been telling me to open it. Okay, I'll open it for you. I put my hand on the doorknob and felt the resistance of a lock again. This door is locked. I turned around to tell the cat this, but inexplicably a single key lay right in front of the cat. Angie picked it up and stuck it into the keyhole. It was then that she finally noticed a strange sensation on her fingertips. Blood. Somehow Angie's fingertips were stained red with blood. She let out a short cry and dropped the key that she had just removed from the keyhole. Did I read that right? That didn't sound like a proper line. She let out a short cry and dropped the key that she had just removed from the keyhole. Okay. She finally realized, in the darkness she hadn't noticed before, the black cat's key was covered with blood. The emotions that had gone numb in Angie sprang back. A terrified scream rang out through the dark hallway. Even so, Angie would eventually open that door. That door led to Natsui's room. Natsui's room was a terrible mess. Blankets and sheets were torn. Cosmetics and books lay all over the place as though a typhoon had just ripped through it. And there were the corpses. Kraus and Natsui's corpses lay sprawled on the floor. Okay, so, interesting. These are the two who are close. This is, second Twilight. I'm gonna write this down where they are, not that it really... Very shortly, Angie will step into this room. She will scream in terror once more. And it isn't just the dining hall in Natsui's room. In the stormy rose garden, Shannon's corpse lies exposed to the rain. Okay. Sorry, I'm just writing all this down. When Angie finds that, she'll probably dash crying and screaming into the guest house. And Death awaits her inside the guest house as well. Just inside the front door is Nanjo's corpse, okay? Holy fuck, I'm hot in my room. I'd open a window or something. In the servants' room nearby, even Goda and Kumasawa lie dead, okay? And then it's Goda Kumasawa, okay? Goda and Kumasawa dead in servant room of guest house. Total number of corpses is 13. The full 13 corpses are waiting for Angie. They wait in the mansion and the guest house on this desolate Rokinjima for Angie, exposed to the wind and rain and tormented by thunder, to find them. Is that it? Yeah? Okay. It's good, because I gotta open a window. I think I'm gonna go to the washroom as well. Interesting start, to say the least. Bern's puzzle first Twilight. Jesus. Hey, look, you can listen to this. This is actually a nice song. Is this new? I don't think we've heard this yet. Okay. One sec. I'm gonna go to the washroom, open a window. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry. I'd take some sinus medication, too. My sinuses feel like they're acting up. I don't know why. But okay. This is the Bern's Puzzle, Chapter 9. The tragedy of the first Twilight was discovered at 6 in the morning on the following day, and the other tragedy was me not ever having my fucking mic in the right spot when I come back, my god. And I just controlled and I killed myself. Okay. Goto, who had woken up to get breakfast ready, went to check on the adult siblings who had remained in the dining hall since the previous night because of the family conference. Okay. So, I'm gonna write this down, but, like, Goto discovered, the victims of the first Twilight. Talk about when you discovered the crime. The dining hall was... Why is this purple? Kinda looks nice as fuck. What the fuck is this? No! I have to put new font formatting in the thing! I'm gonna fucking shoot myself in the head! The dining hall was locked up. Of course, there is a lock on the doors to the dining hall, but they usually remain unlocked. Okay. So, interesting. I'm just gonna do this in a different format. I'll pop my notes up here so you guys can see. This is the new formatting thing. It's just gonna be 2 small P's for purple. The dining hall was locked up. Usually, it is not. Okay. I knocked, no answer. Of course they're dead. That's when I arrived. I recommended that he try unlocking the door just in case. So then Kumasawa came through. That's when she arrived. I don't really need to put that down. It's kind of... I mean, I want to, but like it... I don't know. Who cares? When I unlocked the door with the master key, a terrifying sight awaited me inside, so... Kumasawa showed up. Or went to Goda. It is then stated... Sorry, this is going to be a little bit long here. That... Sorry, I'm just formatting this in my notes. They love their fucking colored text, man. Whoever it is, this guy just found a note. Eva-sama, Hideyoshi, Rudolph... I said Eva-sama, fucking shoot me in the head. Eva, Hideyoshi, Rudolph, Kiryu, Rosa, and Genji. 6 people in all were lying there covered in blood. Okay, so then Kumasawa states... I'm gonna sneeze. Oh my god, my neck. Excuse me, fuck. I tweaked my neck so bad yesterday too. I literally could not turn my head to the side. It was so bad. I don't know what happened, but it like fixed itself in like one day. I like stretched my neck when I was going to sleep and it worked. I don't know. 6 people in all were lying there covered in blood. Let's put the commas because I didn't write them in because I'm fucking trolling. We're lying there. Da-da-da-da. Oh my god, where's my fucking comma key? I'm trolling so hard because I'm using the wrong hand. A great tumult followed. Everyone gathered in the dining hall. Okay. I apologize for this slow thing, but honestly, if you're here in episode 8 and you haven't seen the other parts, I mean, like, tough shit, bro. Get used to this. It's not like this is new, me pausing to write my notes, okay? I don't want to remember at the sight of all the sobbing children crouched over the corpses of their own parents. There was a chance they might have been alive still. Everyone was shaking them desperately, but it was no use. The death of each parent was confirmed by their own child. Okay, that's gonna be important. That's a very weird way to phrase that. I don't know. Like, why did the kids do it? Why wouldn't you have Nanjo do it? What? And why would you want the own child to do it? That's so terrible. Terrible. Dr. Nanjo and I confirmed that Genji was dead, okay? I'm not gonna worry too much about the fucking Shannon Cannon fucking mind-body dualism, triism with Yasu, so... I'm just gonna pretend that in this story they actually were separate characters and we'll confront the old, them being 2 identities later on, if it's required. It was such a terrible way to be killed. Doctor or not, no one examining a body will reach the wrong conclusion. Okay, see, that's good. Thank you. Because it doesn't... No one examining... Okay, doctor or not. I should put it at the start too. Doctor or not. No one examining a body will reach the wrong conclusion. The wrong conclusion to what, though? It didn't specify. Looks like all the victims died instantly. Jesus Christ. How many more of these do you want me to copy down, man? Hehehehehehe. Oh my lord, Kraus, fuck you. Why are you giving me such a long statement? After inspecting the interior of the dining hall, we determined that all of the doors and windows had been locked, making it a locked room. Okay. Nothing suspicious was found inside the dining hall. Okay. Whatever the weapon was, I mean, other than the dead people. Oh my god, guys, stop with these statements. I just have to copy these. I know I probably don't have to, but I'm going to. In the dining hall either. All this, and watch it just be like they tell me who it is. Naturally, all of us are here right now. It's clear that no one is hiding. Okay. I'm not going to copy that. That seems stupid. But Dad, if that's true, it doesn't make sense. 6 people were killed, and the dining hall is a locked room. How could someone have killed them and escaped? I'd rather not think of it, but perhaps the servants with their master keys are the most suspicious. They killed the 6, then left and locked the door with their master. I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be Again, we're just gonna go through the whole same thing that happened in like episode 2 or whatever it was. That yes, the servants are most suspicious, but it was just somebody that had a possession of a key that could open up that door and lock it in some way. So if someone had a master key, doesn't necessarily mean it's a servant, but it is a logical theory. Eek, that's absurd. Since there was no chance of the culprit hiding inside the dining hall, it made sense to assume that the culprit had locked the door after committing the murder and exiting the room. It was only natural that the servants with their master keys would fall under suspicion, and, sadly enough, none of the servants had an alibi. Then again, it wasn't only the servants, everyone else lacked an alibi as well. Okay. Everyone lacks an alibi. Okay. Is there any way to lock up from the outside without a master key? No, there isn't. That's not good enough. I'll say it with the red truth. Oh my god, reference. I thought you said you weren't going to do it. Okay, let's do this. All doors can only be locked or unlocked with a master key. Okay. Of course, it is possible to lock or unlock the doors from the inside, or from inside the room, even without a master key. Okay, wonderful. There you have it. Any other questions? Shouldn't there be keys to each individual room in addition to the master keys? Normally those would exist, however they'd make the game more complicated, so I eliminated them. Red truth. In this game we'll consider master keys to be the only keys that exist, okay? Interesting. I do kind of like this little one last rodeo here. God, there's so much copying. I don't even need to do this. I'm like documenting this for people that already played. In other words, all the locks that appear in this game can only be locked or unlocked by master keys. That's how it is. Really is a simple game. In that case, we should now check the number of master keys and who holds them. There are 5 total, okay? There are 5 master keys total. 1 is held by each of the 5 servants. Also, this is another thing that I wanted to know. I didn't mention this at the start of the stream. Where the fuck was Kinzo's body being held, man? The keys will be managed by a particular method. The servants keep the master keys on their person at all times. Okay, so... the servants keep their master keys on their person at all times, so it is impossible for them to be stolen, handed over, or used by any human other than themselves. Okay, so then the only other thing I'm thinking is that for other murders, you could have multiple people, or you could have somebody being coerced. What the heck? Now they're sounding less like keys and more like a fingerprinting system. It's an interesting metaphor. In other words, in this world of the game, it isn't the master keys, but the 5 servants themselves that can lock or unlock doors. Yeah. We tried to receive Genji's master key, but had no luck. To prevent trouble later on, we destroyed... okay. That's interesting. This was the crime of the first Twilight. The scene was the fully locked room of the dining hall. None of the servants holding master keys have alibis. Then again, no one else had an alibi either. Are we just gonna advance? Yeah, we're gonna go straight to the second one. Okay, let me separate these. Me. First Twilight. Oh god. So, this should be Natsui and Kraus next, right? Everyone returned to the parlor to discuss what should be done next. The phones were out so they couldn't contact the police, okay? Yeah, typical shit. Was a mysterious culprit hiding away somewhere, planning to attack their next victim at this very moment? Or was the culprit in here with them, mentally sticking out their tongue and tasting their next prey? Tasting. None of them had alibis, and it was possible for any one of them to be the culprit. To be a culprit. However, that tense feeling didn't last long. By midday, everyone got tired of arguing, and they decided to take a break. Kraus and Natsui announced that they wanted to talk with each other alone and went up to the second floor. That paved the way for everyone else to start going their separate ways, some breaking away to head to the bathroom, others to gaze at the endless rain. However, no matter how much time passed, Kraus and Natsui were the only ones who didn't return. Calls were sent to both Kraus and Natsui's rooms using the extension phone line, but there was no answer. Something might have happened. Everyone headed to Krause's and Natsui's room together, and in Natsui's room they found Krause and Natsui lying sprawled on the floor. Okay, Madam's room was locked once again. It's just like the dining hall. After getting everyone's permission, I unlocked the door, okay. Look, we only gotta do it once, right? Oh, okay. Let's see it. Okay, we don't need this sprawled on the floor. Dr. Nanjo checked their pulses, then he announced that 2 of them had died instantly, okay? Okay. I don't know how checking their pulse, you'd know that they died instantly, but it's an interesting thing. Correct, to confirm both of their deaths, there can be no doubt they died instantly, okay? I'm gonna shortcut that one because I'm not writing that. Searched all over the room looking for a clue. In the end, I found that the windows and doors were all locked, making it a locked room. Okay, same deal. Another locked room. And yet again, we servants who have master keys will be suspected. But have no fear, after Madame began to suspect us, we started keeping an eye on each other. All of us servants were together the whole time, okay? Seems like they might have let somebody in then. All of us servants can prove an alibi for all other servants, okay? Okay. That's interesting. So you're saying that this locked room is even more perfect. In the case of the first locked room, no one had an alibi, so this locked room, all of them have alibis. In this world, the servants themselves are living master keys. As long as those servants have perfect alibis, locking Natsui's room is impossible. Yeah, but it doesn't... You're kind of missing the possibility that Natsui could have let, or Krause could have let, the person in. Decided to preserve the crime scene. Preserve. Okay. Interesting that you would do this. Put duct tape all over the outside of the doors and windows. Sealing them. I'm sure the culprit left some sort of clue in this room. We made sure that no one would be able to enter or leave until the police arrived. Okay, that's sort of a useless one to copy. Yeah, we know it was sealed. Then we did the same thing to the dining hall. We also sealed the dining hall in the same way. Okay, so this is interesting though, because at this point now, that means there was time it could have been tampered with. I'm gonna put a note here in my notes. We reached the conclusion that the entire mansion itself should be preserved. We also sealed the mansion itself, and all of us took refuge in the guest house, okay? Okay. They sealed the whole mansion, duct tape on all the windows. They even used a ladder for the windows on the 3rd floor. The game would get complicated otherwise, so I've simplified it. All of the windows have steel bars on them, so it's impossible to enter or leave by them, okay? Sort of contradicting, or not contradicting, but therefore, we'll say that they can seal the whole mansion by sealing the 2 doors, the front and the back one. Yeah, okay. I don't need to write that down, we get it. Makes it easy. What do you think? Actually, killing the 2 people in Natsui's room would be easy. Someone just had to knock and get... Exactly, yeah, that's what I said. However, they couldn't lock it afterwards. Only the servants can lock doors, but all the servants have alibis. Well, note in this one they didn't have a statement about somebody hiding in the room this time around. Unless the servants are all in it together, more importantly, the first twilight has me suspicious. You think that one of the 6 who died in the dining hall was actually alive and committed the crime? The other thing is the servants could potentially cover for each other they could go tamper with that initial scene, and then they could cover for each other. It's because of Erika. I can't help but be suspicious when people are examining corpses. So you think that one of the first victims was still alive? Yeah. And afterwards they killed Kraus and Natsu. Didn't we have, again, I guess we don't know the nature of the purple statements, but sorry, I'm just gonna reformat something here. Because I have the purple statements here. It was, the death of each parent was confirmed by their own child. Dr. Nanjo and I confirmed that Genji was dead. Doctor or not, no one examining body will reach the wrong conclusion. All the victims died instantly. So, then they locked the door from the inside, hid inside the room, and found a good chance to escape. The theory does make logical sense, but you broke on the first thing, right? I'll say it in red. The culprit of the first twilight was definitely, or has definitely killed 6 people. Interesting statement here. Okay. Then I'll take a shot with the blue truth. Here's the true nature of this locked room. The culprit locked the door from the inside, then hid in Natsui's room. Then after everyone left, they found an opportunity to escape. I'll deny that in red. The group sealed the room at the same time they left. No culprit joined the group as they left. Okay, so my theory is already gone. The group sealed the room at the same time they left. No culprit joined the group as they left. Here, meaning no one was hiding in the room. Also, all the seals on Natsui's room, the dining hall, and the mansion itself were never broken, okay? Here too. Will never be broken. It's interesting, okay. In other words, you can't use that trick where they hide under the bed and slip out later. Interesting. Nice going, Bern Castle. Thanks. This is the crime of the second twilight. The scene was Natsui's fully locked room. This time all the servants with master keys have alibis. The whole group, realizing the dangers of being inside the mansion, took shelter in the guest house. And then Nanjo died. Okay. Fourth twilight. All those who took refuge in the guest house decided to hole up in there until the typhoon passed. There, if everyone watched everyone else, they should be able to prevent further crimes both from inside and outside. However, they couldn't do that without any breaks until the typhoon passed. Once again, their actions left a weak point open, and they were faced with yet another tragedy. Shannon and Cannon, who went outside on an errand, still haven't come back. Okay. Shannon and Cannon, who went outside on an errand, still haven't come back. George got upset. Wasn't Jessica and Shannon the next people that died? What? It says Shannon dead in Rose Garden, Jessica down the path from her is what I have written. Okay. We found Shannon lying there in the Rose Garden. Oh, poor Shannon. I prayed she was still alive, however, I was forced to acknowledge that she was dead. That's a weird way to phrase that. Saying I was forced to acknowledge, not like I confirmed. Put that in the notes as well. Of course, I also... Okay, well... Kill yourself, Nanjo. Sorry, it's only my 4th line. Sorry, 5th this time. When the two of them left, we were busy checking the locks around the guest house, so not one of us has an alibi. Now we don't really care about the keys. Keys aren't needed for this one. Me, kill her? How could I have killed her? Yeah, George couldn't kill her. Ugh. Later on, we learned that George alone had an alibi. At least regarding Shannon's death, it was impossible for George to have been the murderer. Okay. To turn it around, anyone could have killed her besides George, yeah. To prevent the culprit from using it for any mischief, we destroyed the master key Shannon held on the spot. Okay. Okay. Oops. At the time Shannon is killed, Cannon goes missing forever. Okay, no, so we are still doing that. Interesting. Okay. Sorry, I know this is it's not like okay, because I'm fucking writing so much down here. Well, it'd be tasteless to go into it, so I won't, but given that Shannon's dead, I wouldn't really expect anything else. True. In other words, we can say that Shannon and Cannon were killed at the same time, even though we're missing a corpse. That's right. Looks like the crimes are moving along. This was the crime of the fourth twilight. The scene was the Rose Garden. There are no locks or doors. It isn't a locked room, so the master keys no longer have anything to do with this. Then the pace of the crimes began to accelerate. Oh, it should be fifth, right? Fifth and sixth. Okay. The group took shelter in the guest house. They carefully sealed all doors and windows, sealing themselves in a locked room. However, several locked room murders had already occurred. Could locking themselves in a locked room do anything more than invite another tragedy? After arguing fiercely in the cousins' room about finding the culprit, they decided to go to the servant room to double-check the testimonies of Nanjo, Kumasawa, and Goda. Okay, so this is interesting. So, everyone holed up in the guest house. They went to check, let's say, specifically the cousin's room. Okay. Ooh, notice the thing. It's out of order from the way it was presented. Because they showed... ooh, this is... Ooh, I see what's happening again. We're getting the same thing that happened in the second Twilight, or in the second episode, rather, where it's being presented, like, not chronologically to us. Because the way it was presented to us, when I wrote it down, was... Let me read it here, sorry. So the first six, that was shown, then Kraus and Natsui, that was the same. Shannon dead in Rose Garden, Jessica down the path from her, Nanjo at guest house entrance, Goda Kumasawa in the servant room of the guest house. So it's interesting because Jessica and Nanjo are not dead yet. So, regardless, I'll write a note in my things here about that later, but judging by these wounds, Goda and Kumasawa died instantly. We got someone, I know a fucking Mob Classic just came out, or well, it's not actually out yet, out in a week, but we got some monks running around with Touch of Death. Like how they could survive after this. Goda and Kumasawa are both dead. Again, but no confirmation. I know after this is gonna say, they're actually dead, but... Well, we have been busy keeping a lookout and locking up and all that. Once again, none of us have an alibi, okay? Oh, you guys were all locked in a room together. How the fuck do you not have an alibi? It's not true. Look, considering that the way they were killed, the culprit would definitely get blood spatter on themselves. But Dr. Nanjo and all the cousins have no blood on them. Okay, well, I don't know if I trust this statement, but... The four cousins and Dr. Nanjo couldn't have killed Goda and Kumisawa. Reasoning was they had no blood on them. In that case, it's clear that the culprit is someone other than us. I guess that someone might have snuck in, so I checked around, but the guest house was completely locked up, okay? I do like this, though. I like that we're getting, like, one last ride. It is really all about family. Perhaps the culprit has a master key after all? It's impossible. No master keys exist anymore except the two on the two people who lie dead here, okay? Since the two master keys that exist here inside the guest house, that makes this guest house a perfect locked room. Well, since someone's dead, it obviously wasn't perfect. Real. This is the crime of the 5th and 6th Twilights. The scene was the locked room, okay. Interesting. Last master keys were on Goda and Kumasawa. Did not mean to skip that. Goda and Kumasawa's master keys were also destroyed. That wasn't said, but I don't think it really matters because we had a red statement earlier that nobody else but them could use it, so it doesn't particularly matter, but I will still note it down. Their keys were destroyed, apparently, but not said in purple this time. Now no one could break into this locked room guest house. At least, that should have been true. 7th. So who's it gonna be? It's gotta be Nanjo, given the way that was. This time Dr. Nanjo was the one who was killed. He was killed in the entrance hall of the guest house. It was far too foolish of him to come here alone to check that everything was locked. Okay. Nanjo checked that everything was locked, only to be found dead. He's dead, he's been killed, okay. Jessica, God, I do hate copying all this down because of the way I've formatted this, which I know you, like, I'll show you. The way that it's formatted, I have it like this so I can denote, like, the purple statements. I just don't like the way I've formatted it because it's, like, a lot of extra typing, but... He's dead. I think she said he's been killed? Yeah, he's been killed. That's a darker purple on this, my god. Oh, no, it's 'cause I'm not hovering it. Jesus. He's been killed. George. This was an instant death. Also, before I do this, I'm going to screenshot my screen right now because I'm going to need this purple font to do a color picker later. There we go. Everything is locked up perfectly. How did it happen if this is a locked room? That means the culprit is one of us. Impossible, judging by the circumstances. Good lord. In the first place, no one could kill Dr. Nanjo inside the guest house, okay? It's a very weird... what I think they mean to say is that no one inside the guest house could have killed Nanjo, but phrasing it this way is very odd because you're saying that he couldn't be killed inside the guest house. It seems like he was. Also, I just realized, how the fuck have I not called Dr. Nanjo DJ even a single time? Oh, because it's not DJ. Never mind. You know what, guys, look. These last few days, few weeks, okay, I've just been being slowly rotted away. Look at this. This is proof that Dr. Nanjo didn't leave the guest house, okay? So why was he killed? No one could answer that innocent question. Got a bout to the suicides. 7th Twilight. Once again, the crime scene was a locked room known as the guest house. Various bits of evidence made this crime scene even more impossible. Then the tragedy reached the 8th Twilight, the final one. Okay. Okay. Fix this formatting here. By now it was clear that holding up wouldn't keep them safe. Jessica might have chosen anger as a way to numb her fear. She flew out of the guest house in a rage, searching for the murderer that she was sure hid somewhere outside. George, Butler, and Maria hurriedly chased after her. Okay, so Jessica went to look for murder and dashed out. Outside the building, they found Jessica lying on the ground. It was, as anyone could tell by looking, a gruesome corpse. Poor Jessica. She probably died instantly. Okay. There's no way she could live through this. Okay. Okay, the three of us were together the whole time. George, Aniki... Fuck, kill me, shoot me in the head. George, Maria, and I couldn't have killed Jessica. Well, who's all left? There should be 5 people left, right? At the end, it's always 5 people. 13 die. Oh no, there's only 16. Never mind, I'm stupid. Yeah, the 3 of us couldn't have killed Jessica. Okay. As if Maria could kill someone, Maria couldn't kill anyone. Okay. It's an interesting thing to say. I'm just coming back to the whole, like, Shannon having a fake, like, death in some way. George couldn't kill an adult. He could kill a kid, though. Jesus, what the fuck? I don't understand it at all. What the hell's going on here? This was the 8th twilight. The crime scene was outside. However, the 3 who chased after Jessica have alibis. Couldn't have killed Jessica. So, is there really someone hiding on this island? No, someone faked their death. The curtain is lowered on this tale for now. Interesting. Oh no, my drink ran out and I have to go get more. It's all for my tale. It's pretty well made. If you had a full-on reader, it'd stand up well against Beato's games. I agree there. You did a good job. Well, the real work comes from taking this, reading it, and making it worthy of proper theater. I love this song every time it comes on. Surrounding. Oh. Still, I'm stumped. On the face of it, the culprit has to be some mysterious person. Nope, you're wrong. And that'd be the same as acknowledging the existence of a witch. Wrong. We can also suspect the existence of some accomplice aiding the culprit. Almost certainly true. In the first place, what was that purple text? Thank you, bro. Get me an answer here. A new rule. I call them purple statements. It's a rule I made to make the story a bit easier to follow. Just think of the purple statements as important spoken statements. What fucking game was it that had purple statements? It was Danganronpa, wasn't it? I think it was. I think it was Danganronpa. I think it was that people had purple statements in their text, and if you like right-clicked, you could expand on it. In other words, you might be able to ignore the spoken statements that aren't purple. That's nice of you. You probably won't be able to. Probably something important there. Then are the purple statements as reliable as red truth? Yes. You can think of the purple statements as having the same power as red truth, okay? Can think of purple statements as having the same power as red truth. However, there's one exception. The culprit can tell... Oh, I love it. Oh my god, wait, actually I love that. That's such a good wrinkle. That's such a good change. What the fuck? Dude, why didn't they do this the whole time? You know how sick that would have been? I guess because in other times you'd have to... It'd only be like the game master that had the power... Oh, that's such a... Oh, that's so cool. I'm glad that I copied them down now. I see. To turn it around, anyone who isn't a culprit can't tell lies. Purple statements. They seem to be the key to Lady Berncastle's game. That's right. I'll explain the rules for my game. Definition of culprit is one who murders. Okay. Write this down too. Definition of culprit is one who murders. Is there only one culprit? Possible for culprit to lie. It's possible for a culprit to lie even before committing murder. Okay, true. It's funny that she says a culprit too. Characters who are not culprits only speak truth. Okay. Characters who are not culprits cannot... Ooh, okay, so we have solo actors only. Ooh, no, actually. It's not. If you have multiple people that have already killed, they could work together in concert after that point. It's just that on the very first killing, it had to be one person. The culprit must carry out all murders directly. Culprit must not die, okay? That doesn't really mean anything, because if the culprit was one of the people that was killed, they could fake their death. Looking at you, Shen. Culprit must be among the characters, okay? Okay. Purple statements are as absolute as red. We already have that. Yep. Okay. That's all. The definition of culprit is one who murders. Makes sense. It is possible for a culprit to lie. That seems reasonable enough, too. Is it possible for a culprit to lie even before committing a murder? Well, or it is, sorry. One of those phrases there. Characters who are not culprits only speak the truth. Which one should we be grateful for? Characters who are not culprits cannot cooperate with a culprit, right? See, this is one that is of big importance to note, is that a character in the past who was a culprit, if there is a separate culprit, could help that person. So the culprit can't use any accomplices to create an alibi. No, they can if they were already a prior culprit. My guess is that someone had manufactured an alibi to cover the culprit, but too bad for you. The culprit must carry out all murders directly by their own hands. In other words, there are no remote or indirect methods of murder like traps. The culprit must not die. In other words, no one can commit murder, set up a locked room, then commit suicide inside it. Okay, so that's a... Let me... And doesn't it also mean that dead people can't be culprits? It's a fairly vital piece of information. A culprit must be among the characters appearing in the story. There's no mysterious strangers sneaking onto the island. The appearing characters are the same old 17 people after Kinzo's removed. No one else appears in the story, no one else enters, or no one else matters. Purple statements are as absolute as red truths, however, a culprit can lie with purple statements. Let's also just put down here, So in reality, it's 16, not 17. Now here's a troublesome one. This could be the heart of the game. Is that all for the game's premises? Besides that, I guess, there's only the reader will tell no lies. In other words, there are no lies in the non-dialogue narrative text. What is that? Okay, so like in the description part. That's a very weird... So the descriptions are correct, but the statements may be false. I could have done that if I wanted, but it'd be a pain and make things more complicated. So you willingly abandon a witch's privilege. You seem quite confident. She probably plans to win despite that. It's all from me. I don't intend to give you any more hints or answer any more questions. As the observer, I'll proclaim this once again. I guarantee that it's possible to identify the culprit with this information. Okay, got it. Can't wait to get started. I can't believe the two of us are going to take on the same mystery together once more. Yeah, let's make the most of it. This is a real game between you and me. I recommend finding some paper. Oh! That is if you really intend to fight me. Oh, I do, motherfucker. If you do get completely stuck, maybe you should listen in on Battler and Beato's reasoning. We'll have those be hints for when you get absolutely stumped and can't move forward. Still, I'd rather fight you one-on-one. If you plan to enjoy our little duel, then try defeating me by your own power alone without relying on hints. Okay, motherfucker, I got you. So let's enjoy ourselves, shall we? Enjoy this game that I've created just for you. Oh, I love this. Holy fuck, what a cool ending. Dude, how the fuck did they do this part in the manga, huh? Ow. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna get a drink real quick. Bro, I'm literally about to cream myself. This is so sick. Okay, one sec, getting a drink. Dude, we're gonna... This is so fucking sick. One sec, I'm getting a drink. Okay. So that purple truth thing is a little bit of a wrinkle. But I don't really think it matters too much. So I think the big thing this is going to come down to is it's going to require the understanding of the whole duality of canon Shannon, which we already have, which is fine. So by purple, or by person is interesting. So these people just don't have any, so we don't care about them. Shannon and Canon are going to be the two that are the most. Who is the person that said the servants had alibis for each other? Yeah, see? All of the servants were together the whole time. All of us can provide an alibi for all the other servants. I'm already locked in on YouTube being big question marks, but let's look at the first Twilight, okay? This fucking track is going insano, too. Okay, so we don't have to worry about Jessica as far as the first Twilight is concerned. There was no one hiding in the dining hall either. So let me go back to my notes. So only 5 keys. We can view the servants themselves as the master keys. So the initial way that it was being phrased would be that the culprit can lie prior to killing. That probably applies most for the first Twilight, right? The only thing that's weird about that statement is when you say that, that kind of seems like, well, I guess it could apply for the others too. Any of the ones, who are the ones where they said, I unlocked the door? See, the fact is, like, these statements, all of the servants can provide an alibi for all of the other servants. The whole thing with it makes me, the whole statement with Red makes it seem like Canon and Shannon probably are operating the same way they do otherwise. That's when I arrived. Ava, Hideyoshi, Rudolph, Kiri, Rosa, Genji, 6 people in all were lying there covered in blood. And also, this is like such a weird thing. No one examining a body will reach the wrong conclusion. So this could be true for the first Twilight, but the funny thing is that that means that these people might not have actually been dead. But I want to go back through all the rules. Let's go, let me see here. A culprit must not die. Again, so, like, I don't think that necessarily excludes any of the people in the first Twilight. The biggest person that would be of suspicion would be Genji, of course, given our previous theories. Okay. This is fine, we don't give a fuck about that. Okay. The only thing I'm trying to think is I'm thinking a little bit about like an iSomnium Files kind of mystery. So spoiler warning, by the way, if you haven't played the game, you know, plug your ears for the next 30 seconds. I don't have the spoiler text thing set up properly. But it would be kind of interesting if let me make a spoiler text thing real quick. 1 second. Duplicate. Rename. Oh my god, I forgot that's how that worked. 1 second. Look, I'll just do this right now. So a little bit of a warning for iSomnium Files. At the end of the first game, what ends up happening, you find out, is that basically there is one killer. Now, obviously, it's not going to be exactly the same, but I think you'll understand the analogy if you played the game. But that basically the culprit from the last, or the culprit of the first one could help with the others continually going forward. So in this thing, what I mean by that is, let's imagine that Kraus, okay? Let's imagine that Kraus was a thing. The other thing, too, is to look and see if any of these statements contradict each other. The thing that's weird with Shannon and Canon is I don't necessarily know whether to treat them as separate people because of the whole, like, duality of the two. The fact that this is here, like, I don't know if I can trust one of them and then not trust the other. Or if it's like they both have to be thrown out at a given time. The fact that we know there's already 16 people, it's very weird to me that they would, like, present it as a... Huh. Because what I'm thinking with what I was saying, or sorry, let me get rid of this. What I was thinking about the Isomnium Files thing is that... Where's the rules? Even before committing a murder, they can lie, right? So for the first thing, this might be important because we're going to have to look at certain things to reason out which of these matter for the first thing. But let's imagine that it was Kraus, right? Let's say that Kraus was the killer for the first thing. If he was the killer in the first thing, that means that he could cooperate with whoever the killer became in the second one, right? The other thing that's really interesting is we were given, I pop up my notes somewhere here, we were given a red statement, which said, where was it? From now on, Canon's treated as having been killed. So the thing with this is that Canon being confirmed as being killed from the fourth Twilight on means that he couldn't have been involved, but that doesn't preclude Shannon. Okay, sure. I'm just wondering if you could have like a chain where you could have multiple people that were like helping. Holy fuck, there's so many like double whammies that you have to try and account for here. Because let's say that he was lying here, though. Everyone gathered in the dining hall. Interior, I don't think he was, but let's just say, like, for sake of argument. Because then, all the doors and the windows have been locked, it's a locked room, no one was hiding. And again, the only thing that it could be here... Oh my god, wait. I think it was Natsui. Because if she says, we destroyed Genji's master key, well, Genji is one of the people that was dead, right? The only thing if that's the case is that then this would be true. This is also one that I don't like. The problem is we have, again, like, I don't know, the duality thing is annoying here because I don't know which, like, if I say the statement is false among one of Canon and Shannon, does that nullify both? Because then that means that there could have potentially been no bodies that were, no bodies that were, like, purposely, like, guaranteed that they weren't dead. Also, guys, I'm so sorry. I have to go to the washroom so bad again. I don't want to... I'll be right back. I'm sorry for the pause. I'll be right back. Genuinely, I'm sorry. I'll be right back. But the only thing I'll say before I go, there's something about these two, and I don't know... I don't know what it... I need to try and wrap my head around. I'll probably reread the story here. We'll see. I don't know. There's something about these two that I'm just... I don't know. We'll see. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm back. So, I think the only way that we can, like, get somewhere with this is to go by the first Twilights. And let's see what it would be if we assumed that people were lying. Because I think this is the best way that we can go through. Because it's going to be really hard if I'm, like, bouncing back and forth, like, sound like Maria. To try and, like, it's going to be a lot easier to go person by person and see. So, like, Kraus, George, Battler, Shannon. Also, again, weird that this statement's included, but, Yeah, so we don't have many statements. Also, no, I think I misinterpreted this. I don't think... Well, no, because if this was a lie, if Genji's Master Key wasn't destroyed, it doesn't really change anything. I guess, in reality, they could have dragged, like, the dead body to unlock it, if that's, like, the thing. But, so, like, let's imagine here. We're gonna look at just Goda. So, I'm gonna write down the names here. You're gonna see this later in the notes. Or maybe I can... Do I switch to display capture? I'll switch to display capture. So... Let's look at, because the other thing, too, is a lot of these statements are related to other ones. So, if one of them, like let's... This is a really bad example, like, first thing. Let's say that there was 2 purple statements, and one was, like, character A, I farted. And then character B was like, I heard them fart. It's like, well, at that point, like, if you have 2 statements that are talking about the same thing, you can't really have one of them lie because it breaks the other one, right? The only way that could happen is if it's a culprit, but the reason why the first Twilight is important is because we can try and disentangle who culprits are, and I think we're gonna have a little bit of a domino effect past that point. So, first things first, I know Goda, Kumasawa, Kraus, let's see who else? Shannon, Cannon, Nanjo, Maria. Fuck, I'm about to have every damn character in the game. Kraus, Battler, George. And then Natsui was the end. Okay, so these are all the people. So the reality of Natsuhi was lying is that for George, it would be Kraus. See, again, so this is what I mean. It's pretty unlikely. This music is kind of intense. I honestly might turn this down a little bit because we're going to be here for probably like an hour or 2 at least. Sorry, just because I want to be able to... It's fine that it's here, but it's pretty intense music to be sitting on. So if it was Kraus... Okay. Kraus had another statement, didn't he? So right now, like, these don't seem like they're lying, because it seems like George and him are saying the same thing. So I would wager that, like... I'm trying to see how I can, like, mark something to say, like, somebody's lying or somebody's not lying. So... The problem is, like, I don't think Kumasawa's lying here because the other thing, too, is if Goda was the culprit... Well, I guess it could have happened prior. Okay. Okay, so if we look at it, these are all the statements that were made regarding the first Twilight. I think there's a bunch of them that we can probably initially flag as not being super high risk. Or not being, like, likely. See, this is where I wish that I was using, like, Obsidian. Because I could, like, highlight this and be like, hey, look, like, probably telling the truth. You know what I might actually do here? 1 second. Maybe I'll port this over to Obsidian real quick. And just for this section, because I think it'll actually be a lot more easy to visualize. And then I can format it this way in the doc. It's just harder to, it's hard to do it here. Okay, yeah. So let's, I'm gonna do this real quick. 1 second. I'm just copying this over for the notes just so it's more visible. So I'm assuming this has like a highlight feature somewhere. Format, highlight, yeah, okay, there is. Okay, so let's minimize this. Can I hide the sidebar here? I know you guys can't see this yet, sorry, I'm just trying to... I would like to hide the sidebar, I don't need the sidebar visible. Please. Okay, there we go, yeah. Okay, let me screen share. So, if we're looking at it like this, let's also separate these out so they're easier to read. So if we look at a few of these statements here, if we're trying to figure out which of these is true and which is not true. I also just realized I deleted one of my files that I had on Obsidian for my book writing, but that's kind of annoying. I would wager, can I Control B to highlight these? Not that, yeah, I can, okay. Not that these are really important, but I will do this. So when I look at these statements, the ones that jump out to me as probably being true is this number one. This is probably true. Can you change the highlight color? 1 second. How to change highlight color Obsidian. Okay, well, let's not worry about it right now. But I'll just highlight it with this yellow, and I'll, you know, you guys can figure that out later. So, if you look at this, also there way I can just turn off spell check. I just don't want spell checking. Whatever. This is very scuffed. Probably should have just done this in docs, but it's okay. Someone was hiding in the dining hall, because I think if either of these two were lying, I don't think... Can I just do the Control H so I don't have to... Nope, that's not it at all. I don't know what the shortcut is for highlighting. I don't think these two could possibly be false at the same time. This, I'm going to also wager, is probably not, because there's so many other things that don't come, that are just like hard to believe. Did not meet Goda. So if she, then she did meet Goda. Then the question becomes like, about this statement, like, I'm not going to highlight it yet, but I should say rather these people are telling the truth, not that these statements are true, because it's the opposite of these, technically. Natsuhi's is an interesting one. I'm going to wager that Maria's is probably correct. The problem is if there's multiple culprits, as far as I understand it through these, with the rules, it doesn't necessarily have to be in reference to that, yeah. Okay, so this starts to get harder now. It might even be better to work backwards. let's just, well... Oh wait, I think I can do it here. What? I don't know what that does. But if the culprit can lie, like, there's a few things here, like, so let's just say false, false. I'm starting to see the error of doing it this way. I'm gonna put high suspicion on Cannon and Shannon, like, to begin with, specifically Shannon. Like, she's gonna get high suspicion to begin with. Used by any human is doing a lot of heavy lifting here, too. Okay. So there's a few things that, like, I think you can probably guarantee. So what I'm going to do is just highlight certain people that I think are probably telling the truth to begin with. So I'm going to say... Okay. Ooh. So let's wait on this. I'm not gonna move anything more than that. We'll come back. I think it's better to try and, like, go through because you're probably gonna need some of the info from the other thing. So now for this again. Okay. 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 I think Jessica might be innocent here. I'm starting to be more and more think that Jessica's innocent just because of the fact that we already have the red statement, right, about the windows are locked. So she couldn't lie. Well, I guess she could lie about the second part, though. Remember, Natsui also could have let somebody in, because remember, if she was the... I feel like Natsui might be, because then you knock away the... Okay. All over the outside of the doors and windows. See, this is interesting because even though they said that they can seal, but was it sealed? Because I know they mentioned that they sealed the mansion earlier, but we're going to assume right now, we're not going to assume that anything was sealed, okay? I'm also having suspicion on Nanjo. So we know that, like, the windows aspect we can look away from, but the doors is the more interesting one. Okay, this is a short one, so I feel like we should try to get the ones that have the least possible. So the thing is too that remember that if somebody is telling the truth, it means they're telling the truth the whole time. I know this might be a little bit confusing to look at because these are like the opposite of what their purple statements are. The reason why is because I'm trying to see what the logic would be if the purple statements were false. I'm trying to see what they would be if they were lying. Because then I can see, like, what is, like, an opening that it might be. And for some of these, like, for instance, the Kraus thing and the George thing, the fact that if they would require two people lying at the same time, not to say that that's not possible, but if we think that Kraus is not, because, again, Kraus doesn't have many opportunities, it means that George would also have to have been telling the truth at the same time, if you understand what I'm saying. It's like a liar's puzzle. You just have to find, like, the consistent key between all of them. Also, the fact that Kennen and Shannon left, like, what? And remember how I said that I thought this statement was weird because this isn't a confirmation? And now I have sus on Nanjo as well. Like, I don't know, it's all starting to line up that I think Nanjo might have been in on this. Because then it also opens up the possibility of Shannon being alive. Which I think is likely. How could I have killed her? Now see, Maria said George couldn't have killed her. But again, right here, the fact that this is stated in plain text, the fact that this says George couldn't kill her, then we have a purple statement from Jessica saying, at least regarding Shannon's death, it was impossible for him to be the murderer. This has to be true, I think. This has to be. If Maria said this in plain text, this isn't in purple text, and it said that everything else you can treat as though it's the truth. Again, the only thing that you could say is that, well, no, that's not true, because even if Maria was a culprit, this is not in a purple statement. I think Jessica's telling the truth here. So I'm going to put also, well. And again, this also seems to make Battler innocent as well. Because if he was lying here, this is saying, well, George could have also killed her. But that goes in direct contradiction to Maria's statement. Again, unless I'm misunderstanding the rules of this game, this feels like a very big liar's puzzle. So in this case, I'm also going to put here Battler. So far. We destroyed the master key Shannon held on the spot. So this one's pretty short, but we get 2 people out of this that I feel pretty comfortable with telling the truth. The only thing that then we have to fit with this is the fact that if Goda said that, like, everybody has an alibi, where was it? Oh, not one of us. Sorry, no. So he's telling the truth here, yeah. See, I got fucked up by my own formatting here. So no, this is still also true. And then canon, we don't really care about that. Okay. Because the big rule about it saying that a culprit could lie prior to committing a murder, so they had to just, if you can figure out that they were a culprit at any point in the story, it means that they could have been lying at any point for the entire story. So because of that, if we can find, like, I don't want to say contradictions, but if we can find 2, like, affirming statements where we can say, I know this person was telling the truth, and then I know this person was telling the truth, you're going to get somebody who's telling the truth. Jessica and Battler, probably telling the truth. These 4, probably telling the truth, which means that we can trust their statements going forward for things that they say. If I'm properly understanding this game. Judging by these wounds, Goten Kumasawa died instantly, so... The whole died instantly thing is like such a meme too. So my current suspicion, before we keep working through this, it seems like I think Natsui was the initial culprit. I think Shannon may have been the culprit for their murders. Again, Shannon may have faked her own death. Again, like, I don't know how she faked her own death in the first Twilight of the first game. That was one of the things I had talked about, that when that happened, like, I was assuming, I had a theory initially that it was Kraus that did it, and then after further info, it seemed more likely that it was Shannon given the whole identity of Beatrice and whatnot. But my whole question would be, like, you know, did she just, like, lay down with makeup on her face and then, like, nobody actually properly checked? Because right here, judging by these wounds, or where was it? It was that Goto, or that Nanjo was the one, right? Well, if Nanjo was in on it, which was like the same thing as what we had examined then, you know, she could still be alive right now. So now we also have to consider the possibility, oops, I just punched my mouse, that, so then, yeah, see, like, Jessica has to be telling the truth, I'm sorry, I just don't, again, because if he's lying here, like, this, it becomes ludicrous. Like, who cares? The culprit would definitely get blood spatter on themselves. See, this is an interesting thing, too. I'm going to mention this here as a little aside. Oh, I'm a dead walker. The 4 cousins and Dr. Nanjo couldn't have killed Goten Kumasawa. Okay, so... Okay. Only thing about this is that the other thing that becomes weird too is that the culprit can lie, doesn't necessarily mean they are, right? That's the other thing to remember as well. That's why I'm trying to find statements where you have 2 things that are, like, affirming the same statement. Or sorry. Because now when we start to get to the end, we're getting less and less and less, right? So... Or sorry. Wait, let me just... Yeah, so the weird thing about this is going to be finding out in the early Twilights, because like the last few are pretty straightforward. There's not many characters left. Why does it keep alt-tabbing to OBS? Like, I haven't alt-tabbed to OBS a single time. I don't know why. So again, like right here, you have two people agreeing again. I'm starting to doubt Maria. But Maria would have had to have killed someone, and I don't think she could have. Okay, so we have like all the negative statements, like the inverse statements. So if we go to the start, and we have a few people that are telling the truth, let's go back and let's read the rule, because remember, it doesn't necessarily mean that the killer is always lying. Yeah, they don't necessarily have to be lying. But that's where we want statements that kind of, you know. Okay. Oh, no, because these are red truths. Yeah, no. But they could lie before. Outside of spoken statements, there are no lies in narration. Okay. So I'm going to reread this real quick. I'm not going to read it out loud, so you can like skip through this, or maybe in the VOD I'll like fast forward it. But I just want to reread this to make sure that I have everything in my brain, okay? The other thing is, they could lie about the rest of it, but the purple statements are like the important parts. Because notice, this is right here. I'm going to copy down these statements where it's not a spoken statement. It's only the narration that's being put forward. The narration can't be false. Let me also raise this so that... Okay. Sorry again, I apologize for not reading this, but I already read it once, just going through this for the mystery solving part. Okay, I'm on to you, Natsu. I think there's something up with you. Okay. Okay. I'm on the Nanjo. I don't trust Nanjo here. Wait, how do the servants all have alibis? What? Okay. Because again, if we don't trust Nanjo, then the mansion wouldn't have been sealed either. Hmm. Okay. Okay. Yeah, again, like, I just don't trust Nanjo. If Natsuya was the killer for the first Twilight, then it would mean that Genji's thing was still present, even though Genji was dead. And he might not even have been dead if we think the Nanjo was lying too. Hmm. Okay. Interesting. That's not what I meant to click. Because notice how this time it didn't say that they were dead? What I mean by that is that, like, in the previous ones we had statements where it was like, oh, Kraus and Natsuya sprawled out on the floor. That's not the case this time. Hmm. That's an interesting statement to put, that all the master keys had been lost. So at this point that means that any time that they were said that they were destroyed, well, not necessarily, it just means that past this point there was no use of master keys, which I don't think really matters at this point. Okay. It just makes me wonder if it wasn't sealed properly, but then I don't know how, I guess. Also, my phone almost fell out of my pocket. Put it on the table. that Dr. Nando didn't leave the guest house. Okay, so I always spelled 8th wrong. Okay. I just realized I've been muted for a long time. Holy fuck, I don't know when I accidentally hit my mute key. Oh my god, I didn't realize how long I've been muted. That's really bad. I'm so sorry. I don't think it was very long. I must have hit a key by accident. I was just writing out some points here, and I was just saying that Burncastle stopped looking at me like that, and then I looked over at my right, and I saw that my mic bar was gray. I was like, oh my god. Okay, but sorry. I'm just trying to like work out some things here. So Shannon was the 4th. Yeah, so she only made purple statements in reference to the first thing. I think Kumasawa is probably not lying at all. Yeah, because the thing is, like, Shannon wouldn't need it. Like, Shannon having her key destroyed doesn't really mean anything. Because if Genji was still alive, which I think he was, I feel like this is the way that everything makes sense. Because she only has one statement. Because if these two are telling the truth, they probably didn't do it. Thing is, do I think Nanjo has the disposition to be able to kill? Because even if Shannon faked her death, that wouldn't count you as a culprit. The interesting is the red statement about Canon. That's like an interesting point to me that I'm wondering about, only because it's treated as having been killed. does that mean what it means, you know? It's also very possible that Shannon doesn't necessarily have to be, but the fact here that I'm considering both of them like the same person. Again, remember, the other thing with the purple statements is like, it could be true, but it doesn't necessarily have to be. The purple statements are like a liar's riddle, you know? That, like right here, I think he's telling the truth because this matches with the story. It matches with the narration for the second Twilight. I don't think this is true. I think canon is lying on the first Twilight. These two being killers, you know, that's not really hard to believe for later on. Genji as well, like that doesn't really matter too much. Nanjo has so many statements, I feel like it's more likely that he's lying. Because as well, this would mean that you could also have false examinations, right? It would mean that past this point, anybody that died may not actually have been dead. Unless we have another statement. But even then, if we had another statement, like... well, even still, no. Because I think you would still then say, like, if somebody confirmed they were dead, it's not... that would be a confirmation they were dead, not, you know, that they thought they were dead, if that makes sense. Both of their deaths, because this is true. The second Twilight... again, he doesn't necessarily have to be like... I think this is true. They probably are both dead here. But if he's lying here, this also means that the mansion itself is not sealed. The reason why this is important is for the next set of murders. For the fourth murder, you have Shannon. I don't think Shannon was actually murdered. I think it was a way to wipe herself off the map. Because the only way that Shannon could be alive is that Nanjo lied. This part doesn't really matter. The bigger statements is the first one and this one. This one we don't really care. Like I'm assuming that she wasn't, you know, anyways. I'm just... I don't know. I'm having a problem here because I'm trying to see, like, in what world could Nanjo... in what world... like, who did Nanjo kill? That's, like, the bigger thing. Because under my current theory... because the door had to be locked after. Because when it says they're not culprits, may not cooperate, but that means that if you are a culprit, culprits can cooperate with other culprits. Which means that my thinking is Nanjo could have also... okay, wait, I think this is my thinking. I think this is how it works. Is that Nanjo was the one that actually killed Kraus and Genji. Or, Kraus and Natsuhi. And Genji would have been the one that locked the door. So, like, let's just say, current thinking. Me... the only thing is, you have to be a culprit already to help somebody else. Was there any claims that was made about this door being locked? Go to dead. Which means that somebody has to have the ability... it's probably not Nanjo then. Because if we're assuming that Goda is telling the truth, which I don't really have any reason to believe that he's not. Because again, like this last purple statement, I literally don't give a fuck about. I am 100% convinced that Genji is alive. I also don't... I think Nanjo has to be lying because the sealing the mansion, like... This is maybe true. It doesn't necessarily matter, honestly, at that point. This he's probably being honest about. Here he's probably lying. Here he's probably lying. This doesn't really matter. If he's lying about these two statements, we have to find the thing that he could have killed. The thing is, Nanjo could have only killed someone prior to this. And we know that there is only one killer for the first thing. Because it was stated in red that they had killed 6 people. Because the fact that there's nothing here that mentions the door being locked is like the biggest thing. But we know the door was locked when they came up to it. And you relocking the door, if you were like Genji, let's say, would 100% be aiding. And we know you can't commit suicide, so Genji couldn't have been the culprit in the first one. I think I do need to try and just narrow down who it could have been for the first one. I think that's like the most important thing. I don't think Kraus is lying. You're probably not lying either. You're probably not lying either. You're probably not lying. You're probably not lying. Because she didn't say anything that's like really like groundbreaking. Nobody cares about what you said. Shannon could have been telling the truth here, and it doesn't really matter. See, the thing is here, when it says this, all of the other servants, like, is this necessarily possible? Because remember, the other big thing that was important about the first Twilight was that they didn't, if we trust the statement, I think it was by Maria, or no, it was by Battler, that they only sealed the dining hall after the second Twilight, which means that one of these 6 people, it was very possible. Realistically, it's Genji is the only one that matters because he's the only one with a master key. These guys don't have a master key, so I basically don't give a fuck about them. So, like, I am convinced that Genji got his way out in between the time it was sealed and not. I will probably lay out my theory, then check the hints and modify it. That's probably what I'm going to do. Just because I don't want to, like... I don't know. I want to try and get it first myself, which is why we're probably going to be here for like another hour and a fucking half. Actually, not really, because I think once you get like the first 2, I think shit gets a lot simpler. But, like... Okay. Nobody ever checks the dining hall again. We already know that. I think Genji has to be the culprit on the second. I think it's what lines up the most. And then the question is, if Nanjo is telling the truth, then... Let's assume that Nanjo is telling the truth. If he's telling the truth here, the only big thing is this. And this. It's also weird to me though, like I don't think Jessica's the killer, but the fact that you have statements like this that are so mundane always become a little bit odd to me. Like I just don't like the fact that you have a crime. Oh my god, who the... Oh, my girlfriend's texting me. Because she messaged me on Discord because I closed my Discord. Oh, okay. Not a good idea of display caption. I gotta check if I leaked anything bad. Nope, I didn't. Okay, sick. But let me move this to my side monitor just in case. Okay, sorry. Back on display capture, as you can see. The thing is, like, do I really need Nanjo to be lying? Like, not particularly. I don't necessarily need Nanjo to be lying. It's just that if he's not lying, then I have to take it on face value that Shannon is dead. Which is possible. Like, it could be that it was Genji the whole time. With the exception of the first Twilight. It would kind of make sense because, as far as we're aware, everybody was locked in the guest house. And then Shannon ran out and was found dead. Again, the only thing about it is like... Oh god. I don't know. I don't know. I'm pretty confident about that first two Twilights. Like, it feels like it fits. Natsui is the killer on the first one. She didn't destroy his key. Canon and them are lying. But that's the thing. If they're lying, it necessitates... I think Nanjo has to be. What was the rule about the suicide? Culprit must not die in there. Yeah, okay. So he couldn't have killed himself. So realistically, what could Nanjo... Who have Nanjo have killed? I'm not sure. Can I see? Like, if I click... Does it... Okay, no. Can I go back? No, I want to go back. Okay, I can. I can just right-click. So you can select multiple people. What happens if I, like... Okay, so I can select... I can highlight multiple people. So, like, right now, this is my current thinking. These two for sure. The problem is the Nanjo problem becomes weird, because if Shannon was a killer... Like, for Genji to be a factor in the game, Natsui has to have been the killer on the first Twilight. These two have to be lying. But in reality, it's probably just Shannon. I think everything here as told in this first part is true. Because if Shannon is lying, like, one, you could confirm that maybe they weren't dead. But again, like, I don't really think this matters too much. But again, if Cannon is lying, when is Cannon... Unless you're treating Cannon and Shannon as the same person. That's the only thing that I'm, like, wondering. Like, I think this is part of the meme of the whole Cannon-Shannon thing, right? I just don't... Like, it has to be a servant for the first thing, man. I don't... I don't know. Because I feel like this follows so far. The problem is, like, I feel like I'm at, like, a crossroads. Like, I feel like I got stuck here. Because I'm stuck in a position where I have, like, too many people that have to be killers, and I don't think it's possible. Because, like, if I follow my trail so far, one person is the killer on the first Twilight. I think it follows if Natsuhi is the killer on the first Twilight. The problem is if I have Shannon, Cannon, her, and Nanjo that are lying. If that's the case, that means that I need... If we treat these as one person, which is already doing legwork because the game might not be, then I need to have one, this doesn't count, two more additional killers already right off the bat. The only problem is, as well, is it starts to limit it, because... It doesn't really matter for Shannon and Cannon, because if we assume that Shannon, sure, but then it's like, because if Shannon's death is faked, but then we have to look at Nanjo, because if we look at Nanjo, he has to be lying because he confirms Shannon's death. We don't really give a fuck about Cannon, but the problem is, as well, is that the game is treating them like they're the same person, Shannon and Cannon, that is. Because when Nanjo examines the corpse, they do the meme, or Berncastle does the meme of saying, like, oh, you know, past this point, we can consider Cannon as being dead. And it's like, okay. Because, like, if we look at all these statements, like, is there any that, like, so these, I'm still pretty confident in these. This, I don't know. Like, I instantly can't trust these, like, three because of my theory, right? Maria's I can't really rule out. Natsui's I'm not ruling out because I think she's guilty. The only thing that's weird about this, what is this statement? This statement is so nothing. Like, there is something suspicious. Well, yeah, there's 6 fucking people dead. That's pretty suspicious, but what does that mean? I know I was the one that wrote this. What was his statement? Nothing suspicious was found. Yeah, again, like, what the fuck is that? Like, what do you mean nothing suspicious? It's 6 fucking dead people. Like, that doesn't really mean anything. And remember, like, it's a liar puzzle, so they don't always have to be lying. The problem is, too, we have multiple people, like... So we know Cannon is probably telling the truth here. That's the other thing, too, is it feels like Shannon and Cannon actually are telling the truth in this story. Because... we know this is true from the narrative. We know Cannon is at least telling the truth to this point. But remember, that doesn't necessarily mean it, because this is a red statement, but it has the possibility that if the person is a culprit, they lie. Shannon unlocked the door. I don't really have any reason to not doubt this, but again, remember, this also then requires that the person from the first Twilight has to have the ability... There has to be someone that has the ability to lock the door. Again, we mentioned in the last thing, like, oh yeah, somebody, but nobody was hiding here. We already talked about this. Nobody was hiding. They didn't join the group as they left. So we already know that means there was nobody hiding in the room. It was sealed afterwards. We know there... Well, there has to be. It doesn't make sense. Necessity, like, by necessity... Shoot me in the head. By necessity, in the first Twilight, there is only one person. There has to be. Because there was no culprit prior to organize with them. Which means I really need to focus in on who the fuck it could have been on the first Twilight. Because it opens up everything. Because it's like a domino effect from there. And again, like, maybe I'm losing the forest for the trees because I'm focusing too much on Natsui saying, like, oh, we destroyed Genji's Master Key. Because the biggest thing that bothers me about this is the second thing, and about this rule about the Master Keys. Because... yeah, like, they only exist. They're held by each servant. The servant keeps the master keys on their person at all times. It's impossible for them to be stolen, handed over, or used by any human other than themselves. The only thing that's weird about this last statement is when it says used by any human other than themselves, could you potentially, like, shuttle their bodies around, right? Like, if they couldn't use it, like, what do you mean use it? Do they have to be alive to use it? Like, if it's still on their corpse, if you, like, use their hand... Like, I don't know how to describe what I'm trying to say. If you use their hand to do it, like, would that work? But again, you need to have, like... I don't know. To me, it feels like a servant has to be the killer for the second set. That's what it feels like right now. But again, the problem with my theory right now, I might have to check the hints. The problem is my theory right now, I'm running into like a roadblock where I'm having too many people that have to be killers, and it doesn't really work out. The Shannon and Cannon one, who cares? We're treating them as the same person. It doesn't necessarily matter too much, because they're probably going to be the killer for one of the Nanjo or the Goto Kumasawa, and that's the same thing with Genji, that we don't really need to worry about that. But you have to remember that for them to have, they have to have killed by that point, right? That's why I was saying that, like, if Natsui was a culprit, or if Kraus was a culprit, it would make sense if they, like, let people in. Because that would technically be helping another culprit, because one of them was a culprit. Because it doesn't say... The problem is I also don't know if this means it wouldn't help them, like, intentionally or unintentionally. And if you're not the culprit, you only speak the truth. You're not a culprit. And there's a few of those characters where it's like, I'm pretty confident you're probably not lying. I'm pretty confident that Kumasawa's not lying, right? This seems to match up with everything that we saw. Goda, I'm pretty confident that Goda's not lying. Because again, with Shannon's Master Key being destroyed, that doesn't really matter that much. It does not matter that her Master Key got destroyed. At all. Like, at all, it doesn't matter. One, at the point at which Shannon dies, all the murders, with the exception of the, like, there's like the two in the thing, but like the last two murders happen outside. So that doesn't really matter too much. Genji could have got his way in. I don't really care about this. Sure. So the room was locked, which means, the only thing with that is it means that Shannon was probably telling the truth here, because she was the only one that mentioned about unlocking the door. So we say, check, Shannon was not lying here. All of us servants were together the whole time. This is a weird statement, because you would say almost certainly this statement has to be false, right? Almost certainly this statement cannot be true. Because this doesn't say all of us servants who were still alive, it just says all of us servants. Well, Genji was dead. You weren't with Genji. Unless all of a sudden he popped up and he was fucking, like, there and you guys didn't say anything. We know he's telling the truth on this statement, but, like, this is the hard part to remember is that, and I know I've said this probably like 4 times, sound like a broken record, they could still be telling the truth, but they also could be lying. There's just no guarantee that it has to be one way or the other. And when it says all of us are, like, I don't buy this. You two have to be doing something. So this is fine, okay, sure. We can push that off to the side and say, whatever. The only thing I'm wondering is Nanjo, because the way that you could make it work is you would say Nanjo is the killer for Kumasawa and Goda. The problem is, how does he not get blood on his clothes? That was the big thing about it, that one of them had to get in, and if we assume that Goda was telling the truth and Shannon's master key was destroyed, it wasn't them. That means it was probably Genji, and it would make sense. Genji was already bloody. Not that that would really matter. They didn't see him, but, like, it wouldn't be a lost, or it wouldn't, like, you know, it's it's water off a duck's back for Genji to get blood on him. He was already fucking bloody. I just don't... I don't know. I really, really don't know. And I feel like a failure if I check the hints. Because the bigger problem I have in my head right now is, like, finding out who Nanjo could have killed. Because the thing with Nanjo's death, right, is that let's say we were to go here and we were like, okay, let's look at Nanjo's death, which was this one. Unless Jessica's the culprit, like, the only way that it could be true for Nanjo is then if Jessica is also a culprit for something. And I doubt it. The only problem is, if I think that Jessica's not... I have to get another drink. If I think that Jessica's not lying, or if I think that she is lying, then I have to go and recontextualize so many of her statements. Who cares about this statement? This seems to be true. This could be true. Who cares? This is probably true. Again, it's just weird that she has 2 statements about people being dead. There, 1 more billion% has to be multiple culprits, right? Like, I'm just trying to think. The only way... But George said something, didn't he? This was an instant... Yeah, see, fuck, because then it would imply that both of them had to have done something. And the problem is now I'm like... This is like a fucking flower blooming, man. Like, it's like more and more fucking just blooming further past where it's like now I have to explain more and more. So I want to have like an Occam's razor for this. Ugh. There's definitely multiple culprits. I just don't know the order. And I don't want to check the hints. It's so cheaty. How can we make Nanjo be a killer? Because you gotta remember, if Genji is the culprit on the second, he can help anybody else at this point. He can help other culprits. That's the really important point about all of this. Shannon doesn't need a master key. Nobody else needs a master key. Because if Genji was the killer... Okay, I feel I'm 100% right on this so far. Like, if I were to go, I would say, right now, this is my current theory, is... I don't know if you would select... The problem is as well, I don't know if you would select canon. I probably would, just because I would say they're the same person. This is probably what it would be right now. There's like a little bit of a suspicion on Jessica, but I feel like... Because I feel like with Jessica, the only thing that you could say is like, okay, if Jessica wasn't... The other thing as well is you got to remember the way that it presented it to us initially. Like, let's go back here. I mentioned this earlier that it showed it to us asynchronously. But I think that was just showing where everybody died, so I don't think that really matters too much. Because right now, this is my current thinking, right? Nazi's the killer of the first one. They're all lying. Okay? Genji is the killer of the second Twilight. I think it has to be. I think it's the only way that makes sense. Shannon runs out and fakes her death. It doesn't matter that her key is destroyed. Because the only thing that becomes difficult, right, that I sit here and I think... Also with Nanjo being a killer, like, it opens up so much because he had so many things about lying. Because as well with Jessica, the only thing is, again, then with, like, the Nanjo not being dead at the end there... Like, he has to be lying here. For Shannon, again, it doesn't really matter too much. She could have killed somebody afterwards when she faked her death. Like, she could have killed Jessica, for instance. Because who else died outside? It was just Jessica, right? Jessica died outside. I feel like they probably would notice if Nanjo died at the entrance, right? You think they're going to notice if he goes through. So then the question becomes, like, is there a possibility that he did kill Shannon? Because Shannon's statement actually could still be true. This could be true because we don't care about this, right? This, though... No, we do care about this. The only... well, no, but Cannon is considered dead, so never mind. I was gonna say, the only thing it could be is, like, did Cannon kill Shannon? But, like, you know, that wouldn't really... It wouldn't really be too feng shui with how the story's been told so far. I think I'm gonna have to go into the hints a little bit. I don't want to, but, like my current dilemma right now is I have to find... Who was the one that said they had blood on their clothes? Who was it that said the blood spatter thing? Who the fuck was it that said that? I think it was... I want to say it was Battler. And it seems like Battler is telling the truth in this statement. I haven't checked the hints because I don't want it to, like, spoil it towards me. I feel like I have the right crop of people. I'm trying to... I can't... My brain is not computing the way... Like, I don't know if you've been here for what I was saying. I think that Natsui killed on the first Twilight. I think that Genji is the killer on the second Twilight. I think that Shannon and /Cannon being the same person, they are probably a killer at one of the later Twilights. Genji probably aids them because a culprit could aid another culprit at a later point if they had already been a killer at an earlier point. So I think Genji was already a killer because he would be the only person that has a master key. By the point they mentioned that Goda and Kumasawa are dead, master keys don't necessarily matter anymore. The only... Actually, wait a minute. The killer of Nanjo might be really important then. Because they mention after this This was in the narrative, that all of the keys were lost. So if all the keys were lost, then it has to be that somebody was inside when Nanjo killed. Which isn't too surprising. It's not the most... So the killer had to be inside during this. The last one doesn't necessarily matter. I think it's very likely that Shannon/Cannon is the killer on the 8th. Or they killed Nanjo. Because then that would necessitate... But again, then it's like, if Nanjo's not the killer... So let's assume if Nanjo is innocent, no one examining would miss... Okay, sure. We don't... This doesn't break any of our theories. We assume they're dead anyways. This doesn't particularly matter anyways. Genji could have been outside the mansion at this point. Nobody else would be transferring in and out. If Nanjo's not a killer, though, the only problem is he is confirming that Shannon dies. This is like the big dilemma of this, is that... Sorry if you hear banging. My roommates, I think, are making dinner and they're fucking doing something, obviously. Or, you know, they're doing another something. I've also examined her and confirmed her death. The only weird, like, weasel thing that you could say... Well, no, because Canon, they gave a red statement about no corpse or whatever. We have a Shannon and Nanjo dilemma right now. It feels easier to cut Nanjo out of it entirely. The only problem with cutting Nanjo out of it entirely... This is fine because this statement could still be fake. Because it could just mean that nobody confirmed that Genji was dead. So, like, that's fine. This is also fine because it also means that nobody confirmed. Again, that doesn't particularly matter as far as these people go. I don't think... Like, I feel like these two are definitely... But then again, you get into the exact same problem that, like, Shannon was the victim of the 4th Twilight. So if we assume that Shannon was actually dead and then Nanjo is telling the truth, then Shannon had to have been the killer of the 2nd Twilight. Now, it's of importance that they don't mention anything here. But then we get into another weird problem where, okay, well, maybe you can swap the order. It could be that Shannon was the killer for the 2nd Twilight and Genji was the killer for the 3rd one. Because there's nothing about it that necessitates otherwise. Genji would still be able to move around. And by my theory in episode 2, I do still have the same thinking that... Okay, I think that actually makes it a little bit cleaner. Because then you cut out the need for Nanjo to be included. Shannon actually would have got killed, which would line up. Genji is the killer from that point forward. Genji snuck inside the guest house, killed Nanjo, and hid somewhere. The only thing that then becomes weird is it's like, who killed Jessica when she ran out? Because then it would seem like after they killed Nanjo, it was still sealed. I'm assuming Jessica broke the seal at that point when she left, and then somebody killed her outside. And then the only people that could have been outside at that point, because if Genji would have been inside the thing to have killed Goto Kumasawa and Nanjo. I feel like one of you four is lying, but I can't figure... I don't think George is lying. I just don't like this statement where he says no one could kill Dr. Nanjo inside the guest house. Because that's not true. Genji could have snuck in. Because this, like, the guest house was completely locked up. First of all, that could be true. It also doesn't matter. Even if the guest house was locked up, well, Genji would have a master key. Which doesn't change anything. And at this point, it would also mean that Genji wouldn't have needed help in the second killing because Shannon could have been the killer. Put this in my notes. It's like it has to be somebody who was already dead at this point that killed Goten Kumasawa. What I want to check here is who confirmed who died at what point. Let me just drop something upstairs again. Okay, you two died, so it couldn't have been you. You had nothing here. Hmm. Because it would feel like this doesn't really matter. Sure, check. Like, yeah, they both died. Who cares? Yep. This still holds. I mean, he's not really saying anything that's like... Sure. Okay. None of Battler's statements seem really odd. Like, they seem fine. Because this here, I was forced to acknowledge that she was dead. I mean, like, this is true, because this isn't confirming that she was dead, but again, Nanjo confirms it, right? So, if Nanjo, no one examining, it's very clear to point out that he says examining. So he confirms both that these two were dead. Sure. He confirms that the mansion was sealed. This is also on top of the statement that they sealed the dining hall. Sure, doesn't particularly matter whether or not this statement was true if they sealed the mansion. It's the same effect either way. Okay, sure. He confirms all the next victims dying. That's fine. Okay, we follow so far. None of that's really too crazy. I'm probably going to go into the hints, but I think I have a general idea of what I'm thinking. All the victims died instantly. Okay, who cares about this? This is so late that I don't really care. Yeah, I feel like it's these. Like, I actually think Nanjo is probably innocent. My current thinking is Natsuhi's the killer on the first. Shannon kills Natsuhi on the next. These two are the same people, so whatever, you can treat this all the same. Because that knocks out this statement, so they could have lied prior in saying that Genji wasn't dead. Genji kills Shannon / Cannon. That's why they technically died together. He sneaks into the guest house. He kills Goten Kumasawa. He kills Nanjo. The problem is I don't remember if they said that they sealed the guest house. Because when it says it's sealed, I know I put a note here where it says sealed. All doors and windows are sealed at this point. Is this with duct tape? Is this just... I'll go back and I'll read the 5th and 6th. It's going to be pretty important. Because if it's just locked, it doesn't mean anything. Because George mentions here, oh, it's locked up. Like, who cares? Because Because the only real deaths that are important are early on. If they're lying... Again, this statement doesn't matter. I don't really care about this part, but this is the part that matters. Okay. I'm going to check the hints. I'm going to swallow my pride. Current theory, if you put a gun to my head and told me to guess right now, it would be this. This would be my theory right now if I were to lock it in. Yeah, I'm going to check the hints. This would be who I would say. There is some possibility of an ange inclusion here, so it could potentially be that. I also have a funky feel. I don't know why I have a doubt on Maria, but I don't think Maria killed anyone. The only problem is, like, with Maria and George, you get into a weird, like, dilemma where it's like the problem with everyone but Battler, like, I'd almost say I'm more suspicious on Battler. The problem with saying that any of these three are the culprit is that they have a lot of very sweeping statements that if they are the culprit, like, it opens up so much more. But let's look at the hints. I'll swallow my pride and stop being a baby, but that's what I would say otherwise. Okay. It's also for completeness, okay? Let me turn the volume of the game back up too. I'm actually gonna grab a drink real quick. It'll be like 2 minutes, not even. I can turn off display capture now because I won't need it. 1 sec, be right back. Literally like 30 seconds. You know, I don't even need my mic. 1 sec. You can hear me bump everything as I leave, like I always do. Oh God, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Oh, my fucking neck hurts still. Okay. Beatrice says, these purple statement things are quite a problem. We know their statements important enough to be on par with red truth, but they also contain the culprit's lies. Even the dumbest idiot wouldn't try swallowing a bread roll whole if there might be a needle inside. Okay, nice Higurashi reference. Except I think it was onigiri or something in that. True. If we accept the purple blindly, there's no chance the truth will come to light. A roll with a needle in it. I like that analogy. This precious vital information might be wasted, or might all be wasted, thanks to one tiny lie. Does which of this vast collection of purple have lies in them? Just thinking about it makes my head hurt. Then why don't we try turning the chessboard over? He's going to do exactly what I did. He's going to say, let's imagine that let's see what the inverse would be. What do you mean? It's simple. Forget which ones are lies. Let's concentrate on finding out which ones must be true. That's what I tried to do, but that's what we're looking for. We'll look for people who couldn't possibly be the culprit. If we can do that, then all the purple statements are the same as the red truth. Instead of searching for the culprit, we'll start by searching for those who couldn't be the culprit. Quite fun. The only problem with this, because I had this strategy early on, but unless I'm misunderstanding the purple truth, the problem is that, like, if you identify that somebody is not the culprit at a given time, it doesn't necessarily mean anything. It just means that they weren't lying at that point, because it doesn't mean that the culprit is lying all the time when they say the purple. They just could be lying, but besides the point. It's got to be someone, so let's look through it carefully. Start, I guess, and see what they can do from here. Okay, that one felt like a little bit of a nothing burger, but I'm assuming the early ones probably will be. How can we know for sure that someone isn't the culprit? One of the rules is the culprit can't die. In other words, though it might sound cruel, we can't trust anyone, or we can trust anyone who's dead. Kind of. You have to confirm that they're dead is the problem. That makes it easy. Almost all the characters were killed, so we can trust the purple of all those people. No, not really, because it was also that particularly that they were not the culprit in their own thing. There's the issue of people playing dead, which popped up so often, even in our games. The bodies of all victims were examined, were they not? Yeah, no kidding. Nandra even said with the purple that no one would reach a wrong conclusion when examining a body. Yeah, what if Nandra was a culprit? If Dr. Nandra was a culprit, then we can't even rely on that. At a glance, it may look as though all the victims were examined, but all confirmations of their deaths are in purple statements. Exactly, we can't be 100% sure. And whose death can we be serious about? I think what you're going to have to look for here is that you have to... I think you'll have to... I was saying this earlier, you have to find two people that are having a statement about the same thing, because you can't have one say something. It was the exact same thing with the liar puzzle earlier on. If you can find two purple statements that are talking about the exact same thing, those people can't be lying at that point. Or at least as far as that statement goes. And then you can try and work off of that, which I tried to do earlier, but there's a lot of the statements later on become sort of, I don't want to say vapid might not be the right word, they become sort of baseless. They don't really mean too much. Looks for someone who we can absolutely certain is dead, in some way more reliable than these purple statements. See, they're viewing this in a different way. So they're saying, find somebody that we can confirm 1 more billion% is dead. The problem is, I don't know if you can actually do that with anything. They just said, like, unless you can confirm that Nanjo's not a culprit. But that's, welcome to the crux of the problem. Again, we'll see. I know, I'll bet my life on it. It's multiple culprits. It's definitely not one person. It's narration. We've been told there are no lies in narrative. Yes, that's why I went through and tried to copy down things that were important to see which matched up with the narration. Yes, I did that already. I realized that too. Bern announced with the red truth there are no lies in the narration. That was what these were. Where are they? Right here. Did go check on the siblings. They couldn't have hid in the dining hall. So when it was said they couldn't have hid, nobody had an alibi. It was fully locked. That's where we came to the fact that Goda and Kumasawa were probably telling the truth at the start. Looked like they figured it out. They wouldn't get anywhere if they didn't. Are there any deaths confirmed by the narration? Yes, there was. Well, they confirmed that Natsuhi and them were sprawled out in the second twilight, which was also confirmed through Canon's speech. But again, once again, it doesn't matter if they say it once. And that automatically means they aren't the culprit, yeah, for that case. And on top of that, it means we can trust their purple. Let's look for deaths that are mentioned in the narration, ones that aren't vague about whether the person is alive or dead, like X was lying on the ground, which was the second twilight, actually, but let's read through it once more from the start. When I went through, kind of just said that Nanjo was killed. So I don't know if that's supposed to mention that, like, Nanjo was killed. And so because Nanjo was, oh, okay, I think I see what they're saying. So if Nanjo was killed, Nanjo can't be the culprit. Which holds true for this. Because the culprit could fake their death, but the culprit could not die. Okay. So we cut Nanjo out of the theory. Everything else is still holding currently. Battler, look, the narration clearly says that Nanjo was killed in the seventh twilight, yeah. Yeah, I was about to say, I would imagine that most people don't. I mean, to be honest, if I was playing in my spare time, I probably wouldn't listen to them. I'd probably just try and go through this, but I feel bad when I'm sitting on stream. I'm like, okay, guys, especially for people, because I know there's some people who watch the VODs. It feels so bad if I'm sitting here for, like, longer than I already am. Like, okay, guys, see you in 4 hours. Come back. Okay, let's work off this info, because I guess I didn't totally clock this. So Nanjo was killed. So first of all, we can trust everything that Nanjo said, which also means that at the point Shannon was dead, it also means that people aren't going to give false examinations. So let's go back through this afterwards. Found that one too. On the 8th twilight, the narration mentions Jessica's gruesome corpse. Okay, I didn't mention that either, or see that either. So if that's the case, we can trust both of them. Okay, no more hints for now. The first big clue. Okay, who cares? Hurry up. Yeah, I get the rest of this. Yeah. We're getting somewhere. Yeah. For sure that Dr. Nanjo isn't the culprit, then his purple statements I'll go through all of them anyways, but doctor or not, no one examining a body will reach the wrong conclusion becomes very important. In other words, no one will make any mistakes when confirming deaths. So anytime Dr. Nanjo or Jessica confirms a death, we can be absolutely sure that it's true. I think that's a bit of a misnomer there, or a bit of a misunderstanding there. I think he's misunderstanding, which no one will make any mistakes. Well, I guess the culprit could lie. Never mind. They're moving along. It's strange. I find it annoying that they're moving along, but if they did get stuck, that would just be boring. Okay, let's check their examinations and find some more characters who can't be the culprit. Yes. Okay. Let's work with this for a little bit. Let's see what we get from this. So, if we trust what Nanjo said, this is true. This is true. So, these two definitely died instantly. The mansion was sealed. Again, that didn't really matter too much. This didn't really matter too much. They died instantly. Okay. None of Nanjo's stuff is really that. We already had like a contingency plan for Nanjo not being required. Okay. Jessica's are the more interesting thing, because I don't really remember all of hers. Okay. So George could not have been the killer for Shannon's death. Goda and Kumasawa are dead. They couldn't have killed. Nanjo was dead, which doesn't really matter because we know over the narration it said that. And none of these four... Okay, I'm gonna be honest. Didn't really get a whole lot out of either of you two. All that we learned is that Nanjo definitely is not the killer and did not take part in it. Also means that Shannon is definitely dead at this point. Which means that the current idea is... Okay. Now, the only other thing that you can go from this... Let me turn the game back down here while I do this, sorry, because it's quite loud. For me, at least. I know it's not super loud for you guys. Now let's look at any of these statements and see if anybody contradicts anything that they say. We went outside to look for them. Okay. Ooh, wait. We all went outside to look for them. When the two of them left... Locks around the guest house. All went outside to look for them. I think we have a discrepancy in our statements here. We all went outside. It very clearly says outside. Destroyed Shannon's master key. Again, this doesn't particularly matter anymore. We don't really care about this. But it's interesting to note, to say that at the fourth twilight, we were busy checking locks around the guest house. Well, this is when they left, though. This is not... This is after. Okay, let's see if there's anything about that fourth twilight. I know he could have killed her besides George. That's true, because she had the statement about... We all went outside to look for them. You didn't make any statements prior. This was to add on to Jessica's thing. All of the victims died instantly. Oh no, it has to be Shannon for the second one. Because if it's not them, then this statement here about Genji being dead doesn't hold, and then Genji can't be free. So this has to be the order for this. Both dead. The four cousins... Okay, so let's... So I want to go read through the narrative to see if there was anything that was specifically mentioned in the 5th and 6th about how it was sealed up. Shelter in the guest house. Sealed all doors and windows. Okay. The problem is it says sealed all doors and windows. I'm assuming that means with duct tape. I guess it's not super clear. Not ultra clear. But I will assume... Assume, you might say, that it was with duct tape. Okay. The other thing too is that the fact that we know that they're true means that all statements made by them, not just the purple statements, are true. Okay. So it was George that mentioned the blood spatter on themselves. That's another important thing to note. And they're kind of confirming what they said. The guest house was still completely locked up. Again, remember, this doesn't mean anything. Whether it's locked up or not changes nothing. No master keys exist anymore except the 2 keys on the 2 people who lie dead here. That's not necessarily true. You don't know that because we know that the one necessarily wasn't destroyed. The only thing that's weird about this is that for that statement, since the 2 master keys that exist are here inside the guest house, that makes this guest house a perfect locked room. She's not really... See, the only thing is it says lost, not destroyed, so I'm still sticking to my guns there. Now, no one can see this is more... At least that should have been true. Okay. Yeah, see, so this is the weird thing is it seems like this would imply that George is lying. Because she says, we know that we can trust Jessica's statement. Jessica says, Maria Battler, George, and I all couldn't have killed Dr. Nanjo. In the first place, no one could kill Dr. Nanjo inside the guest house. That's not necessarily true. He obviously died inside the guest house, and there wasn't any of you, so somebody did. Battler here said this is proof that he didn't leave. So let's go read the 7th here. I want to reread the 7th just to make sure. Dr. Nanjo was the one who was killed. He was killed in the entrance hall of the guest house. It was far too foolish of him to come here alone to check that everything was locked. So he was checking that everything was locked. That's an interesting way. He's dead. He's been killed. Okay. Can say for sure it was an instant death. Don't really care about that part. Don't really care. This is not necessarily true. How did it happen if this is a locked room? That means the culprit is one of us. Impossible. Judging by the circumstances, Maria Battler, George, and I all couldn't have killed Dr. Nanjo. In the first place, no one could kill Dr. So we don't necessarily buy this. This isn't necessarily true. I don't know what he said. Look at this. Nobody... That doesn't... I want to read the 8th one because Jessica breaks out. Okay. Maria couldn't kill anyone. Could kill a kid, though. The only thing that means is, like, he could kill Jessica, but he couldn't kill anybody else. But this says here that they couldn't have. The narrative confirms that they couldn't have. Okay, let's continue with the hints. We'll see what happens here. I'm still, like, hitching on the Genji theory. The problem is, like, my theory can explain everything except for who killed Jessica now. I feel so stupid. Finish checking Nanjo and Jessica's purple statements. People whose deaths were confirmed by those 2 are definitely dead, and that means they can't be the culprit, which in turn increases the number of purple statements we can trust. Dr. Nanjo, he confirmed the deaths of the victims. Second Twilight. Okay, that's true. Oh my god, wait, I'm so stupid. So Natsui wasn't lying. All of a sudden they have 8 suspects less. It's only natural they make it this far. That's where it really begins. Holy fuck, I'm trolling. I don't know why I didn't put that together about Nanjo. Well. Okay. Problem is, these don't really do anything for us, so Genji has no Master Key. So now it's going back to the theory where it does seem like somebody let them in. Oh, sorry, I'm not on display capture, I'm trolling. I know Kumasawa didn't have many statements. Dining hall was locked. Her room was locked. No one has an alibi. These two statements are true to this point. I mean, we're down to U4. AKA U3. These 6 are all dead. Nanjo's innocent. You're 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 already confirmed innocent. I feel like it has to be George, right? George has to be included. Like, I think there's multiple, but like the question is, in what order? I mean, we're down to these three. It literally has to be. Everybody else is either dead, confirmed dead, so is innocent. These 6 are confirmed dead. We know that Genji's key is destroyed. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be straight for I mean, it has to be one of these three. It's one of these three. I wouldn't be surprised if it's some mix of them all. Fuck, man, I really thought I had it. I thought I was, like, giga-braining the answer. Because the funny thing about... The reason why I'm more suspicious of George is, one, the blood spatter thing. So that could be a lie. It could be that, you know, they could have. But then the only thing that comes weird is, like, the 4 cousins and Dr. Nanjo couldn't have killed Gota and Kumasawa. And if culprit... Again, the whole thing that hinges on, like, the culprits not being able to die thing. He's dead, he's been killed. We know they're dead, too. The reason why I have a little bit of suspicion on George is the one statement where it said here by Jessica, where she says, at least regarding Shannon, it's like, this is such a weird stipulation to make, to specifically single out him and say, oh, well, you know, at least for this one. It's like, put it this way. There's some mixture here. It would be a very Bern Castle thing to spite Battler and make him the killer. This statement is so shutting down, though. These two statements, it feels like the death of each parent was confirmed by their own child. Because the other thing, too, is, like, so the mansion was sealed. Okay. I also mentioned earlier, I thought it was for Genji. I still think this is weird. And I did mention earlier with Battler that I think this is a weird statement to say, nothing suspicious was found inside the dining hall. Motherfucker, there's 6 dead bodies. What do you mean there's not something suspicious? Because the only thing is that whoever is the killer has to already be in the guest house by the time the murder happens, which means that in the time between the first and second twilight, like between these two are found, or like right after, like basically when these people are, actually it's rather between the second and the fourth, they had to have left and went to the guest house before it got sealed. It feels very likely, if you think about it like this. I'm still, dude, the fucking Genji thing is such like a gut punch. Because I'm still so suspicious. Like, I feel like the whole blood spatter on the clothing thing, if you take that to be true, that's why it felt like it was so perfect that it was Genji. He had a master key, he was able to do the movements. But like, this is my thinking, okay? Because I have a dilemma here. And I was talking about this with Genji earlier, is that I had the discrepancy of the fact that if somebody was inside the... Let's say that somebody did sneak inside the guest house, because I already posited this earlier, that somebody snuck inside the guest house in the time in between, right? That you had a character in between the second and fourth Twilight. I guess they could have done it at any point after the first Twilight. They went and they hide in the guest house. The problem is you can't have it be the same person that kills these three and also be the same person that kills Jessica, because you have a problem that Jessica leaves the guest house and the other people leave right behind her. You couldn't have had somebody inside the guest house leave at the same time, kill her, and somehow not be noticed if these three were like right behind her, right? Like if I'm envisioning it properly in my head, that doesn't make sense. The biggest problem I have... There's two things that bother me right now. And it's the lack of master keys. The lack of master keys being used. Because if we follow how everything is said, Genji is dead. Sorry, I gotta turn the game down again because it's trying to fuck with my train of thought. If we follow the train of thought about the master keys all being destroyed, so Genji's gets destroyed because we have to trust Natsui's statement. These two keep their master keys the whole time and they're innocent. So we have 3 master keys that are totally off the table. All the master keys are off the table, right? Because there's 5 sets. Technically, Shannon is in possession of 2 if she's occupying 2 identities. It doesn't really matter the whole identity swapping with Shannon, though, in regards to like the culprit of like the entire game. It means that all the master keys are out of the equation. There's no master key usage. If there's no master key usage, it means a few things. It means that any of the crimes where the doors are locked, I need an explanation for. Either somebody misidentified the door being locked. Like when she says here, like, I unlocked the door. Well, we know she's telling the truth, so obviously the door was locked. But how did that door get locked? Because they sealed... Wait, who was it that said they sealed the... It was Maria that said they sealed... On all the doors and windows, yeah. Because what I was going to say for a second is, let's say that Maria was guilty in some way. I could maybe see a possibility that, because there was a red statement that said, where was it here? I think it was by chapter. There's a red statement here that says, you know, but this kind of precludes the idea. Because what I was thinking is, oh, you know, you could say that, like, all the seals on Natsui's room, the dining hall, the mansion were never broken. But if the seal on Natsui's room never existed, in the exact same way that in Game 5, Rika, aka Bern Castle, was saying, like, oh, if there was an alive Kinzo, he had to have been in Natsui's bed. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm trying to do. Like, I feel like I'm just trying to, because this is my thinking, right? I'll try and lay out what I'm trying to say. Because what I'm thinking is, like, let's say let's just throw this out there. If there's some possibility that there was no seal, like, there's only a seal in the mansion. Okay, let's go with that for the time being, right? There's only a seal on the mansion. If there's only a seal in the mansion, it's possible that if one of the people who was dead, right? Because I don't think they made a statement. They made a statement about nobody hiding in the first killing, but I don't think they made a statement about somebody hiding in the second killing. They only made a statement about the person rejoining the group. But it doesn't matter. The person could have stayed, right? They didn't have to. They didn't have to do it. Because she's saying, you know, like, we did this, blah, 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 blah. No one would be able to enter or leave. This is the problem, though, is that if there was somebody that was in there, it means they stayed in there after killing Natsui and Thing. They didn't rejoin the group, but they stayed. Because if she said, we made sure, okay, we have to trust Jessica's statement because her purple statement is true. Okay, sure. But the bigger thing here that I'll just... For the door to be locked, the person had to be inside the room, right? We follow? If there's no master keys in play, because my initial thinking, if it was Genji's going through, he's committing the murder, he kills somebody, when he leaves, he locks the room, or if it was Shannon, it didn't really matter. In my theory that I had initially, it was Genji. But if it was anybody, The problem is the killer has to still be in the room. If there's no master keys possible, the killer didn't rejoin the group, and they ended up getting sealed in the room. They got stuck in the room. Okay, so we say for sure one of the killers was in the room hiding somewhere. There was no statement they stayed in that room for the rest of the game. Okay, sure. The only problem then that I have is I was thinking initially, okay, you need to have at least 2 people, unless there's a fault in one of the purple statements in regards to like Battler, George, Maria chasing Jessica. What my initial thinking was is if you had a culprit, there's multiple culprits for sure. I'll bet my life on it. I don't know who they are, but there's definitely multiple culprits. One of them would have had to been in the guest house before the guest house got locked up that they didn't know was there, right? That Battler, George, Jessica, all of them, they didn't know that this person was in the guest house. That's why all the statements around that time are like, none of us could have done it, none of us could have done it. Yeah, exactly. It wasn't one of you. There's a person in the guest house that you didn't count. Then the only thing that I have a problem with is it feels like I need another person, because we have one person. How do I describe this? Wait, let me use this new app that I got. 1 second. Where is it here? Actually, I want to hide my display because I don't remember if I wrote something naughty on it. 1 second. Fuck, what is the name of it? It's like a new paint app that I got. Okay, here it is. Wait. Okay, look, this is perfect. Okay, no, I didn't have anything bad on it, but it just kind of goobered up. Let me delete this. And I'll zoom in a lot. And I'll show my screen again. So, the problem is, how big is this right now? Okay, that's fine. If we have, like, the first Twilight, right? So, the first Twilight, if we draw this out, we have a little bit of a problem that's presented to us, that on the first Twilight, okay, somebody kills six people. We know that, and this all makes sense, we know that other culprits could aid other culprits. That was one of the things that was made from the statements, but it doesn't really mean anything. However, for the second Twilight, for this to be true, we know that we have at least one culprit here, right? At least one culprit, starting with this, that killed 6 people. Then, we also have the problem that in the second Twilight, somebody killed Kraus and Natsuhi, and they also stayed in the room for the rest of the time. Okay? They stayed in the room for the rest of the game, which means it can't be any of the characters that we know. It would have to be one of the characters that was already dead. So we can put that here like, can't be... Sorry for my terrible handwriting. I'm trying to go too fast is the problem. Okay, we follow here. It can't be someone that's alive, because obviously they wouldn't show up for the rest of the thing. Then the problem is, we don't really care about the fourth Twilight, I'll be honest with you. This doesn't really mean too much, but we know that in between these times, okay, culprit goes to guest house. I also should just use text. I can't do S's, holy fuck. The culprit goes to the guest house before 5, ooh, that's not a 5, 5, 6, 7, okay? We know this. They could have potentially also done the fourth. There's nothing that precludes them from doing that. So we could say that theoretically, if we want to include as few people as possible, this same person, in the process of leaving, kills Shannon, then goes to the guest house, hides somewhere in the guest house, okay? Then we're on the 5th and 6th, okay? The culprit here, again, same thing, kills. Problem here, and this would also be for the 7th. This person is responsible for this, right? The only problem again now, though, is that we have an 8th person who killed Jessica, or 8th person. Oh my lord, guys, I apologize. I'm going too fast, okay? And it looks worse because this doesn't have any smoothing at all, so you can see all the artifacts I'm making when I write. The problem is that now we know we have one culprit here, initial culprit. Realistically, could be anybody, right? Could be anybody. That is hideous, my lord. Okay? The second, Kraus and Natsui, they stayed in the room. They had to stay in the room for this to be true because we know no master keys got used and the door was locked. It can't be someone that's alive. There is a killer, which means it has to be somebody that was dead was in this room. First of all, then we have to solve this discrepancy of how we know, or how there could be a falsity with the statement of the people identifying the bodies. Besides the point. Culprit goes to the guest house before 5, 6, 7. Okay? Twilight, I should say. And not the movies. Okay? They go there. Then, you know what I really should do? Wait! Okay, I'm not going to check this now. I have an iPad that I use for taking notes for classes and things. I wonder if I could have it synced up in real time. Oh my god, that would be so sick. Because I have like a pen and everything for it. Sorry, I'm just like, I'm bugging out here because this is on, sorry. Whew. Getting ahead of myself here. This culprit, okay, there's another culprit. So currently, we have, do this in like a different color. We have one person here. Okay, we have a second person here. Then, hey, look, I'm in STEM, so I can use the typical, also, I should do this actually, so that the chat on screen, there we go, isn't cut off, and we can zoom out a little bit. So, right now, we have at least one culprit, okay? We have a unique culprit that did this. There is some possibility, okay, I'm gonna say for this here, it's 2/3. We don't really know. It is a possibility that the person that killed here in 1, obviously this one can't. This person is like, they're locked. Okay? They can't go anywhere. This person is, they're a 4-lifer. Let's do this a little bit better. There we go. This person's locked in. They can't go anywhere. However, it is possible that this person was this person. There is some possibility of this. The only thing that starts to get weird about it is, this is where we start to get weird, is I don't know if we have to have another culprit for this. So if you follow my logic here, I'll describe this one more time with one through line so it makes sense. First case, we have 6 people that get killed. Somebody kills them. Okay, whoever it is, they kill all 6. As far as we're aware. I think we can check the by the statement here, wherever it was. To be fair, I don't know if we ever actually got a red statement that there were 6 dead. We just had statements. It's also interesting to note that in Kumasawa's statement, remember, it doesn't say that they're dead. Excuse me, I have hiccups. It just says they're covered in blood. Just remember that. The death of each parent, blah, 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 confirmed Genji was dead. So this one we can, like, maybe... The only thing that's weird about this is that you could argue from Shannon's statement, I don't know, like this is on shaky legs. This one is definitely true because they aren't related to Genji unless there's something real weird going on in this Ushirimiya mansion. Hey, yo. But at least with this, there is a possibility that one of these people fucked and lied about who it was. Because if it was the people that did it, Nanjo had the statement, where was it? I think it was on... I don't know, there was somewhere, it was in the first thing, he said, like, nobody would ever, blah, 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 and I have 4 lines in episode, right here. Doctor or not, no one examining a body will reach the wrong conclusion. The problem is, I don't know how to make that statement fit with the idea that it had to be somebody that was dead. There is no way that this canon statement can be false. There might be some wiggle room on this statement, that if one of the kids, which again, like if we look from earlier, it has to be one of those 3, not Jessica. It has to be one of Battler, Thing, and Thing, which would kind of make sense, because if you look at the first Twilight, actually, it almost can't be Maria then, right? Because we are necessitating at least 3 people, right? At the minimum, it's 3 people. At most, it's 4. But at minimum, it's 3. Well, Maria only has her 1 parent. Maria only has Rosa. Not to say that she, I guess, couldn't get up, but it would be a lot harder to. Actually, no, she couldn't, because well, unless multiple of them are in on it. Point being that there's some wiggle room that this isn't true. It's probably less likely that it's Maria. However, Hideyoshi, Ava, they maybe. Rudolph, Kiri, maybe. The only thing is that, again, I don't know how to... The only ways you would say they had a false examination, because you could say that, like, the person lied, because we didn't get any, like, statements in the narrative anywhere about, like, Maria and all them going, like, oh god, my parents are dead. Regardless, let's go back to this point so I don't derail too hard. We have the first killing, okay? We know, this is the biggest thing, the second killing is actually the secret. It's actually the secret that reveals everything. And the secret behind it that reveals everything is that we know for a 1 more billion% fact that one of the 6 people that was dead was not actually dead. We know this because 1, no master keys, and it couldn't have been anybody else that was alive because no fucking shit it couldn't have been. They would have disappeared for the rest of the episode, right? Or episode, for the game. That wouldn't make sense. So one of the 6 people, they have to be. So then the question becomes, we have one culprit, this person's locked, they're gone. We have at most 1 or 2 more people, although because of the Jessica theory, I don't know where I got 4 from. It's 2 or 3. I don't know, I put 3 or 4. It's 2 or 3 here. The question becomes here, so actually it could have been Maria. It doesn't, no, it couldn't have been Maria. It can't be Maria. If my current theory is correct, it can't be Maria. The reason behind this is that, let's use George as an example, right? Because he's got a little bit of some fuck statements. And we already know we have the confirmation that he didn't kill. But for the first thing, let's say that George is the killer, right? George goes in and he kills all of them, air quote, kills all of them. He actually does not kill Ava and Hideyoshi, right? Let's say that. Because under this theory, it couldn't be Maria because one of these 2 people has to lock themselves in here and not exist for the rest of the game. Okay, we follow that. In this time, let's just say it was Ava. Ava goes, kills these 2, hides. She locks herself in the room. Ava's gone for good. Then you have Hideyoshi. Hideyoshi, he goes before the room is sealed. This is important because we remember Battler gave a purple statement, and I think Nanjo also gave a purple statement. Even if we disregard Battler's statement, which it doesn't really matter, the entire mansion got sealed after the second Twilight. In the time that they went. So before the mansion gets sealed after the second Twilight, the other person goes and they leave. Okay, we don't know where they go. We know they go to the guest house before it gets sealed. There is some possibility that they kill Shannon before they go to the guest house. Not likely. Not likely. The other possibility is that Shannon left the guest house, which would have meant that the guest house was unlocked at that time, and we know that the guest house didn't get sealed again until 5-6. It was confirmed 100% that it was sealed in 5-6. It is more likely that this killer, we'll say Hideyoshi in this example, he leaves, he goes to the guest house before the 5-6-7. There has to be somebody that's in the guest house that they don't know is there, because we have confirmation from everybody else that everyone else in the mansion has an alibi, right? It doesn't make any sense. Otherwise, let me go over it like this a little bit, right? Everything, oh Jesus, everything there follows. The only problem is that this is where I get like, this is where the rub breaks down, where I say 2/3 that I'm not sure. You would imagine that it's 3 in this scenario, because let's say you're George, right? Are you gonna kill like Ava and leave like, no, you're gonna keep both of them alive, right? It doesn't make any sense why you would be like, oh yeah, fuck you mom, or fuck you dad, I kill you. And Maria, the reason why I said Maria doesn't make sense is if Rosa was the killer, well, Rosa had to stay locked here. That means that Maria, not to say it's impossible, it could have been possible. The only reason why I say it's not possible is because then when we get to these killings, the 5-6-7, the culprit had to be in the guest house, and it couldn't be one of the siblings, or rather, sorry, it couldn't be one of the cousins, it couldn't be one of the grandchildren, because we have confirmation that it wasn't them. So then this killer had to have been inside the guest house, unknown, to kill Nanjo, Kumasawa, and Thing. The only thing where I start to get weirded out is this killing. And I feel like if I can figure out who kills Jessica, I think everything falls into place. And the reason why I say this is we have a bunch of statements where it's like, oh, like, we couldn't have killed Jessica. We couldn't have killed Jessica. Like, we can go here. Probably dead instantly. There's no way she could live through this. George, Maria, and I couldn't have killed Jessica. The 3 of us couldn't have killed Jessica. This is the thing where it gets weird, is that we start to have 2 statements of people that are like, okay, we couldn't have done it. The only thing that is a bit weird is Maria says the 3 of us, you could, in a very, like, if you want to be pedantic, you could say she didn't give names. So Battler's statement is more complete, although again, if one of them is lying, again, I don't think Maria's lying. That's the thing. Let's take Maria's statement as true. With this, it says George couldn't kill an adult. He could kill a kid, though. That seems to line up where it's like, okay, George could have killed Thing. I think this is the only way it makes sense. The problem is I don't have any way to discern whether it would be Ava and Hideyoshi. So now if we get rid of all this, I also don't know what this is, and I'm like scared to just delete that. I'm like, oh, it just didn't. Okay. So we all follow. I'll delete this. Now we have like this is the real rub down now, is we don't know out of these, it's either holy fuck, guys, I'm not really truly apologizing. I'm just kind of like embarrassed by my own handwriting. The funny thing is I have really good handwriting, I guess just not with a mouse. Or maybe it's just this program. Because wait a minute, if I do snipping tool, bro, my one sec, look, if I do snipping tool, yo, my handwriting looks sick in snipping tool. Maybe I'm totally capping. Okay, I'm totally capping. Look, don't. It's one of this. At the minimum, there is a possibility that there's another fourth person. The reason why I say it could possibly be, again, the only thing that starts to get, I don't think there could be another. The reason why I say another is that when I was using that last example, is if we say that, like, okay, like, again, we'll use the George example. That this person kills on the first 6, Ava kills on the second, you kill on 4, 5, 6, 7. I guess it doesn't, again, you technically, this person could also kill on 4. The problem is that this person then gets stuck. Look, this is where you just do this. So we have this problem with this person. Where's the... What the fuck is that? No, I just want to move it. Okay, there we go. Oh, there's an arrow. Oh, that's kind of cute. Oh, aww! That's cute. I didn't know you could do that. So we have this person is stuck in Natsui's room till the end of the game. The only thing is... Because now we have this. It's either you, okay? It's either you, or it's you, okay? These are our choices. It's one of these, okay? We don't know who. It's one of them. And I probably need a hint to figure it out. It feels like it has to be in this set. I don't think it can be Maria because of the Rosa thing that I described earlier. Again, because the theory is, like, there's no way that this person was stuck in the guest house, because if Jessica unlocked it, like, did this person... maybe you don't need another person. It could be that when Jessica because Jessica breaks the seal to leave. She has to. Does this person then run out? Like, right behind? Maybe? Maybe? Maybe. And then you also have to think a little bit about the... You have to think about the logistics of who helped who. So, you would have had to be a culprit. This is why... Yeah, I'm not sure. Let's go through the hints. I think this is correct. I don't know who. The only thing that makes me think it's more... that it's not George is the comment about him not killing Shannon, but that doesn't really mean anything. Because, and again, this person could have also killed on the 4th, so it doesn't really matter. Like, we know that George didn't kill on the 4th. We know that, but it doesn't mean anything. I know there's a Jessica statement that says, like, oh, George didn't kill on the 4th, but that doesn't really change anything at all, because this person, in theory, could have. It's not likely, but it's the exact same explanation for the person that kills Jessica. Because the explanation for killing Jessica would be that right when Jessica runs out and breaks the seal on the guest house, this person runs out after and kills her. The explanation for Shannon would be the exact same thing. That in the whole like ruckus of everything going on, this person sneaks out of the guest house, because remember, they already had to be in the guest house at this point. They go in, they kill Jessica, they return to hide in the guest house. That's it. That's so like, I don't know the order. I don't know if I can know the order without knowing anything else. We can try and mull through some of their statements, because again, like I said, let's imagine, I'm gonna take a gamer move here, and I'm going to assume that Maria is telling the truth. Because like I said, we're down to these three anyways from the hints that we've learned already. It has to be one of these three. And it would seem to implicate the people in their row, because again, like I was saying earlier, if George is the culprit, he's not going to kill Ava. See, there you go. See your categories. That if George is a culprit, he's not going to like kill Ava and not kill Hideyoshi, and Battler's not going to kill Rudolph and not kill Kiri. You're either going to kill both of them, or you're going to, like, along with everybody else, or you're going to keep them alive. Again, it's also a very weird thing, too. We mentioned this many times playing through the other episodes, that it's a bit odd if, you have 6 people dying. How the fuck are you killing them all at the same time? It's not one person. You had to have a group of some kind. So it would make more sense if it wasn't... Oh my god. Well, no, we know that... Well, they could have helped, but they didn't kill. Actually, no, that's not possible. They could not have helped, actually, at the start. It actually had to be a solo act. That's the only thing that's weird, though. There was a red statement about killing 6 people, was there not? And this is where I'm starting to, like, doubt myself now. Because there was a red statement that was made at one of them. I think it might have been by the second one. The culprit of the first Twilight has definitely killed... Ooh, wait a minute. Oh my god, wait a minute. No, it makes sense. You can line this up. You can line this up. Because this is being said at the second Twilight. It's being said at the second Twilight. It's not being said at the first. I'm under the assumption this entire time it doesn't actually mean that. That is true, Shim. I didn't actually get your joke for a second, but now I get what you're saying now. I keep thinking by fucking chapter, mean by person. I did this 3 times in a row because I have fucking degenerative brain disease. The reason why is, let's say it was George again, because fuck you, George, diaper sniper. When it says that the culprit of the first thing has killed 6 people, that could mean that the first and second Twilight is the same person. It could very well be. The only thing is, it seems to implicate that the reason why I would think that it has to be one of these 3 that is the killer on the first. Ooh, now I'm starting to get into a weird brain game here. The culprit of the first Twilight has definitely killed 6 people. Okay. The only thing that's weird, the death of each parent was confirmed by their own child. And nobody would mistake. Now I'm getting into a weird culprit dilemma. I have to go back to the rules. Characters who are not culprits only speak the truth. Who are not culprits may not cooperate with a culprit. This seems to mean that the first Twilight was a solo act. Or at least, because think about it like this, right? In this example we're using, let's say Ava was the killer on the first Twilight. Because that red statement of the second thing isn't totally wrong if you spare your spouse, or whoever it is, in this case it would have to be like one of these 4. You spare your spouse and you kill the rest of them. Let's say that's true. Let's say it's Ava, right? Kills you, kills you, kills you, kills you. That's 4 people that's dead. Then you're the person that gets locked in with these 2. That means that after that, that red statement is still true. You've still killed 6. The only thing that I start to question then at that point, and the reason why I think it had to be one of these 3 that was the killer, and again, more likely one of these 2 that was the killer in the first Twilight, is because when you are saying here the death of each parent was confirmed by their own child, how could you lie? Because then you would become an accomplice to this person, but you would not be a culprit yet. And we know... Ooh, I feel like I'm at a dilemma here. I feel like I might have just busted my own theory. Maybe I'm not properly describing what I guess the dilemma in my mind is, but if by the end of the second Twilight, the culprit has killed 6 people, I don't know how the child, if we're working off that shaky thing that I was saying earlier, I don't know how the child could false ID the body. Because would that not just be acting as an accomplice? Oh, wait, no. No, I don't think it is. Because we had the statement in the rule that a culprit could lie if they become a culprit in the future. So I think it still lines up. So no, it is still true. It's the same thing that I was saying earlier about how, like, oh, if Nanjo lies, he has to be a killer later. It's the exact same thing here. It's just that one of these people actually does have to kill later. So in this case, George or Battler, whoever it is, does have to kill somebody later. It would almost make more sense if it was George too, because the fact that the game tries to give you a little bit of cover, and they're like, oh yeah, George couldn't have killed Shannon, and then you're like, oh yeah, he was in love with her, but that would be the whole thing, is if they were like behind it. But then at the same time, it's like Berncastle, so you would think that she would probably want to make it Battler to spite him and Beatrice. Regardless, either way, whoever locked themselves in was the killer of the others. But that also means that one of George or Battler is lying and did kill someone later. Now we get into the whole liars problem again, where we're sitting there and we're saying, well, you know, they killed someone, but we don't know when, but they definitely killed someone. Odds are it fits cleanest if... It fits cleanest if... Because George can't. If it was Battler, it would be that Battler killed Shannon. Then everything else plays out the same. Otherwise, it would be that one of George... Well, so there's two possibilities. Like, if my theory is correct about this, about all these, I don't want to say permutations, but about these possibilities, it's either that Battler killed Shannon or Jessica, if it's him, and if it's George, George killed Jessica, like 100%. The only problem is that if Maria is telling the truth, the three of us couldn't have killed Jessica. And when it says George couldn't kill an adult, he could... Well, that doesn't really matter too much. But this statement by Maria, if we're thinking that Maria is not the culprit, that she must be telling the truth, that precludes the second possibility for George, which would leave you with Battler. He would be the only one that's possible. Because we have the Jessica statement that says George couldn't be the murderer, at the very least. And Battler gave the same statement, which again doesn't really matter too much. This is true, it doesn't matter. Huh. I don't know, let's look at the hints. I don't want to fucking mull over too long. I already wasted enough time. I'm already going way longer than I wanted to. Hints. Let's see. We're gonna go through all these anyways. Turn this back up. Press Natsui, Shannon, Cannon, Go to Kumasawa. I've looked through the purple statements for all these people we just proved innocent. Yeah. And as a result, we've proven that Genji isn't the culprit. Yeah, he couldn't be. For the first Twilight, Ken announces in a purple statement that he confirmed Genji's death. That clears Genji of suspicion as well. So now a total of 9 people have been proven innocent. Things are going pretty well. Alright, it looks like Shannon and Kumasawa's purple statements confirm that the 6 people of the first Twilight all died. Yeah, that's the only thing that I'm like, it's iffy, it's on shaky ground, right? Okay, well, I feel like I'm right if he's gonna, we shouldn't accept that so easily. Why not? We can trust Shannon and Kumasawa's statements, can we not? Well, Kumasawa never confirmed that anybody died, number 1, we already went over that. And depending on if the person would become a culprit in the future, again, like the Shannon statement is a bit, it's an interpretation thing, but yeah, right, if you're sure they aren't culprits, why can't you trust their purple statements? Kumasawa, for example, only said they were lying there. Yes, we already found that. So it's not clear whether they were alive or dead. Yes. We can't call this a perfect examination of the 6. Yes, for sure, we agree. Shannon speaks of those 6 in a different way. She says the death of each parent was confirmed. See, this is where it gets weird. When it says confirmed, that person could lie if they become a culprit in the future. That means George, Maria, and I each examined our own parents in the dining hall. However, we haven't proven yet that any of those 3 are innocent. Oh, I get it. Shannon's words prove that the children confirmed each of the 6 deaths in the dining hall, but they don't prove that the examinations were legitimate. Yeah. That's it. The fact that they said this makes me feel like I'm right. So it's one of those 2 for sure. Since we can't deny the possibility that the kids are lying, we can't remove any of the 6 in the dining hall from suspicion. How troublesome. All 3 of those are survivors who live until the end. Since they are alive, that makes it impossible to prove that they aren't culprits. Battler, George, Maria. These survivors are not only likely to be the culprits, they're also probably the hardest people to prove innocent. Again, I feel like Maria is not actually proven innocent. She is like... what is the correct word for it? She is like... kind of proved innocent, but not literally. It's just like you would need more people than would be possible for her, unless, like, you know, somehow she decided, hey, Auntie Ava, I like you, you know, which wouldn't make sense because of the confirmations. At any rate, it looks like those 9 are the only ones we can say are definitely dead and therefore definitely innocent. From here on out, it'll just be pure reasoning based off the purple statements of the 9 we can trust. Nanjo Jessica Krause, Natsui Shannon Cannon, go to Kumasawa Genji, we can only read through their purple statements once more. Things are gonna get hard starting now. Let's steel ourselves and take a shot at it. And let's have Connor fucking hiccup for the 90th time to stream. It's finally starting to feel like a real mystery. The only thing behind all this, although I guess for Bern it doesn't particularly matter about the motive, is I don't know what the fuck the motive would be. 9 people? 9 doors? 9 possibilities? Hey Beato, I found out something interesting in the series of crimes Master Keys can never be used. Hey, thanks dipshit, we already got there. Come to think of the group of 9 innocent people includes all 5 servants. Yes, exactly. And we all know that they were all destroyed and only the servants can use it. They can't hand them over to someone else, and since people who aren't culprits themselves can't assist culprits, the Master Keys can't be used for crimes. Since it's been guaranteed that all 5 servants are innocent, we know that the Master Keys have nothing to do with the crimes. Yes, that's right. And that makes this even more troublesome, correct? All of these locked room murders, every one of them must be constructed without any Master Keys. No. Turn the chessboard over. That just means that none of the tricks need Master Keys to construct. I see. First Twilight, the locked room of the dining hall. Second Twilight, Natsui's locked room. Starting with the 5th Twilight, the locked room of the guest house. It seems we must look closely through those again. Let's read through it once more carefully. All the servants are innocent. Master Keys can't be used. Let's think through it. I think I said this literally like instantly when they brought up the fact about the servants. It was like, oh, well, someone had to let them in. But in reality, it could just be they let them in, then killed, then blah, blah, blah. I feel like with this, these 2, I think it was this one, the 9 people are innocent. I feel like that kind of, the fact that they said like, oh, we can't trust the body, I'm feeling like, okay. I think I have a theory about the dining hall locked room of the first Twilight. Let's hear it. Which now, even more so that we think about it, it would make sense that, I didn't even put this together, but it would make sense what I was saying earlier about the person who was the first Twilight killer having to be the killer in the second Twilight. They would had to have been in both the rooms to lock it, but they unlocked the dining hall for them. But they sealed them, they locked them in. That person probably would have continued to help in the later things, but they got sealed in. But, let's hear it. Dude, I can't wait to play that Silent Hill game that he wrote later this year. But I have to play Expedition 33 too. I've been putting that off for so fucking long. Way too long, because I want to play it on stream. I would have played it literally on like launch day if I played it off stream, but I was like, it looks pretty good. I fucking pre-ordered that shit too. I don't ever pre-order games anymore. Sorry, besides the point. That's an extreme game too. The corpse examinations of the victims in the first Twilight still aren't certain. In other words, what if one of them was really the culprit? They killed the other 5, locked the dining hall from the inside, then played dead. Sure, they could create a locked room without using Master Keys that way. That leaves us with a problem though. What problem? Remember, when we were talking about the second Twilight, Bernkessel said yes, he's gonna do the exact same thing. Yeah, bro, if Psychonia ever gets fucking finished, I don't know if it's ever gonna get finished. It would be fun though if it does. I'll definitely play it if it does. The culprit of the first Twilight has definitely killed 6 people. Now that you mention it, Because that red truth, it seems all 6 people in the dining hall were dead after all. Nope, you fucked up, bro. I'm ahead of Battler of halfway through the hints or wherever they are in the hints. Like, you got fucking rolled, little bro. To be fair, how many more hints can there be? I feel like it's almost there. So how did someone lock the dining hall from the outside without using a key? Hey, Battler, does that red truth really confirm the deaths of all 6 people in the dining hall? Yes, they're gonna do the same thing. Well, it does, doesn't it? In that case, the 6 in the dining hall are all innocent, excluding Genji, whose innocence has already been confirmed. That gives us 5 more people we can remove from the list of suspects, does it not? In other words, 9 plus 15, or 9 plus 5 equals 14 people have been proved innocent. There are only 3 left. Either Battler, George, or Maria must be the culprit. Yep, we realized that already. Wait a second. That doesn't seem right for some reason. That Red Truth did say that the culprit killed 6 people. However, she didn't say that Red during the first Twilight. Exactly. I believe she said it back when we were talking about the second Twilight, yes. I'd like to read through that, but again, dude, some of these feel so on the nose. I get that's the point of it, but feels like that was a strange time for it to say, because this is like the whole episode 3 thing all over again, where at the end of oh, sorry, I just punched my fucking pop filter. That at the end of episode 3, they were like oh, they're dead, and it's like, okay, well, you're just saying that like right now, but like the person could have killed them in the time between, etc. You know, you're fucking with the time of death. Not bad. Can't underestimate these 2. Even their instincts are sharp. This is like the most convoluted fucking mystery of all time. I understand it's like the point, but goddamn. It definitely, I mean, to be fair, I struggled my ass off too. If they didn't give me the first little fucking kickoff, I would just be still talking about how could Nanjo have been a killer, and that it was definitely Genji. I've been thinking about the second Twilight's locked room, but no matter how many times I try, I keep ending up with the same theory. You mean someone killing the pair of them, then locking the door from the inside and hiding? Yeah, it had to be. Since the master key can't be used, the door must have been locked from the inside, so it only makes sense if the culprit was hiding somewhere in Natsui's room. Which normally, you would say, okay, makes sense. Natsuhi / Kraus, they are, what do you call it? Natsui / Kraus, they would be the killer, but we had confirmations of their death. Fuck, man, I really thought they were gonna do like a whole, quick little spoiler talk if I have the... No, I don't have the spoiler talk thing. If you haven't played either Somnium Files, I'm gonna say... I'll put a spoiler thing on screen real quick because it is technically a spoiler. Well, actually, it's a big spoiler. It's a spoiler for the end of the first game. So you can mute until I get rid of this. But I thought they were going to do like a chain of killers, because in I, the Somnium Files, at the very end of the first game, you find out that the killer was actually one person, but was body swapping over the course of the killings. I thought they were going to do a similar thing in this, where every single killing involved the culprit being killed by the next successive culprit, and it was just going to be like a chain of culprits all the way to the end. I thought that's what this was going to do, but besides the point. The Somnium Files, amazing game. Now the spoiler talk is gone, I will say. The Somnium Files, great game. If you haven't played it, you should absolutely play it, especially the first one. Second one is good too. First one is quite a bit better in my opinion, but they're both still very good. Regardless, continuing. Since the master keys can't be used, the door must have been locked from the inside, so it only makes sense if the culprit was hiding somewhere in Natsui's room. Right. That is weird. It says this in the narration: no matter how much time passed, Kraus and Natsui were the only ones who didn't return. And then it continues: everyone headed to Kraus and Natsui's room together. If Kraus and Natsui were the only ones who didn't return, that implies that everyone else did return to the parlor. That's right. If the culprit locked themselves in Natsui's room after committing the crime, they shouldn't have been able to return. Wait, he's actually kind of making a good point. And yet everyone except the victims did return. That would make this crime impossible for all the survivors. So maybe we really should follow your theory of someone in the dining hall surviving and committing crimes later. Come to think of it, when I mentioned that theory, I was hit with a red truth. My theory was that someone in the dining hall was alive and killed Kraus. Hey, that was my theory. That theory was countered by this red truth. Okay, yeah, but you were wrong. Okay, I don't want to give a hot take, and I don't want to devolve too hard. We can maybe talk about this after the end of the next chapter. I played Zero Escape, and I only liked the first game in the series. I do think the third game, I don't know, I thought the second game was super disappointing. Maybe I'm like crazy. I feel like VLR was omega hyped up. And then when I went into VLR, I was like, it was alright, but it wasn't amazing. I thought the first game was amazing. And then ZTD's production value was like pretty nuked. It was almost like funny bad, but I only really liked the first one. I thought 999 was really good, and I thought 2 and 3 were pretty but maybe I'll get into that later. I don't want to derail too much. The theory was countered by this red truth: the culprit of the first Twilight has definitely killed 6 people. Well, that's hardly surprising. After all, the culprit went on to kill Kraus and Natsui, so they killed a total of not just 6, but 8 people. Huh? Hold on. They went on to kill Kraus and Natsui, so the culprit has definitely killed 6. I would agree. I think that the first I, the Somnium Files game is better than 999. Should do a tier list of that sometime. I did want to play that new, there's like the new, I don't know if it's Uchikoshi, I think it was, the guy from Danganronpa that did like the art, I think, and then him, they made like, I'm gonna call it the 100, it's not the 100, it came out like in June, I think. I was gonna play it, then I saw it was like 95 Canadian, okay, I'm a fucking student, I can't afford that, and it was like 100+ hours, and I was like, look, okay, I'm already playing Umineko, okay, we're already on a 200-hour playthrough, I need something shorter than that, if I'm ever gonna stream something like that. I've got it. We've been fooled. I know what she meant by saying the culprit killed 6 people. What do you mean you know what she meant? Explain yourself. That's what I'm saying, dude. I heard people say that, and I was like, holy fuck, no way. Like, it sounds interesting. It sounds really good, but you know, it's you know, it's in the pipe. When it goes on sale at some point, I'll probably play it. Maybe on, maybe off stream, not sure, but you know, it's there. The culprit of the first Twilight has definitely killed 6 people. If she had said that at the time of the first Twilight, I might have accepted it as it seemed. However, if we remember that she said it after the second Twilight, a new possibility shows itself. You don't mean that the murders of the second Twilight are included in the 6 people who were definitely killed? That's it. The culprit really was hiding among the 6 in the dining hall. Later on, they snuck out of the dining hall, killed the 2 people in Natsui's room, locked the door from the inside, and hid somewhere in the room. The culprit could only have killed 5 people at most in the dining hall. Yes, true, but it actually has to probably be 4, just from later events. But again, I know they're going through it part by part, so I won't. However, if we add on the victims of the second Twilight, they definitely would have killed, at least 6 times. I see, now it all adds up. You can construct the locked rooms of both the first and second Twilights without using master keys. Well, you don't think so, but that reminds me of something else. Natsui's room was sealed immediately afterwards. Come to think of it, Lady Berncastle used the Red Truth to say this: the group sealed the room at the same time they left. No culprit joined the group as they left. And she also said this: all of the seals will never be broken. That was a really important statement that she made too. I think I pointed that out when she said it. It wasn't that like, oh, this, like, never, for the rest of the game, not broken. In other words, the culprit is trapped in a locked room again, but this time, forever. That theory might explain the first and second Twilights. However, the culprit would be sealed inside Aunt Natsui's room, unable to leave. And that means they wouldn't be able to carry out the fourth and onward. I thought it was such a nice theory, but I guess it's wrong. I don't think we're wrong about this theory, but maybe it just needs some more tweaking. If there's ever a possibility for there to be multiple culprits, there is. This is like a... feels like it's always like a... feels like it's always a mystery thing. No, it does work. There's no problem if the culprit gets sealed up, not as long as there's a second culprit. Again, to be fair, from this exact same statement, one of whoever false ID'd the bodies has to be a culprit. They couldn't false ID the body otherwise if they didn't become a culprit later. A multiple culprit theory. That does seem to be the only way. That way, even if one culprit is sealed up, the other one can continue murdering. If you think about it, our theory is needed and accomplished from the very beginning. He's going to say the exact same thing. Excluding Genji, who we already know to be innocent, the other 5 of the first Twilight 6 victims, Auntie Ava, Uncle Hideyoshi, my old bastard, Kiri, and Auntie Rosa, all had their deaths confirmed by people who also haven't been confirmed innocent. Unless these people were accomplices, fellow culprits, no one would have been able to play dead. You're right. After all, the rules say that only culprits can cooperate with other culprits. Culprits are capable of lying even before they commit murder, so we have ourselves a theory. The culprit who carried out the first Twilight murders also carried out the second Twilight, then locked themselves up in Natsui's room. Then the other culprit, who lied about the first culprit's death, carried on with the murders starting at the fourth Twilight. It all matches up that way. So, which of them was it? Yeah, see, the only problem is here, and maybe I'm missing the dilemma, I don't know how you could determine if it was Battler or George. Because again, like, it fits more cleanly with Battler. Like, I will say, like, at the heart of it, it feels a bit more clean to say Battler killed Shannon during the whole raucous. One of Kiri or Rudolph, depending on who you pick, went to the guest house. The other was already locked inside Natsui's room after doing their killings. And then, again, I still feel I get to a dilemma again about how Jessica was killed. I want to know how Jessica was killed. I feel like it'll make everything fall into place. That's like the only part that I'm a little bit iffy on. I feel like the only explanation is that whoever was in the guest house had to have ran out after and killed her, like, immediately. Just don't really understand how. But unfortunately, so far, any one of them could be a culprit. However, we can say for sure that the crime wasn't committed by a single person, and we know that the culprit locked up in Natsui's room was one of the 5 victims in the dining hall. And we also know that the person who continued with the crimes was one of those who inspected the 5 suspicious corpses on the first Twilight. One of those who inspected the 5 suspicious corpses in the dining hall. That would be Battler, George, Maria. We know that one of those 3 committed the murders later on. Excellent. Let's focus on those 3 and find the truth about those later crimes. I'm gonna go through the red statements, purple statements here. Again, oh god, my neck, holy fuck, that hurt. If we look at Maria, again, I feel like looking at Maria's statement might be able to... Because see, Maria's thing here is says, like, if we say that hers is true, it doesn't exclude George from killing Jessica, so that doesn't help, but then it does right after. So if we take Maria to be true, it has to be Battler. Because even though she says, like, oh, George could kill a kid, but you just said that didn't kill Jessica, and well, I mean, the rest of you were alive. And you were the only ones who would qualify as kids, other than maybe these, you know? But then we know that since these are the same people... No, actually, it has to be Battler, doesn't it? Because we already have confirmation from Jessica that George can't kill Shannon, or that he did not kill, rather. And now we have confirmation here that nobody present killed Jessica, so it wasn't one of these 3, which means that it had to be the same person. So we have... Yeah, it has to be Battler. It has to be. It doesn't make sense any other way. one of Rudolph or Kiri killed these 4 plus these 2. The other one killed 1, 2, 3. Killed these 3. Or sorry, these 4 rather, with Nanjo. Killed these 4. And then Battler killed Shannon even more so. Isn't that kind of like a funny narrative thing? Because Shannon is Beatrice, or Yasu is Beatrice, who is Shannon. If you want to do the whole fucking, okay, like chill Renee Descartes, we get it, your whole mind body. Well, it's not mind body this time. Who cares? You know what I fucking mean. Yeah, it has to be Battler. I don't see how it could be anybody else. The next crime is the 4th Twilight. Shannon was the one killed. No one has an alibi with one exception. George. Jessica, who has been confirmed innocent, used the purple text to say that it was impossible for George to kill Shannon. So, doesn't that mean either Battler or Maria must have killed her? I'd like to think that, but it's too soon to be sure. Battler, Maria, and every other person except George lacks an alibi. I managed to prove the crime wasn't committed by a single person, but I didn't prove that there were exactly 2 culprits. At this point in time, it's still too soon to be sure. I see. In addition to the culprit of the 1st and 2nd Twilights and the culprit who lied about the 1st culprit's death, there might be yet another completely separate culprit as well. Yes, it's a mistake to overlook that. The murder of Shannon was possible for anyone with only one exception. Single exception, sorry. Also, that fact alone isn't enough to prove that George is innocent overall. I thought this would be an easy one since there's no locked room, but on the contrary, we have no suspicious circumstances and no information to lead us to the culprit. The pace of the crime starts picking up here. Instead of getting stuck on this one part, we should take a look at the 5th Twilight too. Okay. Interesting. Dude, it's funny. I told myself today when I got on stream, I was like, oh, you know, today I'm going to do like a quick little short stream. And then the next time I stream, I can finish episode 8. And then 1 epilogue stream and I'm done. You know, 2 streams left. Umineko's going to finish on a good 30 stream number. And that is still going to be the case. But the stream is now going to end up being almost as long as the first one because I sat here and fucking twiddled my thumbs looking at this fucking interactive chapter. Ugh. Seems we have a problem with the 5th and 6th Twilights. We can trust Jessica's purple statements, and she said this. The 4 cousins and Nanjo couldn't have killed Goda and Kumasawa. Yup. The 4 cousins and Dr. Nanjo, in other words, all the survivors at this point in time. Thinking about it on normal lines, that would make this an impossible crime. Yeah, here's a little small, little 1 chapter thing. Come on, it's just 1 chapter. Look, we're gonna do a cute little mystery. It turns into like 4 hours. However, that's where we can turn the chessboard over, correct? You got it. This actually gives us a simple answer. The crime proves that there's a culprit who isn't Dr. Nanjo or one of the cousins. Other than these survivors, everyone is supposed to be dead, and yet it was impossible for the survivors to commit the crime. It's absolute proof that one of the culprits faked their death. And since there exists a culprit who faked his or her death... excuse me, fuck me, I'm sorry for yawning. It's only 9:45. That's absolute proof that there were multiple culprits. Only a culprit can fake an examination and lie. The 5th and 6th Twilights may seem to be a perfect impossible crime, but this one incident alone tells us so much. Impossible crimes are a double-edged sword. They have the power to break your opponents, but they also make it possible for theories to break deep into your lines of defense. Long ago, you would surely have surrendered. Tragic. No defense with a C spelling. Ugh. Canada bros, we're so down. Long ago, you would surely have surrendered. How far you've come. Ha ha ha. It's all because you've trained me so well. The pair grinned at each other. They'd been to the brink of death and back in their many intellectual games before now. They wouldn't be discouraged by a riddle like this. Let's move on to the crimes of the 7th and 8th Twilights. I think we're getting pretty close to the core of things. Let's keep our wits about us. I will say it is kind of nice that they don't directly say like, hey, well, this is what it is. But at the same time, I will also say that if you're like theorizing halfway through, I feel like at this point it's like kind of staring you in the face, you know? But hey. I pride myself on trying to be good at mystery games, and this entire game I've been like 90% right, and then the 10% wrong I was really wrong on. I mean, again, you're gonna look through the VODs. I think it was up until episode 6, like end of episode 6, I was dead convinced that Jessica was Beatrice by like, I was so mind-hold. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I feel like I was kind of cooking, but besides the point. The situation's exactly the same on the 7th Twilight. Jessica's purple statement, which we can trust, shows that the 4 cousins, which means all of the survivors, couldn't have committed the crime. And yet, there's something I don't quite get. The culprit of the 1st and 2nd Twilights was one of those 5 victims from the 1st Twilight. That person was sealed in Natsue's room, but we know their child was a culprit too, who lied when examining the death of their parent. However, the only kids who can be a culprit are Battler, George, and Maria. That's right. And we've proven that they couldn't have committed murder for the 5th, 6th, and 7th Twilights. In other words, this shows us that yet another culprit exists. Interesting. It also happens to be a theory that makes sense. Plus, it would mean that the 3rd culprit was also one of those who played dead. It might even be possible to have 4 or 5 culprits this way. Not sure about that. At any rate, Goda, Kumasawa, and Nanjo couldn't have been killed if there were only 2 culprits. There can be no doubt of that. This is getting complicated. Was it a group of 3, or was it a pair working together and someone else on their own? Right, we can't forget the possibility that there are more than 3. Of the 17 people who appear in the story, 9 have been confirmed innocent, 8 are left, and let's put Battler, George, and Maria to the side since they survived. At least 5 people who were supposedly dead but have not been proven innocent. Ava, Hideyoshi, Rudolph, Kiri, and Rosa. All were victims of the first Twilight. Now the question is, which of those 5 victims in the dining hall was faking death? We're getting close. I'm starting to like this. I'm assuming they're going to do the exact same thing that I just said, where it's like, well, Maria only has one person that she could fake the death of. So it couldn't be her because there couldn't be another culprit. Again, unless for some reason, like I said, she was like, but again, no, it wouldn't work. The only thing that it could possibly be, this would be like the really outside thing, is if it actually was Maria and Rosa, but Maria also enlisted the help of like Battler or George. That'd be the only thing. As for the 8th Twilight in the end, actually no, it couldn't be because you still have a discrepancy of in the guest house, never mind. As for the 8th Twilight in the end, the layout's exactly the same. Indeed, the narration says that George, Battler, and Maria could not have killed Jessica. The 3 survivors couldn't have done it. The purple statements here, oh, I totally forgot about the narrative even though I fucking wrote it down somewhere. Where did I put it here? Yeah, right here. So yeah, I don't know why, yeah, so whoever the other person in the guest house is must have been the killer. Which again, even more so means that, yeah, Battler, it is 100% Battler. The purple statements here sound like they have a lot of hints for us. George and Maria's purple statements are particularly interesting. If only we could trust them, they would be quite a powerful clue. If George is innocent, then his purple statements about Maria being unable to kill anyone would be true, and Maria would be confirmed innocent. In the same way, if Maria is innocent, then her statement about George being unable to kill an adult would be true. That would consequently prove George innocent. It would, but we can't confirm that either of them is innocent. If either George or Maria could prove that the other was innocent, they would be innocent too. It's like a chicken and egg dilemma. It almost feels like a useful hint, but not quite. Pretty annoying. Proving innocence for either of them probably wouldn't be easy, or won't be easy. At least we've gotten the suspects down to a small number. From here on out, there's probably nothing left to do except check each one to see if they could have been a culprit. You're right. Feels like we're getting close to we're getting to the final stretch. Holy fuck, I'm adding words in. Someone shoot me in the head. So it looks like they've almost made it, doesn't it? I feel like a plucked fish. I'm sure there is an explanation, which at this point is probably not spoilers, but I guess we can wait and I'll look it up after the game's over. I need to know if Bern Castle is Rika, or if there's an explanation for why she's a carbon copy, but push that to the side for now. First, let's test the theory that Maria could have been a culprit. If she's guilty, then Rosa could have been playing dead. She could have carried out the crimes on the first and second Twilights, then she gets locked in Natsui's room and Maria takes over for the following murders. It was impossible for Maria to commit any of the murders in the guest house, so the most Maria could do is kill Shannon, which means a third culprit would be needed for the guest house murders. The third one would have to be Ava, Hideyoshi, Rudolph, or Kiri, and that would mean we need a fourth culprit too, right? You're right. In order for one of those 4 adults to play dead, the child who checked them would have to be a culprit too. Yeah, exactly. That's why I was saying that it wouldn't work, because she would also have to have roped in another person, which means they also would have to have killed. But then the final statement doesn't really make sense because none of them have killed. But that's interesting. Yeah, I mean, like, the Lambda comparison to being Satoko is, like, at least visually makes sense, but she definitely does have more of, like, Takano's personality. But that's a little bit of both, but in other words, if Maria is a culprit, we'll need to have at least 4 culprits total. If there are 4 culprits, then each one of them must kill at least one person, and that breaks at the end for the last however many things. The definition of culprit is murder, in which case, things don't quite seem to add up. The 4 culprits would then be 2 adults and 2 children. 1 adult is in charge of the murders on the first and second Dude, okay, like, I say this all the time. I'm someone that, like, writes in my free time as well, but sometimes I think about things like this. Like, did Ryukishi, like, how many tabs did he drop before writing some of this shit to come up with these convoluted-ass puzzles, man? Like, at least in some other mystery stories or stuff, you can, like, maybe see it. But, man, like, I swear to God, some of the best mystery writers, these guys must just be totally fucking rocked when they're writing this shit. The 4 culprits would then be 2 adults and 2 children. 1 adult is in charge of the murders on the first and second Twilights. The other adult handles the murders from the guest house onwards. Yes, this is where we get a contradiction. Yeah, because Maria would have had to have killed Jessica or Shannon. And for there to be a second adult, Maria would have had to have implicated another sibling, and there's not enough people to kill, which means it comes down to George and Battler. And then because George couldn't have killed Shannon, you then get another discrepancy. Because now, he couldn't have killed Shannon and he couldn't have killed Jessica. Well, there's no other murders that could have been committed by him because he's ruled out for everything else. Which leaves that Battler killed Shannon. But to some degree, yeah, he probably did. Like, don't get me wrong, there's definitely seeds of this. I think, like, a lot of the best writers, don't actually plan like 100% front to back, especially for something this long. I don't think it's really possible to do. I'm sure there was like a general scaffolding of like how things will end, or like big themes and things that you want to tackle, but in terms of like the actual line by line, I kind of refuse to believe, I'm not saying that you're saying this, of course, I kind of refuse to believe that he like had episodes 7 and 8 written in while he was still like, let me add some finishing touches. But yeah, the pace to write that is pretty crazy. Even with attendance and shit, to write something like this in 3 years, like, it's so much to write. Looking at you, George R. R. Martin, you lazy old fuck, okay? He has like 3 fucking books left to finish, or at least 2. I think it's 3 though. Chop fucking chop, bro. I don't even read that shit. I feel bad for people that read it though. But a culprit is defined as one who murders. That means anyone who's a culprit must commit murder at least once. Simply put, there are very few people that a child culprit could murder. The children could not have killed on the first and second Twilights. They also can't commit murder after the first deaths in the guest house take place. The only one they can possibly commit is Shannon's murder on the fourth Twilight. A child culprit can only kill Shannon. A second child culprit couldn't kill anyone, so they couldn't be a culprit at all. It means there can be only one child culprit. As soon as we pick Maria as a culprit, we need another adult culprit besides Rosa. However, it's impossible for there to be a second child culprit to lie about their parents' death. In other words, it's impossible for Maria to be a culprit. Actually real, though. To be fair, maybe, hopefully the Silent Hill game will make up for it, although I don't think it's gonna, I mean, because it's a survival horror game, like, I don't know how much the narrative is gonna be able to shine through, but I hope it's good. I'll definitely play it. I respect his writing enough. Sorry, I had to take a drink. Next, let's try a theory. Next, because I can't speak because I've developed a lisp by the stream. Next, let's try a theory with George as a culprit. Only one child culprit can exist. So if George is a culprit, that means Auntie Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi are the only adults who could have been playing dead. So a 3-person group. Sorry, I should use my spacebar instead of having my cursor on the screen. So a 3-person group with 2 adults and 1 kid. I see. That sounds like it'd explain all the crimes so far, doesn't it? But hold on. That's actually impossible too. Indeed. Clearly it's shown that George cannot be a culprit. Hee hee hee. Pretty sharp. Reminds me of one of the Martin quotes about how some writers are more gardeners where they... Yeah, exactly, right? There definitely is going to be like a huge disparity from person to person. But especially, like, I think if someone who is like more of like a... I mean, poetry is not a good example because, I mean, you can literally fit it on one page. But especially for people that would do like more short stories or things like that, I could see you having it like almost fully planned the entire time. But especially for something like this, like, I don't know what the word count is. I'm sure you guys know, or I can look it up after this. But, like, I'm sure the Umineko word count is easily over 1 million words. I think Higurashi was, and Umineko's longer, so there's no way that Umineko isn't. Like, ain't no fucking way he probably had, like, good scaffoldings of things. But the degree to which, I guess it depends, especially for the time frame. You know, if let's say that he released this and it was over, like, I don't know. I want to say, like a 10-year period or something. I'd be more inclined to believe that maybe everything was like more meticulously planned out. And again, you know, I don't know his workflow or anything. It's possible he did. It's just, it's harder to believe that he had it all meticulously planned out in that short of a period of time. But hey, you never know. Maybe guy's like a savant, and we don't know. Regardless, but that's a really good quote. Pretty sharp. The only one. Sorry, now I'm having a stroke. The only one the kids can kill is Shannon on the fourth Twilight. The trustworthy purple statement has already proven that George couldn't have been the culprit in Shannon's murders. That's it. Just one tiny alibi that works for Shannon's murder. That's what proves George innocent for all the crimes. So we need not suspect George, which means all of his purple statements can be relied upon. Yeah, which also means there's only one person left. There's just process of elimination at that point. Is that the last hint? No, there's still one more. Are they literally just going to say who it is? I mean, there's only one it can be. Once we're sure that George is innocent, that automatically makes Maria innocent too. Yeah, confirms George's purple statement saying Maria couldn't kill anyone. Since she couldn't kill anyone, she can't be a culprit. So Maria is also confirmed innocent. Since George and Maria are innocent, that also proves that their examinations of their parents' deaths were also trustworthy. That's right. No one will reach a wrong conclusion when examining a body. And people who aren't culprits can't lie. So the deaths of their parents have been confirmed, and those parents are also innocent. We've gotten rid of almost everyone. The answer is already clear, is it not? Okay, I see. Yeah. So it's just to give you one last, like, hey, dumbass. Or, I shouldn't say dumbass, that's kind of mean. Oh. The fuck? There's another? Does this just tell you who it is? It's me. First off, there are multiple culprits, that's confirmed. These crimes would be impossible for a single person. To start off, one of the adult culprits carried out the first Twilight, then played dead. Since we know that all the servants with master keys are innocent, there's no way... The one thing I'll say about this, I can understand I guess the motive doesn't matter in this case, it's just the who. But since we know that all the servants with master keys are innocent, there's no way for the culprit to lock the door to the dining hall from the outside, so we know that the one who locked it did so from inside the room and must have been playing dead. And in order for them to play dead, they needed another culprit to lie when examining their death. Since Genji is innocent, there are only 5 suspicious victims, each examined by their respective children, so that gives us our second culprit, the child of the first culprit. And the child culprit can't carry out the crimes once they start occurring in the guest house. Plus, the adult culprit is sealed up in Natsui's room, so a second adult culprit is needed. 2 adults, 1 kid. That's what our culprit group looks like. Is there gonna be one more? I mean, to be fair, with that, it's like... Wow, there is another. Oh, dude, my fucking rash is getting itchy. Owie. It should be obvious, but the name of the child culprit in this culprit group is clear. Pretty much. All the kids have been proven innocent with one exception. And the only corpse inspection that a child culprit could lie about were the inspections of that child's own parents. So the culprit group was a family of 2 adults and 1 child. Murder with the family? How sweet. So, who are the 3 culprits? There's hardly any point in stretching this out further, is there? There's one more hint. It just says who it is. Is there one more? There is! It just says it, right? It's gotta. Oh, come on. Oh, no, I thought he was like, come on, man. Like, what a messed up answer. Looks like I was a child culprit. Even in my games, battler culprit theories were some of the most popular, weren't they? Seems so. Sheesh. Why does everyone think I did it? If you're a culprit, that automatically makes your parents culprits too. To be fair, unironically, that is a really good line of, because I think I touched it a little bit earlier, but it is a really good point. Like, it's pretty, I don't want to say ironic. Ironic's probably not the right word, but it is kind of funny. Like, if Bern was going to punish anybody, well, she's fucking, she's mad at these 2. It's funny to make Battler the culprit and have him be the one kill Shannon, especially as well. It's like a double whammy to just, like, fucking twist the knife. If you're a culprit, that automatically makes your parents culprits too. There's no need to think this over anymore. We've already won. There's no need for any more discussions or hints. Let's move ahead with the answer. Is it over? Well done. Seems a mystery of this level wasn't enough to beat those 2 after all. Please tell me I at least get to input it still. I'd feel really bad if you take that from me. Okay, thanks. I love how she comes back with this smug-ass face like, yeah, you think you can get it? You know what, Rika? I don't. I have no fucking clue who it is. Oh, my neck. It's you! The visitor who came late. The real question is, okay, if you guys had to estimate in hours, how much time is left in this chapter? Because I'm okay to do a long stream, like maybe tomorrow to finish it. But I just want to make sure it's not going to be like 20 hours and it's just going to be like 10 if I have to do a long stream. Or sorry, in this episode, not chapter, sorry. I have the Higurashi syndrome. I always call them chapters, I mean episode. I'm gonna imagine it's gonna be like a fair bit. I just don't know if I should do one more. Roughly halfway. About 8 hours? Okay, look. We'll do one chapter. We'll do this chapter. That'll probably cut off like an hour-ish. So that even if I stall and even if I'm like goofy as fuck towards the end in the next stream, at least I will guarantee that we can finish the game in the next stream and then have one epilogue stream. I also need to... I'm not sure if there's like a reading guide online. I'm obviously not going to reread the whole fucking manga on stream, but I know some of you guys were saying there was like some cool scenes to look through. I don't know if there's like a database or something that's like interesting to look at, but I'll do research after this. I mean, yeah, I'll do research to see what... Well, I'll probably do it after the stream tomorrow or the day after, whenever I do stream it. Besides the point, I don't want to stall. We'll do this chapter. So, chapter 10, The Visitor Who Came Late, which I think I have a funny feeling who it's going to be. Somebody... probably not going to play the fighting game. Probably not. Never know! But probably not. There are some parts. Okay, yeah. I'll worry about that tomorrow. Or, again, it'll be either tomorrow or the day after. It depends if I wake up with my eyes or not. Okay, that sounds fair. Yeah, I can dig into it more once, like, we know everything. Because then, there's probably not, like, a whole lot left to spoil. But at least then you guys can, like, full gloves off and just be like, okay, look, like, this is what's different. You can, like, go here, see this, etc. But I'll continue here. Somebody. Is anyone there? Oni-chan. Ah! And she flew out of the guest house sobbing. Also, did I turn the audio of the game back up? Yes, I did. Okay. Was there anyone still alive on this island? When she checked the cousin's room earlier, it had been completely empty. However, she remembered that she hadn't seen Battler's body, or George's, or Maria's. What she didn't know was whether this meant they were safe, or whether she was about to be reunited with them as corpses. Now, I want to know if she got transported to Bern's game, or if she's just being fucked with. Where are you guys? Where are you? Answer me! She dashed around through the rain. The fact that she ran into the bodies makes me think that she got transported to the game. Because I do remember Angie saying that, like, oh, I went into the dining hall and there was all the bodies. Like, it seems she probably got transported to the game. And then if, like, yeah, I think with the whole suffering angle, too, it would make more sense, too, for Angie if this was the case. If she was already a game master the entire time to, like, hijack it, but where was she going? Nowhere in particular. The lost little sister dashed around in circles, searching for her brother, drenched with rain and all alone. Eventually, I thought I heard my brother's voice from beyond the bush. No, it wasn't just his voice. Okay, yeah, it is. I heard George and Maria's voices, too. I called out at the top of my lungs, but they didn't answer. But it's okay now. They're right here. Right there. Just on the other side of the fence. I could even faintly see them through the fence. When I ran around the fence, I found myself standing in front of a shed or something. It must be a shed to store tools for the rose garden. The three of them were standing in front of the shed. Oni-chan. I cried out, but my voice didn't reach them, so she's in, like, observer mode, it seems. Even though I yelled so loudly, everything felt very wrong about all this. When people hear a voice, even when they pretend not to have heard it, their bodies tend to show some sign that they've noticed. However, there was no trace of that in the three of them. Even though I was screaming so loud, it truly wasn't reaching their ears. The instant I understood that, my dash towards them slowed and came to a halt. Though we appeared to be in the same world, we were actually in different worlds entirely. It was like a TV. Sorry, one second, I gotta check something. My girlfriend just started playing Stardew because I bought it for her, and she's been, like, obsessed with it, so I've been getting, like, random texts at random times about, like, look, I got a cat, I got a thing. And I feel bad if I don't reply. 1 second. Okay, we're locked in. It was like a TV, or was it more like ghosts? I could see them clearly, but as far as they were concerned, I didn't exist. After all, look. Even if I stand right in front of them, their eyes can't see me. If I try and touch them, will I really be able to? What if my hand just goes right through? Real. Sorry, I gotta raise my mic. Ugh! I was so scared of the thought that I could do nothing but stand there in shock even though I was so close to them. Damn it. I don't have a clue anymore. She wants to do like I told her we will do a playthrough together. So, we'll probably do more modded stuff together. She's been destroying it. I don't think she really plays video games. She's been going crazy at Stardew, so... Damn it, I don't have a clue anymore. Someone must have snuck in from outside the island after all. And that person massacred the Ushirmiya family. Damn, that's crazy, Battler. No matter how much we lock ourselves in, someone always gets killed. Ugh, it's the work of a witch after all. Everyone calm down. Let's calm down and think. No one exists on this island except those with a direct relation to the Ushirmiya family. That doesn't make any sense. After all, we've just seen several murders that'd be impossible for any one of us. Well, that's true. But is it really? Maybe we've just missed something. Missed something? For example, that's right. Maybe someone was playing dead. Since we're the only ones on this island, the culprit must be one of us. That would mean that someone we thought was dead was actually faking. But, Aniki, that's impossible. Every one of the corpses was checked by someone. There's no way any of them were faking. I don't want to think about it. But what if those corpse inspections were also faked? What I'm getting at is this. There were multiple culprits from the start, One plays dead and the other lies and confirms that the first culprit died. Then the culprit who played dead keeps on committing crimes, creating the illusion that some stranger has snuck onto the island. Do you still suspect someone in the Ushirimiya family of being the culprit? Dr. Nanjo was killed. Since he was killed, it's probably safe to say that he wasn't a culprit, and we can consider the examinations performed by a doctor like him to be the most reliable. If so, then we can probably assume that the people whose death Nanjo checked were almost certainly dead. Who did Nanjo check? Genji's corpse, Kraus and Natsui's corpses, Shannon's corpse, Goten and Kumasawa's corpses. Think back to the beginning and the bodies in the dining hall. Of those 6 victims, Dr. Nanjo only inspected Genji. But didn't the rest of us check the others? Yes, that's exactly the point. Yes, but Dr. Nanjo didn't actually inspect them himself. What are you talking about? How the hell could our parents have survived after being killed like that? What a fucking... Guy's a mental titan. How could our parents survive after being killed? He must have played fate. Anyway, what do you think you're saying, George? Wouldn't that mean one of our parents is the culprit? That's insane. They were killed right at the beginning, and so many of them. How can you go calling our parents culprits on top of that? I won't let anyone, not even you, suspect and slander our parents after they've been killed like that. So, sorry. I know my mama was really dead, so does that mean George's parents or Battler's parents were the culprits? Let's stop with that, Maria. I must have lost it a bit just now. George wouldn't kill Shannon. That's enough. None of us would kill our family, right? So I don't think George would lie and say his parents were dead, not if they were really alive. There's no way you would help out in a crime if Shannon was going to be killed. Calmly, as though answering a quiz or a puzzle, Maria spoke to George. Then with a blank look on her face, she turned to Battler and spoke. Oh, please do the Maria CG with the eyeball. Aww. That's what I'm saying, dude. He's sitting here like, you're slandering my... Like, bro, you don't even like Rudolph. You went over this how many times, but how much you didn't like him? You made him like grovel for you, all that shit? Come on. Battler, you saw your mom and dad's corpses, right? Yeah, I saw them. We all saw them, right? Those pitiful, blood-stained... I think you're lying. Huh? Where the hell did that come from? Because that way it all makes sense. Back in the dining hall, your parents weren't dead. One of them killed Aunt Natsu and Uncle Kraus, locked the door from the inside, and waited in that room. Is Maria actually like a god? She just solved this in like 30 seconds. The other one took over the murders after that. To break open the locked room of the guest house, they needed to have an accomplice inside. That was you. That explains everything. Enough! Stop it, Battler. You too, Maria. Finally, all the pieces fit together in the wolves and sheep puzzle in my head. The culprits are Battler's family. Ugh. Am I right? What are you talking about? Correct. Now, which one of them is it? Which one would they... It's gotta be Kiri, right? Well, no, maybe you would actually want it to be Rudolph, because he's probably gonna be stronger if you had to fight like Goda. I'm gonna bet it's Rudolph, even though, in my mind, it should be Kiri. The voice came from behind Angie. She spun around, surprised. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, well, because I guess at this point, they could have just went and unlocked it. Who gives a shit? Sorry. Look at that. The correct answer was both of them. Someone shoot me in the head. They're covered in blood, yet wearing cheery expressions were Rudolph and Kiri. So I guess this kind of maps on with episode 7. Like the tea party with that. Not to say that's the truth or anything, but, you know. Uncle Rudolph, Auntie Kiri. I'm so glad you're After saying that much, George realized what the words meant, and his face twisted into an expression of shock and horror. Maria wasn't surprised. However, she showed no joy at having her answer proven correct. And as for Battler, Angie saw it. A terrible expression that she would never forget as long as she lived. It was a demon's smile. The hideous demon that she'd never be able to look at again twisted its face in a foul grin, and the truly horrible thing was that she saw it on her brother's face. How Kiri just one-hands it. The dimensions of these rifles are very funny depending on the sprites. Not that this is like a very big thing, but these rifles look puny. But this is besides the point. Rudolph and Kiri lifted up the guns they had been holding behind them. The barrels were pointed at the foreheads of George, who was staggering backwards, and Maria, who was grinning as though she didn't care what happened. There was a flash of lightning and a crack of thunder. Nothing more could be heard. Then as George and Maria were snapped around by that roar, the strings holding them were snipped. The two dolls fell into puddles with a splash and stopped moving. Dad. Mom. All of this occurred right before Angie's eyes. Oh, fire-ass CG. Angie, who stood stunned beside them, wasn't visible to their eyes. They guffawed, overcome with laughter. Sorry, the hiccups. Then, right in front of Angie, they started joking and complimenting each other on their kills so far. The three hideous faces, the faces of her family, made Angie want to cry and vomit at the same time, and she felt as though she would suffocate. I said in the last stream that I thought the whole point about this entire chapter was that Battler was going to try to convince Angie to walk away from the box, like to walk away from the cat box. It's kind of funny, isn't Bern almost doing a better job at this in a weird way? Making it like so twisted that she could believe that like her family would be evil. Of course, it's still like traumatizing, but true. The Battler tree's theory confirmed. Angie dashed away, covering her mouth. She wanted to escape the disgusting laughter coming from her beloved family as soon as possible. Then she slipped and fell face down in a puddle of mud. Angie didn't try to get up. In fact, she instead chose to cover her ears to block out the disgusting laughter that she could still hear. As she did, from the shadow of the fences and bushes in this inky black rose garden, several dark things slipped into sight. I was literally going to say goat men too, and I feel bad that I didn't say it, because now none of you will believe me. Angie looked around herself in surprise to see that eerie black shapes had appeared from all over the garden and were slowly surrounding her. It was a crowd of people with goat heads. Their outfits were all different. Some wore suits, while others were dressed casually. However, all of them were covered with darkness and all of them had goat heads. Yeah, that's fair. There is one thing which I will say, which, again, maybe will be answered in the last little section. Maybe it will be answered in the manga. I still don't understand how... Again, I guess the thing could be how, like, all the message bottles are interpretations. It's not necessarily the truth of what happened. But when Virgilia gave the red statement in episode 5 and she said, like, oh, like, this child didn't do it for revenge, she didn't do it for anything, I don't understand how, like, murdering the entire family because Battler came back, because it's at, like, this one very critical point in, like, your love life where you're trying to move on into the future and then, like, a memory of your past is coming back and then your result is to kill the rest of the family. I don't really understand how you can sit there and say it wasn't revenge. But again, I don't want to get too bogged down in that discussion. We can save that for when everything's over. Angie, bewildered, accidentally let her hands fall from her ears. By now she couldn't hear that disgusting laughter. However, in its place, she could hear the words spoken by the goats. LeBron's here? Kiri and Rudolph are the culprits. Battler is the culprit. Battler is the culprit. Battler culprit theory. Battler family culprit theory. As the goats continued to mumble in eerie voices, they surrounded Angie and began to draw nearer. They all pressed around her, each of them speaking of Angie's family as the culprits. At first, everyone had joined in on the Ava culprit theory. The sole survivor from Rokujima had gotten almost all the wealth to herself, so the theory was only natural. Why was Ushirimiya Ava the only one who escaped to Kuwadorian? And why did she refuse so stubbornly to talk about what had happened that day? It was decided that the Ava culprit theory explained all of this. But chill on my girl Ava, man. She's actually kind of got it pretty rough the entire time when you think about it. However, when Ava died of illness and people learned that all the vast wealth she had created by unscrupulous means would go to Angie, public opinion, or rather the forgers, created a new culprit theory and spread it around. This was the Rudolph family culprit theory. If it was normal for everyone to come to the family conferences, why was Angie the only one who didn't come this time? You guys exposing conspiracy theorists at the exact same time. We do love to see that. Did Rudolph's family have some reason for not bringing the young Angie with them? They did take Battler, but he wasn't Kiri's son. Then when it was revealed in some magazines that Kiri's family had close ties to a massive gangster organization, the Sumideras, yeah, all eyes suddenly gathered on Kiri herself. Then the truth was also laid bare about how Rudolph made a killing out of fraudulent business practices, and almost immediately the couple became thought of as the most suspicious people on the island. Hideyoshi and Ava's company might have been rough, but at least it had operated within the law. Within the law? However, the more Rudolph's company was investigated, the more dirt was dug up. Okay, I have to ask you guys a question, actually. This is unrelated to the game. I'm gonna wait. Actually, let me wait till I get out of this. It's a very meta question. Has literally nothing to do with any of the video game. But I'm gonna wait till we get out of this track so it's a little bit quieter. However, the more Rudolph's company was investigated, the more dirt was dug up. Furthermore, trouble surrounding some party tickets from the time Rudolph and Kiri were students was also testified to. It was clear that they were far more suspicious than Ava's family. And so, in a flash, the Rudolph family culprit theory expelled the other conspiracy theories, conspiracy theories, including the Ava culprit theory, and reigned as the greatest of them all. It wasn't really because it was more plausible than the Ava culprit theory. They had just gotten bored of the old theory and wanted a new sensation. The goats seemed to bend and undulate. The sky rapidly turned white, becoming a ceiling lit by fluorescent lamps. We get a pause here. Oh, that is terrifying. I don't like that at all. Excuse me. Okay, now I can ask my question. This is very unrelated, okay? Oh my god, that's not... Okay, I'll wait. The goats had changed completely, becoming the shapes of girls wearing goat masks. All of the girls were wearing the same clothes. It was a uniform. The uniform of St. Lucia Academy. Did you hear the real culprits were Rudolph and Curie? Oh, I heard that. Yeah, I knew there was something suspicious about them leaving their kid behind. Didn't Ushirmia Eva say herself that she was being poisoned to death? Isn't it obvious who was behind that? Must be nice for her. She gets her whole family riches all to herself, right? Also, this is like a pretty stupid theory, even on its face for a conspiracy theorist, because why would you pass out... If it was all like the family that was responsible for it, why the fuck would you pass on the wealth on to Ava that she could then potentially squander in the time if you were trying to transfer it to Angie? And also, why would you also kill yourselves at the same time? Feels a little bit suspect, but... It's like the same thing with Ava a little bit too. It's like, why would Ava kill George and Hideyoshi? I always knew the Rudolph family culprit theory was right. I always thought there was something strange about Ushirimiya. We always thought she was weird. Rudolph and Curie did it. Wasn't Balor part of it too? Rudolph's family culprit theory. Rudolph and Curie were the culprits. They tried to get the family wealth all to themselves, but they failed at the hands... Oh, so that's the... Guys, the conspiracy theorists, like, you don't understand. They ran such a good conspiracy, but, like, they were so malevolent and they were so smart, but they, like, just fucked up at this one part so that we knew they fucked up, obviously. But in the end, Ushirimiya Angie gets everything anyway, doesn't she? Rudolph and Curie are the culprits, of course. Rudolph's family culprit theory. Rudolph and Curie and Battler did it. Rudolph and Curie and Battler did it. Yeah, what they said. They're saying your family did it, Ushirimiya. What do you think of that? Come on, tell us. But in the end, you get all the family wealth to yourself, don't you? Even at the end, Ushirimiya Ava never told you anything, right? I always knew there was something wrong with that girl. This also explains why Ava hated you so much. Hey, say something. Tell us what you think. Turn into Chiaki there. She really is a creepy kid, isn't she? At least say something about what you think of the theory, you sicko. Okay, perfect. It's paused. My question very quickly. I need you guys to tell me. I am Canadian. Do I have a Canadian accent? Because I'm Canadian, I can't pick out a Canadian accent. I know I don't have like the typical fucking hoser accent, okay, I know. But is it like noticeable? Or am I like going fucking crazy, okay? Is this different from like a typical like American accent? Or is it like close enough to be indistinguishable? I need to know. From people who are not me. And my friends. Because we're all Canadian. This is actually the most important thing of this entire game. No, not in like a bad way, but is it like noticeable? Like, can you tell? It's fine if I have one. I just need to know. Fuck. Because I got told that I had one by an American friend, and I was like, there ain't no fucking way. It's besides the point. Look, I'll continue. It's a personal thing. Maybe, look, if anybody's watching the YouTube video or the VOD, okay, I need a comment. If you think it's possible, or if you think it's noticeable, let me know if you have the requisite knowledge. That's all. Let's continue. A blade of air swept over me as I crouched down, holding my head. Well, thank you for getting rid of the heads up of goat girls, because they looked fucking terrifying. In a flash, the illusion of the goat-headed girl students who were surrounding me shattered. Who could have done this? The lantern? I was curled up in a puddle in the rainy rose garden surrounded by goats. Damn. Didn't know there was more than one LeBron. But then those goats were also sliced in half, and the upper halves slid to the side. It was like seeing a master swordsman slicing through a stick of bamboo. This way! The voice came from that black cat. That black cat, oh my god, wait. Is it Rika? Well, it wouldn't be Rika. Is it Erika? Incredible. Well, you know, I would hope so. It is my only language. I'd be embarrassed if I was like French Canadian or not. It would be more understandable. If it would be something to brag about if I was like French Canadian. I was like, look, my English is sick. I can only speak one language, so I can't pretend. Incredible they can talk, but that doesn't matter now. I dashed after it. The goats shrank back. A hole opened up in the encirclement. The black cat dashed through it. As I hurried through after it, the goats began to chase after me. Countless heavy footsteps thundered behind us. Where are we running to, Mr. Cat? The cat ignored my stupid question. Where are we running to? It's obvious. As far away as we can make it. However, there were an unbelievable number of goats. it wasn't just the group chasing us. There were probably goats hiding throughout the rose garden, and everywhere we went, a group of them would appear and block our path. Each time we bumped into them, we ran down a different path in this maze of a rose garden. So I didn't even know which direction we were running in anymore. It couldn't be that we're just running around in circles inside a massive crowd of goats, could it? When we ran into the arbor once more, I learned that my fears were justified. The 4 paths that led from the arbor were all blocked by a crowd of goats. Of course, the path we had come down was also blocked by our pursuers. There was nowhere to go, nowhere to return to. We were finally trapped. Mr. Cat, finally we have a sprite drawn. Mr. Cat, what should we do? We're surrounded. With a defensive posture, the black cat glared at the goats that surrounded us. It's all over for us. At that moment, I found myself floating in the air. A massive arm large enough to crush my entire head had grabbed my collar from behind. Before I could even think to cry out, I saw right in front of my face a pair of strangely glowing red eyes and a massive mouth with jagged teeth and a foul breath. The mouth opened wide. And writhing as though it was a separate creature, a disturbing tongue stuck itself out. Then it spat words at me. Rudolph, Kiri, and Battler are the culprits. Rudolph and Kiri played dead, and Battler lied when he inspected them. Then one of the parents carried out the murders until the second twilight and hid under the bed in Natsui's room. Battler killed Shannon and then assisted in the murders in the guest house. The other parent carried out the guest house murders. This is the truth. Then, that gaping, smelly mouth slowly began to close over Angie's head. Pop that shit like a gusher. Oh! Scythe. Who had the scythe, though? I feel like we've seen this scythe before, but who had it? Counter. It's possible to form a logical theory other than the Rudolph's family culprit theory. A blue flash sliced off the top of the mouth that was trying to eat Angie's head, sending it flying. I think it's going to be Erika, because Delanar had swords. But I don't think anybody else wielded weapons. I don't think it could be Will, because I think Will's was also a sword and it was also more like white. I fell into a puddle along with the goat that was still grasping my collar, so why would Will be a cat? I feel like it has to be Erika. Though there was nothing left of it above its jaw. Without any hesitation, the goats stretched out their thick arms as though this was their chance to snatch their prey for them, or this prey for themselves, and they rushed towards me. All of them spoke in unison. Everything except the Rudolph family culprit theory is impossible. Absolutely impossible. It's possible to form a logical theory other than the Rudolph family culprit theory. For example, a theory with George's family as the culprits is possible. Ooh, but the red and... maybe it is Delanar. A red flash and a blue line became blades of wind that passed over my head. Sorry, I stopped because I thought that was the end of the sentence. A flash... shoot me in the head. A red flash and a blue line became blades of wind that passed over my head, flew at the goat that had tried to pick me up, and sliced both of its arms off like a knife through butter. I think the next goat dashed, not towards me, but towards the black cat that was protecting me from behind. As I sat on my butt staring up at the rainy night sky, the massive goats were in the air right above me, fighting the black cat. Or someone. The George family culprit theory is impossible. George can't kill Shannon, so he can't be a culprit, and he can't fake when checking corpses. No, it is possible. A culprit is defined as one who murders. It never says that they have to murder someone who appears in the story. In other words, if George committed murder outside this island, or the island sometimes before this crime, he could be a culprit without killing anyone on the island, and it would be possible for him to lie. Huh. It is correct, actually. I see, so, okay. No, I get what they're saying now. So he could still lie about the other parent. So in reality, you actually only needed 2. Smash Bros. Invite. The deep red curves cut by the swing... Oh, cut by the swings bit into the ghost. Sorry, I'm having like a stroke. I was thinking swings like that you sit on. Its massive body was knocked into the air, became a bundle of roughly 7 logs of flesh, and was thrown into the rose bushes. This time, the terrible force of the attack shocked the goats. They faltered, shook, stepped back. Finally, I understood. That red slice, it had come from a weapon that could draw red trails. No. It had also drawn blue trails just a second ago. So you would think it's Delanar, but it's not going to be. A massive sight that could speak both types of truth, red and blue, at will. I looked up at the sky, then let my head hang down backwards. Okay. There was no black cat there. It was a girl holding a large scythe. How's that? A deduction like this is trivial for Furuto Erika. Dude, these people, dude, if this was like a Marvel movie, this is like the Avengers coming back together. Her saying her line too. Esther passed through the crowd of goats as they acknowledged the presence of the girl who called herself Erika. It actually is kind of wild too, because now Erika is fighting on the side opposite of Bern Castle, which is kind of cool. It was clear that her mere existence here was potent enough to unsettle them. Clutching me in her arms, Erika leapt into the air and landed as light as a feather on top of the arbor. Then she let go of me and, still wielding her scythe, made an elegant curtsy to the crowd of goats surrounding us. This is probably the first time most of you have met me. Allow me to introduce myself. Hello and good day. I'm Furuto Erika the detective. Let's have the blockheads who can only think of the Rudolph family culprit theory step down. If anyone thinks they can counter my argument, please feel free. Naturally, I welcome the challenge. That would be kind of funny. The goats howled all at once, or all howled at once. It seemed to be a cry of shock, of fear, or possibly of wonder. The goats surrounded the arbor, chattering, but not moving any closer. None of them had the courage to stand against the detective, this witch of truth called Furuto Erika. Good grief. All those thousands, and this is the best you can do. None of you has the courage to fight Furuto Erika in a battle of words. Too bad. Let's put an end to this. You know, when I was sitting here, I was like... I could see that. 8 seasons of 20 episodes is definitely doable, although a bit more than 100, but 100 hour, I guess, could be fair. Too bad. Let's put an end to this. Then again, I am the great Furuto Erika. I don't have the time to waste on countering all you blockheads one by one. I'll let her clean up the rest. You're up. Oh my god, are we actually getting an Avengers thing? Is it going to be Delanner? Ooh. The only time we've ever seen webs... Actually, no, I think there's twice. The first was what I call Ova, what it seems like the community calls Avatrice. So it could be that. Could also be Delanner. They looked like the spiderweb-shaped fissures that appeared when a glass window had been struck hard, or has been struck hard. No, it actually was a spiderweb, colored blood red. Giggle, giggle. A laugh, a witch's laugh, rang out through the spiderweb-covered world. It sounded somehow familiar to Angie. Then there, standing above the spiderweb, gazing down on the goats who must have looked like ensnared little bugs, was the witch. It actually is gonna be the fucking thing. It's fucking Ova. You forget me, and you call him the ruler of Rokenjima? You forget me, and you think Rudolph is the culprit? I guess it would make sense because they're calling Ava the culprit, so she wants to, like, claim, it's kind of funny, she wants to claim that she is the culprit because she just wants, like, the glory of it. It was the witch who lurked inside of Ava, a witch of the future, who would one day call herself an endless witch after the cat box closed over this world. Actual witches assemble. Who dares speak of the murders of this island without involving Ava Beatrice? How impertinent. On this island, who lives and who dies is totally up to me. All the wealth and gold is mine. Everything about October 4th and 5th in 1986 is mine to do with as I please. It all belongs to me, Ava Beatrice. Otherwise known as Ova, can you correctly use your proper name, thank you? Ava swung her one-winged staff at the crowd of foolish goats beneath her and sentenced them to death. Oh my god, no! The spiderweb ceiling covering the heavens plummeted, and more spiderwebs seeped out of the ground at the goats' feet. Then the webs from above and below met, and thousands upon thousands of goats were caught in their grasp. End of episode 2, good ending? Then as Ava swung her staff, it swirled, around and around like egg yolk being mixed in a bowl. Eventually it was all packed into a massive blood-red lump of goo. The moans of goats drifted out from the inside. They were having a real good time in there. That entire crowd has been compressed into a meatball a few meters across. Damn, we're getting Swedish in here. So you morons doubt that I'm the culprit? Reaching the Ava culprit theory and giving up there is good enough for the likes of you. Why don't you just get crushed and disappear forever for Ava? Wow. We got our Avengers Assemble moment. Squelch. No other word could do that sound justice. After sucking in all of those goats, the spiderweb ball vanished into thin air with a squelch. After that, there wasn't even a trace left. Only the nighttime scenery of the rose garden remained, silent, but for the sound of the falling rain. Aw, I don't think she's ever smiled in this form like this. Aw. Ava drifted down from the sky. Ova, thank you, sorry, Ova. Your arm will always be on your side. Oh, don't make me emotional at the end here. Okay, we almost made it through this whole thing without getting emotional. Your arm will always be on your side, Angie. I'll never let anyone insult your family. Aunt Ava. I knew I should be grateful, and yet it really wasn't easy for me to believe that Aunt Ava was my ally. Ova realized that too. Don't worry. I'm not doing this because I want to be thanked, but I'll always be on your side. See you later. She giggled, spun around, and vanished. Aww, that was really sweet. Now that she had already left, I started to regret not saying even a thank you. So I figured I should at least thank the other person who had saved me. Thanks for saving me. Who are you? I already knew her name. What I was really asking was why she had saved me. I'm Fruto Erika, the detective. And I'm also a witch. A witch. A witch of truth. A witch who searches for the single truth. And you're the same, aren't you? Those 2 days, October 4th and 5th, 1986, I was so desperate to know what happened that I took a step off the roof of that skyscraper, drifted through several witch games and fragment worlds, and abandoned myself to this long journey with no rewards. All I want is to know what happened that day. All I want is the single truth of that day. Looking for something like that is what makes someone a witch of truth. So you're just the same as me. That's why I came to save you. I want to know just what happened on that day. No one will tell me. No one knows. But I know something happened that day. I'd give up anything to learn what that was. That's the one thing I need to know no matter what, even if it kills me. So tell me, do you know the answer? What happened on this island? To a witch of truth, is the truth something that is given, or is it earned? You better say something like it better be earned. If I told you that such and such was the truth, would you really just accept whatever I said? No, I wouldn't. What did Battler show you today? Just another possibility. Today, Oni-chan showed me a bizarre Halloween party. It may have been heartwarming and a lot of fun, but it definitely wasn't the truth. Didn't Battler show you that, saying it was the truth? It isn't. That couldn't be the truth. Sometimes other people will try to mislead us by claiming they know the truth, but a real witch of truth must continue to pursue the single truth without being led astray. That's why you can't accept the fake truth that Battler's trying to force on you. You care about finding the one real truth more than anything. Yeah, but it's gonna be your destruction, girl. I understand you want that closure, but you're never gonna get it. You gotta walk away from the game board sometimes, man. Sometimes the only way you win is by not playing. Yeah. Oni-chan is trying to muddy the waters. I like Eri because I like the sentiment here, but I think like the long term is not. I don't think it's a good solution. But I already said my piece in the last stream. I felt that this whole time. Even though he knows everything about what happened that day, he won't tell me anything at all. How is he any different from Aunt Ava? Because he can't tell you, bro. How is he any different from Aunt Ava, who mocked me and refused to tell me anything, even until the very moment of her death? See, I only have a pop can here, but, you know, you get this. I think I'm already over my 2 liters for the day, but, you know, I appreciate it. Why won't Oni-chan tell me? Why won't he tell me? Damn inside my heart burst. Higurashi reference? Why won't Oni-chan tell me what really happened? Why? Why? I'm the only one who doesn't know. No one's telling me the truth. Tell me! Tell me what happened that day, Oni-chan. Oni-chan! Yeah, I think I have the same thing. I don't think Battler is doing the right thing because he's kind of just doing like a very obviously like saccharine sweet thing that's sort of bullshit and kind of, you know, not good in itself. But I agree with the sentiment that he's trying to get across, but it's definitely not the way to do it. But yeah, I think we agree on that point. I cried out of the rainy night sky. Hot tears poured from my eyes, but they were covered by the cold rain that beat against me, so no one other than me would know that they were tears. No one would know my pain and sadness. I'm always the only one left out. All alone. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. Someone tell me what happened that day. No one can tell you. It's a cat box, right? Well, also, quite literally, like, you have to open the box to see it, and you can't open the box. That's kind of the whole point. That actually is true. Battler is Fumble God X. After all, truth is something you can only grasp on, even like platonic fumbling. Where is the truth? How can I find it? Everyone's hiding it. They won't tell me. I'll grasp it myself. So please just tell me where the truth is hidden. The truth is hidden in your own heart, okay? That's what she's gonna say. Very well. I can tell you. Oh, Jesus, I love this picture. As that voice rang out, the world bent and swirled. After blinking several times, I realized that the world had become a sea of stars. No, that's not quite right. There are stars up there in the sky, but those lights below me aren't stars. They're lights from building windows, street lights, car lights. I was floating in the dark sky, over a city lined with skyscrapers. I can't tell you what the truth is. However, if it's a question of how the truth can be reached, I can show you the way. Oh my god, we're like flashing back to episode 4. Isn't this the exact same conversation that they had? It's not exact conversation, but, you know. Various bad memories are jumping out at me from the back of my mind. That's right. I was chained in place in that strange theater thing, and forced to watch a repulsive fragment where Mom and Dad committed murder. I never said that what you saw was the truth. Well, you were about to. But you used the red to... You yelled out and interrupted and stopped me from saying any more. This is all truth of a sort, but not necessarily true. That's what I was about to say. Oh my god. Totally cucked. Just how far are you willing to go to mock me? I apologize, but I did want to test you. Test me how? I wanted to see if you were ready to accept the truth no matter what it may be. The truth can betray you sometimes. In fact, there are times when it shows itself as the thing you desire least. The fragment I showed you was probably the worst one imaginable for you. However, you aren't fit to reach the truth unless you have the strength and the courage to withstand it, even if it's something like that. Okay, she's kind of spitting right now. I have no comeback. Finding the truth is my goal. I just wanted to know what happened on that island that day. It's kind of like an interesting thought experiment, philosophy question sort of, that like, if you had like some divine being come down towards you, or come like in front of you tomorrow, hopefully he's not literally coming in front of you, you know what I mean, but if he like came down in front of you and was like, hey, I can give you the truth of the universe, the truth of any question you would ever want to ask, I will give you the answer, but the answer will cause you eternal despair for the rest of your life. You will be like suicidal for the rest of your life because it's just like a knowledge nuke that will kill you. You can realize pretty quickly, sometimes truth is not worth it just because it's the truth. Sometimes it's better off not knowing. Ignorance is bliss sometimes. And ignorance is bliss is maybe not the right word to use for it, but I mentioned this a little bit. I won't go too long because I talked about this a lot in the last stream. Angie's biggest problem is she's searching for closure, but no closure will ever be enough for her, and searching for closure herself is what is harming her at this point. She needs to accept, as terrible as it is, that her family is gone, they're not coming back, and the obsession with the island to try and figure out what happened, to try and peer inside the cat box, which is unpeerable. You can't look into the cat box. That's kind of the whole point. That you can either choose to totally destroy your mind, to lock yourself permanently in this cat box, or rather, to become obsessed with trying to find out what is inside the cat box and ruining your life, your future, everything about it. Or you can accept the reality that, as terrible as it may be, these things happened, your family is not coming back. Your brother, your mother, your dad, your whole extended family, they're gone. And it's terrible, and it sucks, but sometimes, it's funny, I mentioned this earlier in the stream, that you have the whole thing with Beatrice, the original Beatrice, and I think it was mentioned in episode 2 or 3, that she has a problem with distorting her ends and her means, that her means become her end. The problem with Angie is she has become so clouded in what her goal was, that she wants closure so she can move on. The real goal from all this is to move on. She wants the truth because she thinks the truth is going to help her move on. In reality, she's become so obsessed with the truth that moving on isn't a thing anymore. And as long as she keeps being obsessed with the truth that she cannot know, and that even if she did know, it wouldn't satisfy her, it wouldn't make her feel better, it's not worth it. Some things are best not being known. Or in this reality, she just needs to accept. She just needs to move on. She needs to accept that some things are unknowable. You can have my philosophy speech is now shelved, and we'll continue. Finding the truth is my goal. I just want to know what happened on that island on that day. I don't think of myself as wanting to hear only the facts that are pleasing to me. You think that, but I don't know if you believe that, though. Have I really been prepared to face the bloody, unbearable truth that's probably waiting there for me? If I find the truth, it'll mean having to confront my family's tragic end directly, and accept it as it is. And accepting that means abandoning any faint hope for that convenient miracle. The idea that one of them might have survived somehow, and might return even though 12 years have passed. Even though I know a miracle like that would be completely ridiculous. If I'm honest with myself, I have to admit that the faint hope it brought me has given me comfort these past 12 years. 'Cause that's what was really keeping you going. I want to know the truth. But I want one of them to come back. Those two wishes contradict each other. By learning the truth, I'll be forced to accept that no one's coming home. The truth is always cruel. At times, it can even cut down your hopes. Most of the time, humans don't realize the cost of learning the truth. I simply wanted to see if you had the necessary resolve. I must choose between my two contradicting wishes. Will I find the truth and abandon my optimistic hopes for my family's return? Or will I give up on the truth and keep waiting for a family that's never actually going to come back? Well, deceiving my numb self forever with the childish illusion my brother provided for me. The reality is you give up on the truth and you accept they won't come back, not that you hope they're going to come back. Keep waiting. You're not waiting. You know they're not coming back, but again, figure speech. Tell me, Angie, are you truly determined to learn the truth? I am. And your resolve will not falter? It won't. After hearing my immediate reply, Berncastle stared at me. Are those expressionless eyes of hers measuring my resolve? Now that my brother has even gone to the length of becoming a game master to cover up the truth, the only thing I can rely on in my search for the truth is the path that Berncastle can show me. Deep in your eyes, I see the glint of one who seeks the truth. Will you tell me? Will you show me the way that leads to the truth? Yes, I'll guide you. Did you forget Angie? I am your guardian, am I not? She did say that. When did I last hear Berncastle use that word? Didn't she say right before she jumped? That's right. At the very beginning. I met her in this future world and became a witch, with her as my guardian. That's when I became the Beatrice, or become the Beatrice of 1998, the one who could defeat the Beatrice of 1986. Because you're the Beatrice who can write over the truth with a definitive truth, But, alas. You are the Beatrice of 1998. Angie Beatrice. I became your guardian and recognized you as a witch. However, you aren't an endless witch like Beato, a witch of truth. That's right. You're like Erika, a witch of truth who will seek the single truth, undeceived by any illusions. As a witch of truth, Angie Beatrice has the power to reach the single truth, right? Yes? However, up until now, you've been unable to use this power. Do you know why? Well, you know now, because you weren't ready to see it. I think Rika's baiting here, though. We know Berncastle is not kind-hearted, right? I think she knows that Angie doesn't actually have the fucking stuff to do it, That is also true. Being compared to Erika, you're being compared to, the world's best Redditor. Yikes. But I don't think Berncastle's actually doing this for a good reason at all. Hey, what's up? We're just about to finish this chapter for the day. We're almost done with the game. Hooray! I almost wonder if Berncastle is doing this to watch her suffer more. Because I think the real single truth of this, the way that it's being phrased, that Berncastle is saying it, is there is a single truth that you can find, the reality of what happened. But I think the actual single truth of this is there is no single truth. There is no answer. I probably have said it before in reference to certain episodes, but this is the last episode of the whole series, so we are almost actually done for real this time. Next stream will be the last time for this game, and then I have an epilogue for it, probably. I do now. Even as I saw the truth, I unconsciously resisted finding it out. Exactly. Finding the truth was your goal. But at the same time, you were unconsciously afraid that learning the truth would mean losing that miracle of your family coming back. So you didn't have what it took to stretch your hand out to the single truth. You're completely right. I have to admit that I was naive. I must admit it. My entire family is dead. And with recognition of that fact, I must expose why they died, and who was behind it. Thanks. The fragment you showed me in that dark theater was there to open my eyes. Many, many games have gone by waiting for you to become a witch of truth. See, I just don't like this because, Also, what happened to my girl, Rika? But I don't like this weird, I'm a benevolent, terrible person. Okay. I feel like there's a bit of a contradiction in that definition. I don't think that she's benevolent at all. I think she's doing this probably for her own personal reasons. Has nothing to do with Angie finding the truth. That's what I said earlier. Don't want to repeat myself. But I think there was a purpose for all of it. After all, now in this final game, you have become a witch of truth. Tell me, what happened on that island that day? I won't ask you to tell me that directly, so guide me. What can I do to reach that truth? Jump off this building. It's a bit too chilly here. Let's move. To where? To a place better for drinking tea. He's gonna take her to the smoking room, or... Massive applause filled the hall. It was applause in honor of a good fight. Applause in honor of Bern Castle. Yes, Lady Berncastle's game was another splendid one. We're going to reveal her game board to all of you, so have a go at it. It's pretty awesome. But you solved it in the end all the same. A game that no one can solve isn't a game. The main point is whether it was fun or not. It was fun. I guarantee it. Same here. At first I thought there was no way anyone could solve it, but the way you can use one confirmed purple statement after another to narrow down the suspects made for a nice puzzle. Come everyone, gather around, gather around. Just what sort of game is Lady Berncastle's mystery? Yeah, absolutely. Have a good night. Thank you for stopping by. I'll be stopping after this chapter anyways, so you're not really missing too much. But I appreciate you stopping by. Sleep well. That's for you to find out for yourselves. Objects resembling chessboards were set out on several tables. Crowds gathered around each, looking down with interest. Oh, it's like a logic puzzle. Quite an orthodox one, don't you think? So this is what a witch's game is like. Looking at this, it's just a game. But for the pieces, it's a massive series of crimes. Pukuku. Indeed it is. It would not do to waste such a rare gift from Lady Berncastle. Let us take this opportunity to enjoy ourselves. Still, this is a tough one. It almost makes you wonder if it was even made to be solvable, doesn't it? You can't get anywhere unless you start by believing it was made to be solvable. A battle of wits can't begin until you trust the questioner that the problem can be solved. That the problem. And we'll guarantee that it can. Come on, have a go at it. With Battler's encouragement, discussions over Berncastle's mystery game began at each table. The mix of humans and fantasy creatures in heated discussion was truly a sight to behold. Beato and Berncastle sat in a chair far off from the discussions. Would you like some tea? Any kind of calming black tea for me. With milk if you don't mind. As you wish. Is there anything you need, Lady Berncastle? Please add some dried plums to some black tea. That's the trick to making terrible tea drinkable. Come now, don't sulk. We're honestly complimenting your game for being such a fun one. Since she had emerged victorious in the game Berncastle had put all her heart into, the look on Beato's face was positively gleeful. I'm not sulking. My face just looks this way. When I managed to spot Bern's own kind of warmth in that expression of hers, I feel like I've climbed to the pitch black top of a snowy mountain and found the most beautiful star. Well, sorry for having an eternally frosty face. How difficult it is to compliment Lady Berncastle. No matter what you say, she always takes it in a bad way. That's okay. She's the kind who will think about it for hours later on. Huh, the type who lies in bed thinking about it and hugging her pillow. Yep, that's Bern. Totally Bern. Beato and Lambda Delta giggled together. Berncastle shrugged and looked away. It's also kind of funny that Lambda Delta's always had the Halloween motif. With the, jack-o'-lantern. Seriously though, this really was a fun puzzling game. Was it? Thanks. Even though you could have made it unsolvable, you really did make it to be solved. That's not something you can do unless you plan on enjoying a fair game. I like games where I win no matter what. Games that I might lose are just a pain. Later I'd like to switch sides and try another one. I'll make a puzzle and we'll see if you can solve it. A game for you to win against me. Aw. Of course I'll use all the know-how I've picked up in my fights with Beato to make it super hard. I'm gonna be aiming to win 2 in a row. Both of you and Beato, you have such an interesting way of thinking. How's that? A game is just a means to decide who wins and who loses, right? When you create one, your own victory should be your highest priority. So why would you go to all the trouble of making a game you might lose? What fun is there in a game that you always win? That's not even a game. Yeah, Battler is a little bit too... I almost don't even want to say nice. Maybe a little bit dim, but we can go with nice to be nice to him. Victory and defeat? It's fun because you're taking part in a fair competition, balanced between those two outcomes. A game isn't a fight, it's communication. You enjoy the process. And if you manage to win, well, that's just an added bonus. Finally. Finally, I clearly understand the difference between how all of you think and how I think. What difference? For you, this is communication. It isn't for me. The world you live in must be pretty savage. And what about you? Wasn't it the same for you until you understood Beato's game? An eternal game is eternal torture. Have you already completely forgotten about that pain you suffered? There were days I did think that, but the game is over now. At the end of a game, I don't complain about stuff that's in the past. What happens on the field stays on the field. That is the critical difference between you and me, I think. Your eternal torture was something you could laugh off and forget. Mine wasn't nearly so trivial. That's all there is to it. Damn, okay. I don't know your history. Sounds like you had it rough. Aw. To think I'm getting sympathy from a promoted piece. I must be losing my touch. Yeah, guy actually literally just said logic error, ease peas, goes next. Berncastle, sipping the black tea that Genji had brought her, gazed up at the ceiling with a faraway look. Battler may not have known her history, but even he was able to understand a bit of how she felt. Man discovers sympathy / empathy, depending on the situation. I guess kind of empathy, because he did sort of live it at this point. Man discovers empathy. Are you being tortured by someone right now? Are you kidding? I'm as free as can be. I'm not bound by anyone's shackles. Then that's a good thing, isn't it? At least things are better for you now. True. It's much better now than it once was. Though I am on this long, endless journey to escape from boredom. Then at the very least, your encounters here should have been a good thing for you. Indeed. Even the taste of defeat has driven boredom away from me for a time. Aw. No. Battler was shaking his head and laughing. We're friends who've enjoyed fighting in a fair game. So? Your days are filled with nothing except running away from boredom? Feel free to drop by our place every now and then. We'd love to welcome a friend. And we'll spare no effort in setting up all the entertainment needed to help a friend escape from boredom. You think you can prepare entertainment interesting enough to help me, the great Berncastle, escape boredom for even a night? I do. That's what it means to be a friend. Damn, chill on me. Okay, I already said no getting emotional. That's for the next stream when I probably cry. We won tonight's game, so the next time you come, we'll switch sides. This time we'll entertain you with one of our games. Of course, we don't intend to let you win easily. We'll challenge you to a devilishly twisted logic game. It won't be something you can solve in a night. It'll be good enough to make you stay for months, racking your brain over it. You would entertain the great Berncastle as a friend. Oh yes, 100% Rika had it worse. Even just pure time that she was locked in. Battler, at the very least, I guess we could say that maybe he was like non-cognizant of it, but regardless, of the time that he was cognizant, he looped, what, 6 times before he solved it? Isn't it said in Higurashi that Rika did it, like, thousands? And it was like, at first it started as a very long period of time, like years, and then it shortened down to just being like, 2 weeks or whatever because she had looped so much. Rika 100% had it way worse. Yeah, we would. After talking with you, even this dried plum tea is starting to taste sickly sweet. Aww, she has her own way of being really cute. What a pain. I heard it from Beato. Sounds like this dried plum tea stuff is one of your favorites. Next time we'll toss some high-class dried plums covered in gold leaf into your tea, so make sure you come again. If you really plan to do that, I suggest you find some better tea to start with. Tea like this doesn't inspire me to pay you a second visit. Ah, come on. Guess you drink high-grade black tea all the time. Alright, then next time why don't you invite us to somewhere we can drink some of this high-quality tea. Me? Invite you. It's only fair, right? We've treated you, now it's your turn. Yes, it would be only fair. So let's have the game be fair too. Let's switch sides and start a new game. I'm looking forward to it. We won this time, but who knows about next? That's some confidence you have there. And yet I'm afraid you're mistaken on one point. What's that? My game isn't over yet. I wonder who will win in the end. After taking one more sip of her black tea, Berncastle set her cup on the table, wearing a thin smile. The tea here is far too sweet to drink. Thank you, Genji. Take this away, please. As you wish. Berncastle asked for her tea to be taken away after taking only 2 sips. Battler smiled, realizing that this was just Berncastle's way of being shy. When you say K1, do you mean Keiichi or am I being really slow? Is this like a reference I don't get? I'm putting you on the spot right fucking now. Okay, phew. I'm glad I got that reference intuitively without Battler. Why are you smiling with such a foolish, carefree face? If you really think this final game will be nothing but a happy epilogue, then I'll have to invite you all to a proper game for bringing this tale to a close. Battler, you forget things too easily. Don't you remember in whose hands lie the key to this final game? I fucking knew she wasn't gonna be friendly. I fucking knew it. It's actually an amazing stopping point, too. Is this next chapter? No. The inside of my nose itched. I'd be picking my shit like crazy on stream. You guys just don't see it. Pause. I've never regained consciousness to a smell before. Oh! Please show me my goat. Please, where's Hanyu at? Slowly, I open my eyes. It's gotta be Angie, right? Wait, when did I lose consciousness in the first place? I don't remember going to sleep or falling unconscious. That's right. Bern Castle invited me to come to a place better for drinking tea. That's when my memory gets hazy. And since the smell of black tea is what woke me up, where am I? Out Aurora's study. I hate to admit it, but her taste in tea really is excellent. I was sitting on what appeared to be a sofa in a dimly lit study. Bern Castle sat across from me, and right before my eyes was a beautiful cup filled with steaming hot tea. Isn't this place... I remembered. I've been here before, wasn't it? How pleasant it is to see you again, child of man. Ho 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 ho. Chills, all caps. Yes, that voice. Just hearing it brings back memories. Long time no see, my master. Oh. When they said goats earlier, they weren't talking about LeBron. I didn't think I would get the chance to welcome you into my study again. To think that the game of yours is still continuing. It won't be continuing much longer. This is the end. The true final game. This was the study of Featherine Augustus Aurora. The majestic witch of theater-going, drama, and spectating. Once in the past, I was summoned by her and ordered to be her reader, or Miko. Don't tell me you want me to read again. I wasn't the one who called you here. My Miko brought the two of us together. For what reason? Isn't it obvious? To show you the path that leads to the truth. You'll show me the way, Featherine? I am the witch of theater-going, though I dislike interfering with the actors on the stage. So between Battler's boring play and my exciting one that manipulates the branches of fate, which would you rather watch? I know you can't stand even a minute of boredom. As Featherine rocked her rocking chair, she looked up at the ceiling and chuckled. She clearly holds some key to the truth I seek. And yet you are literally the one holding the key. I can do nothing but tell you where to find the keyhole, child of man. I don't remember saying anything out loud, but Featherine answered my question as though I had. Come to think of it, that's right. Featherine can read the thoughts of a mere child of man like me as easily as she can hear me speak. Well, I guess that'll help us get to the point quicker. Oni-chan gave me this key, but he just said something about how I'd know how to use it when the time was right. He didn't tell me what it's actually for. Do you two know? What is this key for? Oni-chan said it was for something very precious. Explain, my Miko. No way. You explain. You demand that your master explain. You gotta participate on the stage every now and then, otherwise you'll just go senile all the faster. My. And yet the memory of my long overdue appearance on the stage when Angie was reader should have been enough to last me a few more centuries. Tell me, what is this key? A physical manifestation of the decision you are to make. This tale, this game, will end by asking you to make a certain decision. What you hold there is the act of your decision embodied in the form of a key. The physical manifestation of my decision. Exactly. Ultimately, Battler is probably planning to put you in front of two doors, both of which can be opened by that key. And then he'll ask you to choose which door to open. He must have told you that much, right? He didn't tell me anything at all. He just kept saying things like, you'll know when the time comes. No one will tell me anything. Not Oni-chan, not anyone. Battler probably wants to respect the decision that you make by your own free will. But Angie, you should have at least started to figure it out by now, right? Figure out what? Figure what out? There's an answer Battler wants you to choose, isn't there? Those words made my heart jump in my chest. I've been thinking that. Oni-chan is clearly trying to distance me from the truth, to gloss over it with a vague tale that's almost like a daydream. At the 1986 family conference, everyone had a wonderful time as they faded away. Everyone is smiling down on you from heaven, so you don't need to feel alone even in 1998. So give it your all and live on by yourself. I get the very strong sense that Oni-chan is intending to end it just like that. And every time I ask him about it, he dodges the issue and says something about how the decision will be mine in the end. Excuse me. That's right. It may appear that Battler is giving you a fair choice, but he's actually scheming to get you to choose one of the two answers. And you're doing the other. You've already seen the farce of a tale that he's using to do that, right? That unbelievably bizarre Halloween party. Everyone's so strangely friendly that it was almost sickening. I've already seen more than enough of that tale, so sickly sweet it makes me want to vomit. Where Ushirimi and Kinzo showered me with affection, where his children swore to support each other. Everyone was filled with happiness and hope. He's trying to trick me with those chummy schemes, so he can keep me away from the truth. He's such a coward. Certainly he might be called a coward from your perspective, but remember, you are a player in this game and Battler is the game master. What does that mean? In the past, Battler was a player and Beato was the game master, and they each fought for their own respective truths. So, what is it this time? I'm a player, and Oni-chan's the game master. Could it be that I've misunderstood everything? From the very beginning. Oni-chan said he'd tell me what happened that day, so I was under the impression that I'd learn everything if I followed him. How would that be any different than, say, Oni-chan accepting everything Beato said about the crimes being the work of a witch? What a stupid mistake I've been making. You're getting chessboarded, little bro, because they're making you think this on purpose. Especially Bern Castle. I don't know how much Featherine is like evil. I would like to believe that she's not, but this game has always been a fight between me and Oni-chan. I'm surprised you participated in the game without realizing that. Oh, she looks sad there. Battler really is sly. He just started up the final game without letting you realize that simple fact. Well, it was the same back in Beato's games. Battler was drawn into her game before he knew what was happening, before he even knew how to fight. That's why I taught him how. It's exactly the same now. You were forced to start the game before you understood anything about it, and I've come to tell you the truth. To tell you who you're fighting against, and for what. I was too shocked to speak. And finally, I realized what I needed to accomplish in this game. I've always been passive. I was sure that Oni-chan would tell me everything, so I naively thought I just had to believe whatever he said. No, I was wrong. You're wrong! This game is a battle between me, the one who wants to reach the truth, and Oni-chan, who wants to trick me and chase me out into a 1998 where I'm all alone. All this time, I've kept on saying that Oni-chan was foolish and naive, and now I see that I was more naive than anyone else. Despite this, Bern Castle didn't sneer at me. On the contrary, she looked at me with that cold gaze as if to say, "So you've finally taken the first step. Now do you understand your own purpose, and the purpose of that key?" I gripped the key that Oni-chan had hung around my neck, and for a while I shook with an emotion that even I couldn't understand. Now that I know Oni-chan tricked me, it would be easy to hate him. But hating him would be missing the point. After all, this is a game between me and him. Oni-chan has done nothing but make the optimal moves to win against me. If games aren't just a playful way to communicate, if they're the process that decides who wins and who loses, then there can be no fair games. The best strategy is obviously to hit your opponent with a sneak attack and defeat them before they even know what's going on, never even telling them the rules. In that sense, Oni-chan hasn't done anything wrong. He's using that sickly sweet illusion to trick me and force me out into a lonely future. They'll be the only ones having a good time in the cat box, and I'll be the only one chased out. Thank you. I'm grateful. I think I've finally been able to truly open my eyes. Please don't hate Battler. After all, one-sided tricking the opponent is what game masters do. I know. Oni-chan took the best option from his position. That's all there is to it. So I need to make the best possible moves from my position. My goal is now clear. October 4th and 5th, 1986. What happened on Rokenjima that day? I need to tear off the veil covering the truth. Nothing more, nothing less. Oni-chan gave me this key, probably because he wants me to put it into the keyhole of his choosing. That's why he keeps showing me this sentimental illusion. But I won't be fooled anymore. An illusion? What are you hiding? I'll open the door I want to open. Certainly this is more my kind of tale than one with an Angie who does whatever Battler says. In that case, I really will hand things over to you now. Tell Angie. Tell her where the keyhole that leads to the truth is. Tell me. Where is the keyhole? Very well. Have a seat first of all. I'll bring it over right now. Is he just gonna be like a box, the cat box? When Featherine rose from a rocking chair, my vision seemed to twist and bend. What? Some kind of interference? Why now, when Featherine's about to show me something important, is my head getting suddenly... I dug my fingernails into my knees, clenching my teeth to keep from losing consciousness. However, the world just kept twisting more and more. Except for the feel of the sofa beneath me, I couldn't sense anything at all. Missy? Are we still in the same? Okay. It looks like she's here. Oh, my goat, she's back again? Ho ho ho. The door opened, and Hachijo Toya appeared. What's going on? This isn't the world of witches, but the world of humans? I was sitting on a sofa, and Amakusa was behind me? There's no need to feel confused. Featheran and Hachijo Toya are the same being. We knew this, yeah. To her, the difference between the two worlds is a trivial thing. To put it in the words of that lover of theater going, it's like having a slightly different background behind the stage. So there was no reason for me to feel hesitant. Should I call you Hachijo this time? How complicated names are. Even though both of us are still here just like before, you have to wonder what to call me. True. Calling you Featheran would be a bit rude to you now. To an actor, the names of the parts they play are only temporary. Precisely, child of man. Featherine. Amakusa's eyes went wide as he wondered what I was suddenly talking about. I ignored him and continued. So, what are you going to show me? As I spoke, my eyes were caught by that heavy-looking object she held under her arm. It's gotta be a box, right? Ooh. Oh, it's gonna be the grimoire that he saw at the start, or she saw at the start, rather. That he said, don't touch that. At a glance, it looked like an encyclopedia with a fancy binding. Do you know what this is? As Featherine spoke, she set the heavy object on the table. Yep. It's gonna be what contains all the possible tales, I think, that she wrote about. Because we had the idea that she was the one... I posited this when we saw it the first time, that she was actually Beatrice, like the real Beatrice. Technically, the Beatrice of the story was Shannon / Yasu, but that she was like the real Beatrice. Because it kind of was sexy that that was the possibility. And now it seems like it might be a little bit closer to home than possible. But again, you know, we'll see. I'm not going to necessarily say it was her. But I don't know who the fuck else it could be. My theory was still that she was somebody that survived from the island. I said that back then, and I'm still... That's my silver lining that I'm hoping for. My first thought was of a grimoire. The heavy book had a mysterious mystical feel to it, like something Maria might carry around. And the most remarkable feature of it was the large, sturdy lock that held it shut. Why would someone go so far to keep people from reading a book? Why don't you take it and observe the back? The back? Of course, girl. The back always tells you what the book is about. I flipped the heavy book over on my lap. And as soon as I saw it, I gave a small gasp. Ava. Ushiramiya Ava. Without a doubt, those words were written there in English letters. What is this? On Ava's diary? Could this be that rumored... Do you know something about this? Just a rumor. They say that President Ava had a secret diary and that she always kept it locked up. They say she took it with her everywhere she went. At least that's what I heard from some of the other bodyguards. A secret diary? And why is that here? It was in the hospital room where Ushiramiya Ava passed away. How the fuck did you get a hold of it? This diary was hidden behind her bed, so it remained in that room for some time after her death before it was found. It was probably someone who worked for the hospital, or else a patient, or their family, who happened to find it. Of course, by that time, there was a huge movement dedicated to the Rokenjima mystery. A locked diary found in the hospital room where Ushiramiya Ava spent her last moments would be absolutely priceless. The discoverer probably handed it over in secret to one of the witch hunters, who would be able to accurately determine its worth. Luckily, the witch hunters who got their hands on this book were all noble and upright people. No content to boorishly destroy the lock and reveal the truth, or not content, sorry. They simply satisfied themselves with the fact that the truth of that day slumbered just on the other side of this mysterious lock. They're fucking stupid, bro. If I was that obsessed with this, I'd be getting like bolt cutters instantly. Thanks to that, Ava's diary had remained undamaged to this very day. It is already known that Natsuhi, wife of Kraus, the eldest son of Kinzo, sealed all of her complaints and repressed feelings by writing them down in a diary, which she treated like a sort of charm. So Ava did the same thing. It's possible, at least. Unlocking the hinges of this diary would be a pain even if you did have a key. It's sealed up tight like a corset. Amakusa was right. This wasn't a diary made to be casually opened and reminisced over. It's probably safe to assume that this diary was used to forget things by writing them down and sealing them away, just like Ushirimiya and Natsuhi's. And on top of that, Eva brought it with her into her hospital room, then hid it behind the bed without telling anyone about it. Don't tell me that diary contains... Are you saying Aunt Eva wrote down what happened that day? By reading its contents, you'll probably learn everything. However, we don't know where the key that unlocks it is. I jumped. Then I looked down at my chest. That's where my brother hung that key. It's gone! The key's gone! What's wrong, Missy? What key? It's been hanging from my neck the whole time, hasn't it? I never noticed it. You had a key hanging from your neck? I understood almost immediately. In the world of humans, I hadn't found the key. The me with the key is on the game board in the world of witches. Ooh, do you wonder if the key is in the, Do you wonder if the... I still want to know, this is another tiny thing. I want to know what was in... I'm going to call my shot now. I wanted to know what was in the ground floor of the captains that delivered them from Nijima to Rokunjima. Because she saw it and she was like, what is that? And then it never told us. And so I'm thinking, that's what it was the key. But regardless, make me the me with the key. I'm going to unlock this diary. Featherine lifted a finger, spun it around, and the world twisted again. And then she's gonna go here and the book won't be here. I have a funny feeling you're gonna have a contradiction. Which I think is gonna be funny. This is gonna be a way to illustrate it. This is a really cute way to illustrate it if they're gonna do it this way. That the cat box doesn't exist in this world. And in the real world where the cat box is, the key doesn't exist. That would be a really cute way to do it if that's what they're about to do. But at the same time, oh my god, it's such a cute way to do it. What a cute little way to do that. But at the same time, the diary in my lap faded out of existence. Where'd the diary go? Should exist somewhere on the game board. Since it is one of the keyholes you are to be given, it must exist somewhere. Did Oni-chan hide it somewhere? Since Battler's trying to make this a game between you and him, it probably isn't completely hidden. What do you mean? Even if Battler thinks of it as a king that must be taken, it still has to be on the board. You're still playing chess. You can't take it off the board. There'd be no game unless it existed somewhere on this board. Thank you, Featherine. We're fucking mind melded. In other words, it's somewhere inside the Ushirimiya mansion. Or, you may have already been given an opportunity to witness it. Like how a swindler has already hidden a trap in microscopic letters on the first page of a contract you sign. If Battler follows the rules of the mystery as the game master, clues must be shown. So the choice that leads to Battler's defeat must also have been shown. Yeah, we already know it. It was inside the chapel. Angie, try and remember. You should have seen Ava's diary already in Battler's world. Yeah, it's in the chapel. You just gotta find a way into the chapel, and I don't know if she knows the solution to the epitaph, so she might have to figure out the solution. In that instant, from the back of my mind, drifted the very first scene of this final game. In the chapel, a book lying on the altar, a book with a lock on it. As soon as I showed interest in that book, my brother suddenly got serious and told me not to touch it. That was Aunt Ava's diary. That's right, Ushirimiya Ava's diary. The book of the single truth, with the truth of that day written inside it. The book of the single truth. And is the truth really written inside it? After all, there's a chance that it's just something Aunt Ava... In red? Aww! Read my mind, Featherine, we are mind-melded. I'll give it to you in red truth. Ushirimiya Ava's diary, the book of the single truth, has written within it the truth of Rokunjima during October 4th and 5th, 1986. So we get a confirmation that... Doesn't this mean that the true timeline has to be the one where Ava survives? Which is like, kinda duh, no shit, that's the one that she exists in, but like, just saying. Okay, wow, what a good stopping point. Fucking fantastic. Episode 8 has been great so far. I really enjoyed today. Today was really, really, really fun. Okay, guys, Black Cat scratch marks. That said stretch marks. I was gonna say, hey, yo, bro. Oh, let me stretch. Showing oh, Gap. Hello. Hello. Okay, tomorrow or the day after. Today is the 14th, about to be the 15th. Probably, I would say more likely to be tomorrow than the day after, but I'm not going to give a promise on either, but it's one of those two almost certainly. Will be La Finale. We will finish this game. The next stream will be the last stream. As far as everything. And then we will have an epilogue stream. Yeah, again, I appreciate anybody stopping by. I've said this a few times. I will leave the sappy streak speech. Can't speak. I'll leave this happy speech for the end of the next stream. But I appreciate anybody coming out, anybody for watching. Fucking amazing so far. Don't know between 6 and 8, which is my favorite of the answer arcs, but I have a funny feeling it's going to be 8 with how it's going. I like the more, I won't say philosophical bend, but I'll call it that. Okay, no need to stall more than I already stall. I'm probably also going to try and upload these to YouTube. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't really know what the fuck anybody could spoil for me at this point, and I think I kind of know where everything's going anyways. I already have an idea in my mind of how this is going to go. I'll see if I can get this uploaded to YouTube in time. And that's all. Again, appreciate you guys for stopping by. And check y'all all around. Night-night or good morning, or I don't know. It's 11 p.m. here. Bye-bye.